they are there just in case any of the injuries are coming to downtown Louisville. Again, a lot of the information coming in to us now as we are speaking to you. Yeah, I agree with you, Connie, with the UPS jet taking off on the way to Honolulu, and possibly 4 extra people were on there along with the crew.
Well, and I wondered about that because I've taken one of those cargo flights years ago. There used to be flights where they took passengers to various destinations in the Caribbean. And so that was something that they used to do. But as Reed explained, this would probably be a case of folks who are headed down for business. Again, 280,000 gallons of fuel on board that MD-11 that was headed to Honolulu. And that explains why all this smoke and all this fire.
Okay, from U of L Hospital confirmed now, they're calling it a code yellow. That is their disaster plan that they have put into place there. So we have a crew at the hospital in downtown Louisville as well. All right,
we want to go back out to Conroy DeLuche, who a few minutes ago was over near L&N Stadium on U of L's campus. Conroy, where are you? Are you still in the same situation, and what are you seeing?
Well, sorry, an ambulance just went by. We're still near L&N Stadium. We've been staying here in case there are any more live updates and to see what all's been developing. And you know, we're here on U of L's campus we're on Central Avenue on that bridge coming down to Floyd. And I'm gonna step out because we can get a really powerful view of what you see off in the distance. That is about a mile away from where we are. That is the smoke coming from the UPS section of the airport. And you know, the longer we've stayed here, the fewer and fewer cars we've seen, the fewer people we've seen. We are within that 5-mile radius, so we think that word has gotten out and people have started to stay home. We've seen a scooter here and there go by us, a couple runners, but the smoke only looks lighter because it is no longer light outside. But you can barely see what looks like a full moon through the thick smoke that we are experiencing about a mile away from the airport. And things just keep on developing, and obviously it's a very fluid situation as we continue to learn more details. This is a major way that ambulances can get to the airport, so we've certainly seen a few go by here, but the traffic has started to slow down and we've seen fewer people checking out, but that smoke, that heavy smoke that you can see coming from the airport obviously continues to travel north toward downtown, toward the river, and even close to an hour ago, we could see it as far away from here as right near downtown in Old Louisville near Kentucky and 3rd Street. And right in that area in Old Louisville near Oak, that was where we started to see people kind of wandering outside, trying to see what was happening. And as we traveled through U of L's campus, the same thing. So certainly a lot of new information that we're getting to, and we're gonna keep updating you from here as much as we can. We might try to move a little bit closer now that things have started to clear up. But Doug, Connie, we're gonna go ahead and send it back to you right now in the studio.
Right. We have Reed Yaden back on the phone here as he is joining us then. He was talking to us when Mayor Craig Greenberg called. Reed, the mayor saying 280,000 gallons of fuel on board this plane. Right. As you said, that would not surprise you because this plane was taking off?
It was departing, so it would have been fully loaded with fuel for a 9-hour flight to Honolulu. And I am wondering if that is in pounds, not gallons. And I will check that.
All right. And Reed, for folks that are just tuning in, can you tell them again what you told us a little while ago about what you have learned about that cargo plane and what happened there, or where it was headed?
Pardon me. It was departing. The aircraft was departing. It was departing from the north to the south. And I have seen a piece of video, and if it got airborne, it wasn't very much. And whatever went wrong on departure. And there was a crew of 3 on there. On a flight that long, they will typically take a relief pilot on a 9-hour flight like that. And there were also some jump seaters, what we call them jump seaters. Some people flying as more than likely company employees that would have been on board the flight for official business reasons.
So you're saying a crew of 3 plus the 4?
Yes. That's my information from.
And Reed, I was mentioning a few minutes ago that in the past, many years ago, UPS used to take, when we hear Honolulu, they used to take people on flights to different destinations, and they stopped that. Do you remember that time? And is that why you believe these are business folks? Meaning?
No, the two are not connected.
Okay.
There was a period of time when UPS, in the early days, they had this large fleet of aircraft, and they would use them on the weekend to go to, you could buy a trip to Mexico or many destinations. And it was just an effort to get more utilization of the aircraft. In this particular case, these folks would have been more than likely company employees if they were what we call jump seating, or if they were riding along to go to Honolulu.
Okay.
They would have been for business reasons connected with the company, not as a leisure thing. They can't, those seats, they can't sell them or anything like that. That's just like the airlines, the commercial airlines, for instance, crew members, certain crew members can jump seat and actually ride in the cockpit. But some of the aircraft, some of the UPS aircraft, 747s, for instance, will have a small number of seats there in case company personnel need to go somewhere.
Okay.
And they can do it on a UPS flight.
Okay, Reed, thank you very much. Keep in touch with us, any new information that you have coming in. We appreciate it, Reed Yaden.
Yeah, it's a fast developing story, needless to say, and it is spreading worldwide very rapidly. There is some video out there that I have access to, and we'll see if we can get clearance to use it. It appears to me that the aircraft, if it got airborne, it wasn't for very long or very high. And it was totally engulfed in flames almost immediately, as you can imagine, with all that fuel on board.
Okay, thank you very much, Reed. And again, as the shelter in place has been extended directly north to the Ohio River, we want to bring in our chief meteorologist, Mallory Schnell, to talk about the wind direction, especially, Mallory, if we have a little bit of light left back behind you on that Trimark camera there.
Yes.
But once again, we're losing the daylight hours, and to keep an eye on that smoke.
Right. So our sunset was around 5:40 this evening. Winds were originally coming in from the southeast. Now they're basically due south 5 to 10 miles per hour or so. So they're not moving all too quickly. Winds tend to relax a little bit during the evening and early overnight hours. But we had that live look for you. This is from one of our Trimark cameras at the Watterson and Freedom Way. And you can still see that plume of smoke that's lit up with more of those lights around the airport there. Not as obvious from some of our weather cameras now that that sun has set. This is from our camera over in Jeffersonville. But really that smoke plume has continued to move northward and a bit eastward as well. So you might be able to see it in eastern Jefferson County into Oldham County just due to that southerly wind that we've had. Wind speeds around 9 miles per hour currently coming out around the airport. So something that you can also get when there is a smoke plume is you can see it on radar. So obviously this wasn't rain. This was the smoke showing up on the radar there and really being lofted up in the air right at the time of the crash within the last hour there. That's why you're seeing some of those yellows, oranges, reds on the radar. And I put the 5-mile radius in there stretching eastward, but as we know, that has been extended now toward the Ohio River northward due to those southerly winds. And so that stretches all the way north and a little bit eastward, I would say, with that plume stretching into potentially southern Indiana and over into Oldham County as well. In terms of wind gusts, those will be staying on the lighter side, coming in from the south and southwest over the next several hours. Wind gusts, though, will pick up later on tonight and into the day on Wednesday. Expecting those gusts around 20 miles per hour late tonight and up to 30 miles per hour or so for your Wednesday as well. Doug and Connie.
Mallory, thank you very much. We want to bring you the latest information that we have as we've been able to put together some detailed information, and we'll go through it. Again, this information being confirmed by the FAA tonight. The FAA putting out its first statement on this at about 6 minutes past 6. The UPS flight number 2976 crashed at about 5:15. It was departing from Louisville's airport, and it was headed to the airport in Honolulu.
Yes, it was. The McDonnell Douglas MD-11 was headed to the airport in Honolulu. The FAA and NTSB will be investigating. The NTSB will lead that investigation and will provide all updates. The information is preliminary and subject to change.
Getting a lot of different texts from people across the community. They are smelling, as they're calling it, a very strong odor, very strong smell outside their doors and windows here today as this jet, the MD-11 UPS jet, was fully loaded with fuel. As Reed said, it was heading for a 9-hour flight to Honolulu.
And that's 280,000 gallons of fuel. And we're taking a look at that fire. It keeps getting bigger, it seems, Doug, as we have been watching it. And there are folks that are sending pictures to us saying, I have smoke, in my neighborhood. They are across town. You talked about Oldham County. People are seeing it everywhere now, and people that were driving certainly through it shortly after it happened were wondering what in the world had happened.
So you're watching WHAS 11 News special live coverage. We've been on the air with you since shortly after the first scenes of that plume of smoke appeared. Metro Police confirming injuries and a plane crash at 5:24. Again, the aircraft took off at 5:15. As our Reed Yaden has reported, it lifted off in Louisville from the north heading to the south. An MD-11 and UPS has confirmed, again, one of their aircraft. The crash happened in the southern part of the airport around Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane. We have been watching this plume of smoke and the firefighting effort. It's been underway in earnest. It has been unrelenting since we first saw the live images here on the screen. That smoke is still as black and strong. And as the mayor pointed out correctly, that's because this plane was fully loaded with the fuel.
Right. And we also asked him if he had asked Governor Andy Beshear yet for more help, obviously, in this situation. If we have enough emergency responders, here in this area. He says he has not asked him yet, but, he said he was out of town right now, so he is trying to get a handle on everything that is happening. This picture was taken from our Conroy Deluche outside of U of L at Cardinal and 4th. This was, I guess, shortly after, he made his way over there to the U of L campus. Again,
Governor Andy Beshear heading to Louisville. We want to let you know that we do expect a briefing from the emergency crews on the scene. They have been contacting us with via social media. They have been saying that they are trying to get a staging area, but they've been moving it around because of the plume of smoke. And so we will bring you live coverage of any news conference here coming right up.
We're taking a look at some video from the interstate here that's obviously being sped up a little bit, but certainly this is what people were seeing as they were passing by. Such a scary situation. So many emergency crews that were headed that way to get to this plane crash. Again, that the crash happening, or an explosion of some sort happening as the plane took off, as it departed Louisville International Airport, headed to Honolulu. And of course, all of that gas, that it gassed up for a 9-hour flight, Doug, and that is why we are seeing such a huge explosion and fire.
Of course, you can imagine what is in this smoke through the air, and people who have breathing issues, certainly this can complicate that. That's why when they say shelter in place,
Right.
just make sure your windows are closed until this passes. We hope to get a live update here soon, moments from the emergency crews who are down at the scene, who are just possibly a few minutes away from talking to reporters about what they have a handle on it. Again, the early on reported injuries, we don't have any reports of any fatalities or any other details about how they're doing as far as the firefighting is concerned.
And the shelter in place extended north. Certainly, when you look at that smoke there, Doug, you can see why. And our Jose Alonso was with us just a few minutes ago, wearing a mask. It would be difficult to breathe out there anywhere close to this, Doug.
Let's go back to Jose Alonso. He has been reporting to us. He has a breathing mask on where it has been coming your way many times. Jose, is it now moving overhead over where you are standing, or is it still off to the side from you? Can you tell?
Doug, it's still a little hard to tell, especially as the sun has now gone down. That cloud of smoke has seemed to kind of blend in. Just take a look into the night sky here. Giving a live look, you probably can't see it on camera, but from here, you can still kind of see the outline of the smoke just with my bare naked eye. But in regards to obviously seeing it, not as much. The last time we saw it, it was still heading towards the north of where we are, not necessarily above us, but again, it could be at this moment and we just don't know. But we can still see all these flashing lights here at Muhammad Ali International Airport. A lot of people, there's really nobody outside at all anymore, but we see a lot of first responders heading up here. What they're doing inside, we don't necessarily know as we are outside. But taking it back to the source of the fire, you can clearly see those raging orange and red flames still burning very high in the sky. And again, that's on the other side of the airport as well. It looks like there is actually possibly a crash out there. No, never mind. Ash is falling on us is what my photojournalist Aspen Hester is telling me. We're starting to see some ash in this area. So this could be right on top of us. Actually, yeah, I can actually now start seeing that ash falling in the sky. It's not big or significant right now, but we did see little pieces falling at this moment. So Doug, we're going to keep these masks on as we don't know what's in that air other than that gasoline that's burning. Doug, Connie?
You were looking back at the emergency response crews. Can you tell from your vantage point or in the camera, is it mostly Louisville Metro? Do we have agencies from other counties that are in there helping them? What are you able to see from your vantage point?
Sure, I'll show it again, Connie, here with my photojournalist Aspen Hester. Just the scene we're seeing up here. Again, this is where you drop off individuals for departures at this airport. Most of these vehicles are unmarked. I will say that. I saw one marked vehicle. It didn't clearly look like an LMPD vehicle to me. It might have been airport security, but most of these vehicles out here are unmarked. But I am seeing one of those unmarked vehicles, possibly an officer down there with a dog as well, just searching the area in general. So again, we don't know necessarily what exactly is going on inside at this moment, but a heavy police presence there. Doug, Connie?
So Jose, the location you are on top of the parking garage, they're obviously looking back at the terminal. When we were joining you on daylight, you could see a lot of the firefighting activity. Has that changed from your vantage point, from what you can tell over the rooftop there?
From our vantage point, I'm gonna have Aspen show it to you. It's gonna be a very tight zoom that they're gonna have to take here, but we can't necessarily see any fire trucks or anything, at least from this angle on the other side of Muhammad Ali International Airport. But take a look right there. Those flames are still ongoing, and you can see the smoke being lit by those flames. So you can obviously tell that the smoke is still coming up. There has to be a large plume still coming up at this moment, but we just cannot see it anymore because of how dark it's gotten out here. Even though this whole airport is lit up, we still can't really see that plume of smoke, but we can see that large fire as it continues to burn. Doug, Connie.
Okay, Jose, thank you very much. Again, as we are on with you here at 6:37 p.m., we're in a holding pattern. We're waiting a news conference any minute now from the authorities there on the scene, maybe to give us the first briefing. But so far, we have obviously heard from Kentucky Governor Andrew Beshear, who is on his way to Louisville. Mayor Craig Greenberg, who confirmed that the flight, of course, was full of fuel. It was getting ready for a 9-hour flight as it was taking off from the north, from our airport to the south. These are some of the earlier scenes.
Yeah, these are some videos sent to us by viewers who saw this all happening when this first started, Doug, when we first started reporting on it. They sent us these videos, and you can just see the huge plume of smoke. Of course, when we did have daylight, it was just pretty overwhelming, and immediately started covering a good portion of the city, as you can see there, that one from Indiana.
Of course, the shelter in place was first put in at about 5:39 tonight, and it was originally for 5 miles of all direction to the airport. Now that's been extended right north to the Ohio River as the wind shifted from the south, moving that plume directly north.
Right, and as Mallory mentioned earlier, while the wind is not an issue right now, overnight into the morning and tomorrow, the wind is really going to be kicking up. So that could be problematic, certainly for the emergency responders that are dealing with this right now and are trying, to conduct a rescue mission at this point. And certainly they've got a tough job ahead as we've got this dark night out there as we, have these shorter days now, of course, which started this week.
Of course, it was just a couple of weeks ago at our airport where there was a large training session. They always let everybody know that in case you're driving by I-65, so that you're not worried. It's a training session. They combine with an airline who agrees also to participate in the training session. And with all of the authorities were there too, the federal authorities and Metro and the state. So they plan for this a lot at our airport, and our airport has had an amazing safety record for one that's so busy, not only with the cargo flights, but also the commercial flights that have been increasing over the years.
And oddly, Doug, as they were doing that drill, I was thinking to myself, we've been very lucky, at our airport. So it's been so safe over the years, and certainly such a terrible tragedy for what's happening tonight. And
again, our hearts and our thoughts are certainly with the folks at UPS and their families involved in this, waiting for information. UPS, such a huge community imprint in our community. And we are waiting for confirmation for just how many people were on board that flight.
Right. And, our Reed Yaden again told us this flight that was nonstop headed to Honolulu was ready for a 9-hour flight, and that is why it had 280,000 gallons of fuel on board. And he said that he had also gotten information that there were 4 jump seaters. That means 4 people riding as passengers with the crew. So we do not have an exact number of people that were on that cargo plane, but that's certainly unsettling. You and I both know a lot of UPS pilots and their families here in Louisville.
I have been texting with the communications people at UPS, and Jim Mayer with UPS just sent me this, Connie. At approximately, he is giving the time, of course, of the flight, flight 2976 from Louisville to Honolulu. Again, this coming from UPS's local Louisville corporate spokesperson. An MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in an accident in Louisville. At this time, we have not confirmed any injuries or casualties. I want to go back over that again because this is coming directly from UPS's local corporate communications, Jim Mayer. Again, confirming 3 crew members on board when it took off. At this time, we have not confirmed any injuries or casualties. UPS will release more facts as they become available, but the NTSB is in charge of the investigation and will be the primary source of information about the official investigation. And they'll be posting any further statements on their website.
And let's make clear, he did not mention 4 jump seaters, so we do not know that. Again, that was just information that was given to our Reed Yaden, but we don't know if he said that. He didn't know that that was, you know, confirmed. That was what he had heard. So it may be 3 crew members, as UPS is.
But at this time, UPS once again saying they have not confirmed any injuries or casualties. And what is a massive crash there. Again, we have crews all over right now down in that part of town. Let's go to our Isaiah Kim Martinez.
An absolutely tragic night here in Louisville. 3 crew members were aboard a UPS cargo flight departing from Louisville to Honolulu, Hawaii, when it crashed. That's information provided to us by UPS, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, which is investigating this incident in partnership with the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board. Right now, the details are limited. Again, we don't know the extent of the injuries. We do know that there is a giant plume of smoke that has dissipated a lot into the night. But we've seen the videos. We've seen the fire that ensued after this crash. And right now, everyone wants to know what are the extent of these injuries and how did this happen? But as of right now, we know there were thousands of gallons of fuel on that plane that was departing, that was according to the Louisville mayor. And there are still plenty of questions here tonight as we look off at UPS just in the distance here near U of L.
Okay, there's the latest there. Going over the information that UPS has now sent to us. This is new information just in that 3 crew members were on board involved in the accident here in Louisville, but they've not confirmed any injuries or casualties.
All right, and a statement released from the FAA moments ago stated that UPS Flight 2976 crashed around 5:15 local time this evening after departing from Louisville International Airport. Again, the McDonnell Douglas MD-11 was headed to the international airport there in Honolulu. The FAA and NTSB will investigate. The NTSB will lead the investigation and will provide all of the updates as this information comes out. The information is preliminary and subject to change. And again, we want to mention that was 280,000 pounds of fuel. Our Reed Yaden told us that he had that confirmed, 280,000 pounds of fuel.
So right now,
versus gallons.
The latest information, you're watching continuing coverage from WHAS 11 News. We're going to be on the air here, and we are also streaming this on WHAS 11 Plus. We are awaiting any news conference coming up from authorities at the scene. They are trying to get reporters into an area where they can all come together and give at least their first briefing of the night. We've not had that yet, but we have been getting information from some key people, not only the mayor, our aviation expert, Reed Yaden, but now UPS's corporate people who are based in Louisville.
Right. And the smoke could become a big issue as this evening goes on, as emergency crews are trying to fight this. We want to go back over to our Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell with more on the winds and when they'll be picking up, Mallory.
Yeah, so today was kind of the break in between the windier days that we do have on tap this week. Really, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, our windiest days this week. So far this evening, we've had winds. Of course, we collect our weather information at the airport, so pretty much right there at the source, coming in from the south and southeast, around 7 miles per hour over the last couple of hours. We're taking a live look right now. This is from one of our Trimark cameras, and if you look closely, you can still see that smoke plume right here. So obviously we've had sunset about an hour ago, so not a lot of light to really see the smoke plume from some of our other weather cameras, but this is from our Trimark camera, the Watterson at Freedom Way, so obviously right around the airport there. In terms of current weather conditions, obviously temperatures upper 50s, low 60s, that southerly wind anywhere between about 7 to 10 miles per hour there. And yes, when you have a smoke plume like this, it can often show up on the radar, and that's what you're seeing here, just the loop over the last hour. So when that crash occurred, in fact, let me actually back it up the last 2 hours here and put it on a loop so you can tell when it really built up there and got lofted upward as well when you're seeing more of those yellows, oranges, and reds, and continue to stretch northward and northeastward, especially just right at the onset of the crash. I put on the 5-mile markers there for the radius off to the east, since that's where it was beginning to nudge and then really got pushed northward closer to the river into southern Indiana. I know many of you all were also seeing the smoke from Oldham County as well. I'm keeping an eye on any kind of air quality monitors, because obviously that will be a big concern. A lot of those are a little bit closer to the surface, so if this is being lofted upward, may not register that at the monitors, but I'm keeping a close eye on that. No reports as it stands right now, but we do have those air quality monitors that often do pick up smoky conditions if they are close enough to the surface, excuse me. We have several across the Louisville metro area, so I'll keep a close eye on that for you. Otherwise, our winds for the next 12 hours here, they're all coming in from the south, so we're expecting that similar direction as the crews continue to fight that fire. Wind gusts looking to really pick up, unfortunately, later on tonight after about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, with a very gusty day on tap for Wednesday. Doug and Connie.
All right, Mallory, thank you so much.
Mallory, thank you. Louisville Metro Police telling me that the governor will provide a media update at Louisville Metro Hall at 7:30. Again, that's according to Louisville Metro Police Department sending me a text message here. We'll pass that along to the newsroom.
Yes, we want to go back out to our Conroy Deluche, who is over near the U of L campus on the other side of this crash. Conroy, what can you tell us right now?
Well, Connie and Doug, we moved actually a little bit closer. We are now on the site of the airport. We have UPS actually to my left, and I'm going to step out so you can see where some of the smoke is still originating from. If you can see a red haze out there, the red light from a tower lighting down that smoke, that is from where the smoke originated from that crash. That was now about an hour and a half ago, as we have learned, and certainly a lot of new details have come in as we first left the station and about an hour ago. And we don't really see or feel the smoke right now because, one, it is dark out now, but also, two, it has dissipated quite a bit, as Mallory's been talking about how it's been moving in different directions just because of the weather, and now we're about an hour and a half away from when that crash happened. But here at the airport, besides a few blue lights that we can see from police blocking lanes of traffic, not a whole lot of activity over here. Nothing, you know, if you're driving through, if you didn't get one of those many emergency alerts, like, you may not know that something's going on and just make your way on up to the airport. But obviously things at the airport are a little touch and go right now. We're going to leave from here shortly to go see how things are going at SDF, because obviously this crash did not happen at Louisville International Airport at the SDF near a passenger terminal. It happened on the UPS section. So we're still learning a lot of new information, a lot of more details as they are coming in. But we are here on the side of the airport, and we're going to move a little bit closer and see what we can find out. But for now, Doug, Connie, we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
You were moving, if you don't mind, just a few minutes ago. Was there traffic in the area? Had people just moved out as police are asking them to? Or was it much easier for you to move forward, I guess?
This was tremendously quick to get over here. We actually were heading toward U of L Old Louisville to see if we could find some people to ask, hey, have you seen anything? We didn't see anybody. We were called to turn around, see if we could get to the airport. And we stopped right here, right near the sign for Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport toward the terminal. We just stopped here, stayed put, but it took us maybe 5 minutes to get here from Central Avenue right at the Denny Crum overpass. So traffic right now is moving okay. I think a lot of people have gotten the message that you should shelter in place, you should take caution, especially because, you know, with all the smoke and just the environmental concerns, there's just a lot of questions still right now, and we're getting answers, but, you know, still an hour and a half from when that crash happened. I think, I haven't looked at my watch, but certainly still a very fluid situation out here.
Yes, we're going on. We'll be at the 2-hour mark at 7:15. We do have the governor and then a briefing coming up a little later tonight from the airport. Let's go to WHAS 11's Alex Dieterer, part of our team, as we're bringing you ongoing coverage throughout the night here as a UPS jet has crashed at the Louisville airport. Alex?
Doug, right now we're here at Minor Lane Elementary School, just off of Minor Lane, and we're about 4.5 miles away from the airport, and we can still see the plume of smoke that's from the airport. Now getting here, a lot of the exits off of 65 are shut down. They're all closed by police and emergency vehicles, and just on our drive here, it was bumper to bumper traffic, so everyone make sure to take it easy because a lot of emergency vehicles are still coming down and up the 65 exit, and we saw a lot just passing through. And so right here at Minor Lane Elementary School, we just got here about 5 minutes ago, and we saw parents and kids being shuffled out of the elementary school because, again, this is within the 5-mile radius of this shelter in place that was issued and reissued moments ago. And so right now people are leaving Minor Lane Elementary School, and everyone is staying inside. Right now we're still waiting to learn more information, but again, you can just see that plume of smoke off of the highway onto any road here in Minor Lane. And again, it now seems that they have gotten most everyone out of the elementary school. The parking lot is clearing up, and we are just waiting to learn more. Doug?
Alex, thank you very much. Again, UPS now confirming that 3 crew members were on board, but they went on to state that they have no confirmation of casualties or injuries at this moment.
Right, and we are going to again hear from Governor Beshear at 7:30. He is on his way, if not here already, and will be giving you some information on exactly what happened there. We do have preliminary information, but hopefully the governor will have more for us.
Right. We talked to the mayor of Louisville earlier. He was the first person to point out to us that this jet was fully loaded with fuel, 280,000 pounds of fuel, as it was taking off from our airport, taking off from the north, heading to the south for a 9-hour flight to Honolulu.
The fire and the smoke, that the stream of it is so long. I can't imagine what the firefighters, the police, the other emergency crews are going through right now trying to get there.
And keeping an eye on that for us at the airport himself is our Jose Alonso, who has been there since shortly after this incident happened. Jose, do you have new information there from your location?
Doug, not necessarily any new information, but I can show you what we're seeing here. Still here at the Muhammad Ali International Airport, we are seeing just an active scene. The terminals themselves here where you would drop off individuals if they had a flight, still looking pretty blocked off, a heavy police presence as well. Kind of looking like a lockdown situation. Of course, we haven't confirmed that, but there is a heavy police presence. I've been seeing them walk back and forth. Nobody's still out here at all. But turning it back to where the fire was as well, we can kind of see the plume, at least with our own eyes out here. Not sure if you can kind of see it from the camera, but we can kind of see an outline of that plume. It looks like it is over us. We mentioned how we saw some ash earlier falling from the sky. Haven't necessarily saw much more since that last time we checked in, but if you look closely enough, you can still see that burning flames right back there, that orange and red glow. As far as the tarmac, there was another UPS cargo plane that was moving around. It was on the north side. Oh, wow, you just saw, maybe see it right there, those flames intensifying right now as we're currently speaking, looking like very visual out there. But we did see a UPS cargo plane moving around the tarmac from the north end towards the southern part of the airport. Didn't see it take off or anything. It looks like they're just trying to move it around in that sort of sense, trying to figure out where things need to be at this moment. We've seen smaller cars around the tarmac too, nothing specifically on the tarmac other than that cargo jet that was moved from the north side of the airport, what looked like to the south side. But again, we're still keeping a close eye on what's happening out here. Again, you see that burning orange and red just from up here in this perspective. Again, we are at the top of the parking garage at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. As far as traffic goes, we've seen some interesting cars, 18-wheelers as well, but it looks like they're just trying to move around traffic, but it's very much gotten a lot more calm out here. Doug, Connie?
Let's stay on this right here, Jose, because really you're showing us a real-time view of this firefighting effort, this immense firefighting effort still underway. Again, Jose is on an airport parking garage, which is facing the terminal, and beyond that is the southern part of the airport. And you can see that massive glow still underway. Jose, that has been pretty much the scene since you've been there. So this would be a lot of the jet fuel still burning itself off.
Doug, very much so. Again, when we first got here, when there was still sunlight, I couldn't necessarily see those flames, but as that sun kept setting, that's when we started to realize there's an orange hue where it shouldn't be. So that's exactly what we're looking at, that firefighting effort all the way from the north side of the airport. And again, this is taking place on the south side of the airport. Doug, Connie?
Okay, needless to say, the Louisville airport is shut down. There is no traffic going in and out of that, out of our airport, as again, this began at 5:15 tonight with the takeoff, the liftoff of the UPS jet heading to Honolulu.
Right, it was a 9-hour flight to Honolulu, Doug, again, a UPS cargo plane that was taking off, and the explosion happening on departure. An explosion of some sort. We do not have the details on that, obviously, at this time. And again, that shelter in place, because you just saw all that smoke that is going on out there. That would be a dangerous situation for folks to be out in that. I understand that people would like to get some video of this situation. You know, they're scared, they're wondering what's happening, but they need to be inside, staying out of the smoke right now.
We are expecting a briefing from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear here in just a moment, and then later this evening, I am told, we will be getting a briefing down near the airport area from the authorities who have been on the scene since this incident happened. And again, it was at 5:24 when Metro Police were first able to confirm that they said that there were injuries involved in this, which is on the southern part of the airport at Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane. And then it was just a few minutes after that that the shelter in place was put into effect for about 5 miles around the area. But then that's when the smoke was moving mostly east. And we had people even from Oldham County saying that they could see the plume there. Now the wind direction has moved more to the north as it's moving directly up over the center part of the city towards southern Indiana.
Jim Mayer from UPS also confirming that 3 crew members were on board. That is what we know.
And his statement added no confirmation of any casualties or injuries at this moment.
And hopefully that is the case.
Yes.
You know, again, we are thinking also of the firefighters, police, and other emergency responders who are coming in to help with that, because Doug, this has to be overwhelming. I mean, you talked about the emergency drill that they just had last week, but when you look at the enormity of this fire and the smoke, and trying to battle thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of gas that exploded, that's an overwhelming task.
And not to mention the huge UPS community that we have here. I'm around UPS pilots every day before I come into work. My brother has worked for them for nearly 40 years, delivering across this community. And the outreach is just amazing. And the training that they have had at the airport over years for these kind of disasters just takes us to 2 weeks ago when we were seeing that massive scene play out there for the disaster drills.
It's incredibly upsetting, as you're mentioning, just because we do know so many pilots and their families that are in the area. Can't imagine what they're dealing with right now.
What strikes me too, Connie, and maybe it's because it's more illuminated here as we're now into the nighttime hours, is how tall the flames are. In the daylight, we couldn't really see, but now you can see how it is still showing the massive plumes of flames coming up. I mean, they are still well into the throes of fighting this effort out there. Again, as we learned, confirmed from the mayor, this was a jet that was fully loaded with fuel, 280,000 pounds, for such a long flight.
All right, and we want to go back and show some of this daylight video. This is from our crews and also videos that we had from viewers as well. So many people were seeing it as it was happening and just in disbelief really at this huge plume of smoke that seemed to really come out of nowhere as they were driving, as they were, near their homes, and wondering what in the world had happened at Louisville's airport. Certainly, as mentioned before, a very safe airport. We've never seen anything like this, certainly at Louisville International.
No, again, a long flight scheduled for Honolulu, and it was taking off from the north to the south when this happened, just in the course of its departure. Again, we are on standby here. In the next few minutes, we should be hearing from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who has come to Louisville from Frankfurt. UPS is saying they will release more facts as they become available. But again, the National Transportation Safety Board is now in charge of the investigation and will be the primary source of information about the official investigation coming up. We are also in contact with the Louisville airport. As you can imagine, they're extremely busy, but I am told that they're going to have something to say here, maybe by a statement, and we'll pass that along as soon as we get it.
And certainly that had to be a scary situation for people that were at the airport, that were inside looking out to see what was happening, what they could see from where they were. Certainly any of these images would be startling to see while you were at the airport or anywhere else driving through it. And so it certainly has taken a toll on the community tonight, that's for sure.
We have been fortunate with the safety record at our airport, and of course this was seen by so many people who were actually driving on I-65, and cell phones being everywhere. People have put videos all over the place from different angles. You can see really the enormity of what happened.
Right, and people sending us also, videos from where the smoke is reaching. It's pretty unbelievable how far away into other counties. It looks like it's just overhead. I mean, and it's coming from all the way at the airport. It's pretty amazing just how enormous this is.
So we have a team of reporters who are in the area. We're going to be joining them as they continue to keep a perspective on this. But on your screen right now, again, the live view. This is from our crew on the parking garage at the airport itself. The building and some of the lights you see there in the lower part of your screen, that's actually the front of the airport terminal as people come up to the and drop people off, the passengers there. Just over that is the rooftop, and that's the area of South Louisville, the area of the airport there at Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane that we are focusing on here. Also a very busy intersection as itself. This is really where most of the UPS Worldport headquarters is built and is centered, is around what we're seeing right here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, Isaiah, you're on live.
We can hear you. You're on live, Isaiah.
Go right ahead.
Hey, sorry guys, we've had some signal issues dropping in and out. Not surprising, just given how many crews are here. We're actually just west of the airport right now, and if you can kind of take a look into the distance, you can just barely see, just ever so slight, this haze, this glow, this orangish glow coming from the distance. Our senior photojournalist Alyssa Newton is operating a lot right now, so give her some time. But obviously it's a scene that we've seen sort of go from plume of smoke, which we saw just before the sunset, and then now it's just looking for those touches of color, because I mean it's been dark for hours now. But we got a look here at UPS just behind us as we're trying to learn more, as you guys have reported again and again. I mean, we have confirmed at this time per UPS 3 crew members on board. We don't know much to the extent of injuries, if there are injuries outside of that, but of course that's the ultimate thing that we're waiting to hear right now. We know the governor's going to be speaking soon on that.
Isaiah, explain, detail for us the effort to get to the airport. What was it like? What did you see on the way to your location?
Well, Doug, I can tell you near U of L's campus, which is actually where we went first, because we were actually trying to fly our Sky 11 drone to try to get a look at the smoke right before sunset. And honestly, that looked like a ghost town, because we heard multiple ambulances, emergency officials rushing to the site, which is closer to where we are now. But around U of L, I mean, it was essentially silent. It was almost very unusual for that time of night. as so many folks were kind of going closer to the site of this accident.
We should point out that the shelter in place is still in effect. Where you're standing, Isaiah, can you smell any of the smoke or the after effects of this?
Doug, I can tell you it smells different. It's not one that necessarily makes your eyes water. When we reported on the Givaudan plant explosion, this was over a year ago, you could really feel sort of the burn in your eyes. This is not one of those situations, but you can tell something smells different in the air. And we know, as you guys have reported throughout the night, that the air was moving from the south to the north, crossing the Ohio River. So that is something that pretty much this entire area can get a sense for right now.
Okay, Isaiah, thank you very much. Again, Connie, that's exactly the same description I've been getting from others, that it smells different around their house. This is in different parts of the county.
Right, absolutely. All right, let's go back over to Conroy DeLuche, who's pretty close to the area, was over at the airport when he last moved. Conroy, are you in the same location?
We moved a little bit. We are still on the airport site. We're actually in front of the the Louisville Regional Airport Authority administrative building, to be specific. So we actually went through the departure terminal just to see what SDF looked like, and it was a lot of police cars that were blocking the entrances. We saw police officers from St. Matthews. I think I saw one from Middletown, from all over the city. This is an all hands on deck situation, and it has been now for about 2 hours. I mean, as soon as we got the calls into the newsroom, my photojournalist Gabby and I, we just grabbed our gear, jumped in the car, and drove as close as we could. That's why we were on U of L's campus for so long, because we got a vantage point on the Denny Crum overpass, and just the smoke was so heavy, so thick, and really, really black from where we were standing. Even though we were about a mile away from the airport, you could see it traveling already north. We could see it when we were in Old Louisville about 5:30 as we were trying to get closer, and it was very thick. It has calmed down quite a bit, but as Isaiah was just talking about, it does smell a little bit differently out here, and there's an emptiness, because ever since those shelter-in-place emergency alerts that all of our phones would have gotten that told you within 5 miles to stay put, even though at first when we were driving here, we saw a lot of people outside looking, wondering what was going on, but in the last hour or so, fewer cars on the road. It took us almost no time to get from Central Avenue near the fairgrounds all the way to the airport, and then we were able to drive through the terminal no problem before coming here. In fact, a couple police officers were making sure we were okay, and they said, hey, we just came here, like we don't know a whole lot of what's going on, but we're obviously, as we get more information, learning that 3 were on board that plane, which is just not what you want to hear when you see a situation like this. So it's a very fluid situation, a lot of new details still coming out, and the last thing that we've heard is from the airport, which told us that officials told us that there will be a briefing around 8:15. They're not letting us in the administration building yet, but we're starting to see some other news crews come out here. We're all wondering what's going on, trying to get more information, and we're going to share that to you as soon as we can. But for now, Doug and Connie, we're going to go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
Conroy, when you were talking to police, and I'm sure you saw them on the way in, were you able to tell what kind of perimeter they have set up around, how big it is? Because we are talking about the airport here. Is there any way you could tell that from driving around?
Well, when we were standing at the airport sign coming in, where we had UPS right in front of us, and to go toward the terminal, we saw a couple police cars out there. In fact, I'm looking at I-65 right now. You can see a couple of cars flying down. But as far as we could tell, we could drive. We are in a marked vehicle. You can see WHAS 11, which sometimes means they don't let us go any further because they know who we are. But this time they were letting us through. They were very, wondering what we were doing. We told them where we were going. They said there's probably a staging area, but they knew very few details. Just kind of like what we do in the news. Like, they jumped in their cars and got to where they needed to go, and they're just staying put until they learn more. So there's not a big perimeter set up, as far as I can tell, around the airport, because we were able to just come on through. But again, if you go toward the departure section, like, it doesn't look like they're really letting in anybody to the airport. Flights, again, you guys are reporting all that information. We're just telling you what we're seing. but there are a lot of police cars in front of the departure section. That's what we could tell, and it looked like it'd be very difficult to get in even if you wanted to.
All right, Conway, thank you very much. Just want to let everybody know that we just got an email from the Louisville airport. They are going to hold their first briefing at 8:15. That's about an hour from now. Here's what they have to say in their statement. Officials at the Louisville airport confirm an aircraft incident involving a UPS MD-11 flight number 2976 when departing the west runway. Other information they are giving is that they're confirming 3 souls on board, as they say here in their statement. The time of the accident, as they are putting it, at about 5:20. They confirmed that it was heading to Honolulu. At this time, the airport says Sanford Field, Muhammad Ali International, is closed, and the screening at the TSA security checkpoint has now been temporarily suspended. They're saying passengers scheduled to depart from or arriving SDF this evening and tomorrow should closely monitor their flight status via their airline's website or mobile app.
All right, and I was listening to you. I was getting information about a phone interview. We have someone on the phone, Lad Sanger, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Lad, tell folks at home who you are and your experience with aviation.
I'm an aviation attorney, been practicing aviation litigation for almost 30 years. I'm also an airline transport rated jet pilot and have some fairly significant experience litigating accidents involving business jets and commercial airliners.
Lad, you've been seeing, I'm sure, the video coming out of Louisville as this is a major incident, a major crash here as this aircraft was taking off today, fully loaded with fuel. Is there any insight you can give us by what you've been seeing on some of the videos that are out there?
So with a jet, multi-engine jet, there are different speeds that a pilot uses to take off. One of those speeds is called V1. That's the takeoff decision speed. At that speed, even if you have a fire or other event, you continue the takeoff and deal with it in the air. Based on the video that I'm seeing, the airplane was past VR because it had then got to past V1 because it had gotten to VR, which is rotation speed. That's where the nose comes up off the ground. So the V1 precedes the VR. Based on the video we see, the aircraft was on fire. It rotated and continued into the air, which would be the procedure unless the flight crew knew that there was a problem before V1, which there's no indication at this point to say that they did or didn't either way. What I see from the videos that are a little bit grainy is this is a major fire on the left side of the airplane. I've dealt with in-flight fire cases on other airliners. The one that this reminds me the most of is the Concorde crash that I litigated years ago, where the fuel tank was on fire. Typically, the kind of fire that I've seen from the takeoff, the one video of the takeoff, this would be an uncontained type engine failure, meaning that it implicated other parts of the aircraft and was not just simply the engine on fire.
So it's your view that the aircraft was on fire, but even before it lifted off?
Well, based on the Instagram video that is posted that shows the airplane, what appears to be on takeoff, it looks like that's the case.
You know Louisville's weather here today. It's amazing. Very clear weather conditions, so we can just rule that out.
Right. The airplane only got to about 175 feet above ground. Based on the flight tracking websites that I'm seeing, I don't see anything that even shows that it had been picked up as in air yet.
We were told again by the FAA that this was a cargo plane, a 9-hour flight, and that's why there was so much fuel, which explains the huge explosion. Is that typically one of the longest flights you would have for a cargo plane without refueling?
Well, airplanes are getting longer and longer range. The MD-11, of course, is an older generation aircraft, and there are airplanes now, an Airbus A380, for example, or 787 that will fly significantly longer than an MD-11, but this airplane would have had approximately 280,000 pounds of fuel on it for this flight.
So we're talking about the shelter in places that's going off on our phones. The new shelter in place is now from the outer loop northbound to the Ohio River. Continue to shelter in place and avoid contact with the smoke from the incident near the airport. Lad, since that is coming out on our phones right now here at 7:16, can you talk about what's in the air here now? What is continuing to burn, and we're showing a live picture as you were speaking to us. Still a major inferno there at the crash site.
Well, it's now an hour later. Obviously, the black smoke is the fuel. This is going to be an incredibly hot fire. It's going to consume everything that is coming in contact with the fire. So not only the airplane and the fuel, but the fire is going to be extremely hot with that much fuel burning, and it's going to take a little bit to get it contained, and it's going to be burning the other areas around, but I'm sure that the first responders have a good perimeter set up, and we'll probably get it extinguished in the not-too-distant future.
Okay. So let's go back to what you were saying earlier. It caught my attention again. Major fire on the left side of the jet. This is from the videos that you've been viewing. Again, Lad Sanger is an aviation legal expert joining us live on the phone to give some insight into what he's been viewing here. Is it your opinion that it never got off the ground at all from the airport here? Again, it was lifting off north to the south on the west runway.
Well, we can see that in the video. I mean, in today's world, you have to. I'm assuming that this is, a correct video and is authentic. The airplane did become airborne. It was on fire as it was taking off. It cleared the blast fence at the end of the runway and then sunk and exploded shortly thereafter. From what I'm seeing on some of the research that I'm doing, it hit an maximum altitude of only 175 or 200 feet, which is low. And there's no reason that a three-engine jet, remember this is an MD-11, so it's rather unique, and it has the tail-mounted engine and then two wing engines.
So that's very surprising for you then that this type of cargo plane would catch fire like that on takeoff?
Yes. Jet engines are not supposed to catch fire like this on takeoff. This airplane, think of all of the airplanes today that are manufactured, most of them are twin-engine jets, your 737s, your 757s, 767s, 787, Airbus A320, Airbus A321. Very few 3- or 4-engine aircraft manufactured because these jet engines are so reliable. To have what appears to be an uncontained fire on the left-hand side of the aircraft is rare. And on this airplane, it still had presumably two good operating engines. So whatever happened to this airplane that caused it to crash was catastrophic. The flight crew probably had no ability to do anything once this had progressed to the point that they were in the air.
Can you explain the amount of fuel on board? We're being told 280,000 pounds of fuel, and talk more about that and what that would be the equivalent to.
Well, it would be, let's see, so fuel weighs approximately 6.7 pounds per gallon. So if you take the 280,000 and divide it by 6.7, you come up with how many gallons. You've got three engines. You've got to have a reserve. You're going to Hawaii where you're in an island area. So there is a tremendous amount of fuel. We can do the calculations here right quick. 280,000.
Lad, you've seen a lot of. Go ahead. You've seen a lot of aviation disaster.
40,000 gallons.
Okay. You've seen
so even conservatively, you're talking about several 18-wheeler tanker trucks.
Wow.
You've seen a lot of aviation disasters. At this point, or so early on, where does this rank in your mind?
It's a horrendous tragedy. when I see these, it just breaks my heart. But it's a terrible tragedy. We don't know what kind of ground victims there are. That's going to be, yet to be determined. It could be days before we find that out. I look back to the Concorde crash I handled years ago because it had a catastrophic fire, crashed into that hotel, ground victims, obviously all the victims on board the airplane. So it's a terrible tragedy. It was a cargo flight, meaning that there weren't passengers on board. So if there is a ray of hope, it's that, there weren't 300 other people on board this airplane.
Based on the scenes you've been seeing, again, we are continuing to watch this fire burn with that amount of fuel in this aircraft. What's the firefighting effort going to be like from here on out? I mean, how long can we expect this to last into the evening hours, conservatively?
The Louisville airport they've got a great firefighting team there. They're prepared for aviation disasters. It's a major aviation hub. They've got specialized firefighting equipment. So I would think that they can get this fire tamped down within a couple hours, even though it is a lot of fuel and a horrific situation. It's close to the airport. There's a lot of resources there that they can push toward getting this extinguished.
How important are these trainings? We saw a disaster drill here just 2 weeks ago, Ladd, at the airport involving one of the airlines. Of course, they rotate which airlines volunteers to be a part of it, and they took over a large section of the airport with state, local, and federal authorities.
It's important because you have to coordinate all of the different responding agencies. The case in point here, this is an off-airport event, but you have specialized aircraft firefighting equipment with specialized trucks and gear and foam that are available at the airport, and the airport fire department needs to coordinate with the local fire department, with the state troopers, with the local police department to secure the scene and put out the fire. So just that level of coordination, the training exercises are great for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladd Sanger, an aviation legal expert, joining us here. And we are bringing in more experts who, of course, have connections to these agencies that investigate these crashes. As we just said, the lead investigation agency on this is going to be the NTSB.
Right, and we've got Greg Fife, a former NTSB investigator, hopefully also on the line. Greg, are you there? Can you hear us?
Okay, let's go over what Ladd just told us again. Aviation legal expert there, as he was viewing the video that is out there. He noticed a major fire on the left side of the jet. He said it appears to have just lifted off between 175 to 200 feet above the ground. Again, it was on fire at the time. This is a 3-engine jet, the MD-11. It has 2 wing engines and a tail-mounted engine. And as he just said, the Louisville Airport is well-known, well-renowned for its training, its safety record, and its firefighting efforts.
All right, and let's go back over what we know. 3 crew members on board this UPS cargo plane this all started around 5:15 today. Confirmed injuries now. We're being told SDF shut down. We are told there will be a 7:30 press conference with the governor. He is headed to Metro Hall, and hopefully we'll be getting some more information. Again, that's from the FAA right now.
Again, as Connie said, this information both coming from UPS and the FAA and Louisville Metro Police. The crash happening at 5:15. We first got a word from many of our viewers who were down in the area of I-65 about the enormous plume of smoke rising over the city. Once again, a shelter in place is now, the order is in place from the outer loop up to the Ohio River. At 5:24, that's when Louisville Metro Police first told us that there were injuries involved. Again, originally the shelter in place was 5 miles around the airport. Now it has been extended. And again, a crew of 3 on board as we have that here tonight.
And we're taking a look there, and it just, wow, the fire that is behind that smoke that you can see there, Doug, the smoke just keeps getting taller and taller, and the fire just seems to be extended. It was such a long line of fire and smoke when the plane was departing, and then what seemed to be some kind of explosion and crash. It was just pretty unbelievable how long it was at the beginning.
And we also have a statement coming in from Morgan McGarvey here just a little while ago. Morgan McGarvey saying the horrific reports that a UPS flight crashed during takeoff at our airport. Tonight our community was rocked by a devastating plane crash at the Louisville airport. Morgan McGarvey going on to say, my heart breaks for the pilots, crew, and their families, and I'm praying for everyone impacted. I'm grateful for the bravery of our first responders as they continued their work throughout the night tonight to respond quickly and heroically to this horrific incident. We still don't have complete details of how this tragedy occurred, but I've spoken with the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board and will continue to stay in contact with state, local, and federal authorities to get answers and what we can do to help all of those affected. That's from Congressman Morgan McGarvey of Louisville here tonight. Once again, we have different news conferences expected. The Louisville Airport has confirmed that their news conference is coming up at about 8:15 tonight.
Absolutely. And before that, the governor, though, hopefully will be getting information from all the sources. That's at 7:30 at Metro Hall. So we're just a few minutes away. That's about 2 minutes away now, 7:28, from the governor, hopefully giving us more information on what has happened tonight, a very tragic situation.
We should say we had a live interview with Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg on our newscast just about an hour ago. The mayor was out of town traveling on a trip, and he told us here live on the air that he is on the way back to Louisville, as of course this scene will play out over the next several days this week.
Yeah, and he's still trying to figure out resources, like what he needs. We don't know if we have enough firefighters, police, and EMS on that scene. It is so big. Do we have enough, and who will need to be coming back in to help?
Here's the mayor's statement. It's an incredible tragedy that our community will never forget. From Mayor Craig Greenberg here this evening, who was also the first to tell us how much fuel was on this fully loaded jet. And the mayor going on to say, we are so thankful for our brave first responders who have flooded the scene to help try and control the fire and provide support for any victims on the ground.
All right. Well, again, we are getting ready for Governor Andy Beshear, who has made his way to Louisville tonight to address people in the Commonwealth, not just here in Louisville, but there are so many people that are worried about who have friends, loved ones at UPS, people that were at the airport. Everyone is wanting to know what's going on. That, you know, the scenes of what is happening is being watched around the country and really around the world, Doug, right now. Right.
We've never really had modern day aircraft disaster here in our community. We've been very fortunate.
Right.
And that goes to show the constant training and the planning and the safety of our airport.
Absolutely. I don't ever remember in my history here of ever covering anything like this. Certainly a tragic event.
And we have a military presence there, you know, the C-130s fly in and out here of Louisville. And now we want to join
Greg Fife.
Greg Fife, with, who used to be with the NTSB.
Yes, former investigator with the NTSB. Hi, Greg. Can you hear us?
Hi. Sorry to be on the air with you under these circumstances.
Yeah, a very tragic situation. Greg, from what you've been able to see, where are you, first of all? What part of the country
are you in?
I'm
in Colorado. I just got back from a trip, and I'm heading actually to Arkansas tomorrow, and then Nashville 2 days from then. So
I'm sure you have seen a lot of the videos maybe that are out there. From what you've been able to look over, What's your view, if you have one, of what's happened here, and what are some of the early signs that you'd be looking for in this investigation?
Well, there are a lot of videos. There's one specific video that actually shows the airplane in the takeoff, the latter part of the takeoff sequence, where it looks like the nose has come off the ground. Couldn't really tell if the mains are off, but it's apparent that there was some sort of catastrophic loss of the left engine or something on the left side, presumably the left engine. And with that, the aircraft wasn't able, if it was a total loss of that engine, the aircraft being heavy since it was heading to Honolulu probably had anywhere from 30 to 35,000 gallons of fuel and then whatever cargo load. It's heavy, low, and slow. And when you lose an engine that late in the takeoff, it's very difficult to get the airplane airborne.
Greg, I'm going to take a pause here. We're, for the first time, showing the video recorded here of the actual. This is exactly what the other interview we just had explained. The jet taking off, they're trying to take off, its left side on fire, and then the explosion. This is a video of this jet crash happening here in Louisville. The aviation legal expert we interviewed said he believed the plane maybe got 175 feet to 200 feet off the ground.
Well, they're probably looking at some of the online, what's called ADSB, Automated Dependent Broadcast Surveillance, which basically is a better fidelity radar. But there's always some noise in that data, so you can't take that until the investigators actually get the actual data, not only from the flight data recorder off the aircraft, but any then ground-based ADSB data that'll come from the FAA. That'll give investigators the best fidelity to determine if, in fact, the airplane did get airborne and how high.
And Greg, you've probably seen the video as it's taking off, I take it. And so as we're looking at it now, the fire that's in the back of the plane when it first starts, would the crew have any chance of being able to, what would they know at that point when that fire first started?
Connie, that's going to be one of those questions that could be answered by the discussion of the crew members once the NTSB has recovered the cockpit voice recorder. That'll tell investigators, okay, the crew is aware that they just had an engine problem, an engine failure on the left side. They may not have understood or known the gravity of the situation because that engine sits so far back behind the cockpit. And unless you have a pilot who actually turns, almost 180 degrees to try and look out there, they may not have known that they had a catastrophic. All the engine instruments will tell them is that you had an engine problem or an engine failure, but it won't tell them. They probably got a fire warning as well, but they wouldn't have known the seriousness of that fire that you can see in the video.
You've investigated so many different types of plane crashes, Greg, with your time with the NTSB. How would a fire like this develop so quickly as the plane is just leaving the terminal there to take off?
Well, remember, they taxied out. Apparently everything was normal, and it was probably apparently normal or uneventful even through the initiation of the takeoff roll. But when you have those engines at maximum power for takeoff, that engine's working its hardest. So that means all of the stresses and strains on all the rotating components within that engine are under extreme loads. The core of that engine is spinning at around anywhere from 28 to maybe 32,000 revolutions per minute. So you have a lot of energy, a lot of torque, and of course a lot of stress on those component parts. So if you have a failed blade, because there is a series of blades, fan blades, and then turbine blades, and if you have a failed blade in there that then punctures a fuel line, all of a sudden now you will have a catastrophic explosion like this. We've seen this on other engines. We had a a 777 coming out of Denver about a year or so ago, where they lost the engine in flight, had a large fire. Fortunately, they were able to at least subdue the fire, get the airplane back on the ground. So when it happens at low altitude like that, especially during the takeoff where you have the maximum power, maximum fuel flows, you're going to get a large fire like that if it's an uncontained failure.
Greg, we are going to stick with you with some questions, but we want to let you know we're getting ready to go to the Kentucky governor at Louisville Metro Hall any minute now. Louisville Metro Emergency Services also putting out right now that they are continuing the shelter in place from the outer loop northbound to the Ohio River. They are telling people to avoid as best you can any smoke from the airport. Very serious situation, and they're asking you now to turn off any air intake systems as soon as possible, and that would be closing any windows on what has been a comfortable fall day here. A lot of people have windows open. Greg, I want to pick back up with you. The nature of the MD-11, can you talk to us about that with 2 engines on the wings and then 1 engine there on the tail?
The MD-11 is a bigger version of the old DC-10. When McDonnell Douglas, which then was purchased by Boeing, was trying to update the DC-10 for better fuel economy, better fuel range, and hauling more people, they stretched the DC-10. That is, they made it longer. They added winglets to it. They put additional fuel tanks on the airplane in the tail, so that they could get longer range out of it. And while it was in passenger service for, quite a while, it was never really the optimum airplane for servicing the needs of the airlines. Again, you got 3 engines. Well, then when airplanes like the 777 came out and a variety of other 2-engine large passenger-carrying jets, that really pushed the MD-11 out of service, but it became a very good cargo hauler, and that's why the FedExes, the UPSs, these cargo haulers are using the airplane because they were converted. They can handle big, large cargo containers, and they can carry quite a bit of cargo. So it's always been in service really for the last maybe 10 years now. As really a working airplane for the cargo haulers.
The fire is still burning. So how is that going to complicate this investigation? I mean, we've been talking about the amazing number of the pounds of fuel on board. This plane was fully loaded for a 9-hour flight, and they still haven't been able to get the fire out yet, Greg.
Yeah, that's and a lot of that. The fires, because of where the airplane crashed, I think some of that was probably some in industrial areas and buildings and that kind of thing. So once the fuel from the aircraft was dispensed out of the wing during the impact sequence, now you've set structures on fire. So while parts of the airplane may have or are being consumed while these fires are still burning. That makes
Greg,
it difficult for investigators.
Thank you so much. We're going to jump back with you. We need to go to Metro Hall, where Governor Andy Beshear is holding a press conference right now.
Right.
He's walking out. Let's go to that.
Our first news conference of the evening.
Please join us, Representative. Good. Well, good evening, everyone. Tonight you're going to hear from myself, Julie Carr with the Mayor's Office, Jody, the Director of Emergency Management for Louisville, your Police Chief, Fire Chief O'Neill. You're going to hear from your State Senator, Katara Herron. Representative Lisa Wilner, Councilwoman, is also going to join us. We also have representatives from Congressman Morgan McGarvey's office, Senator Paul's office. You have Chief Grimes from Louisville Airport Police, the U.S. Attorney's Office, MSD, KSP, Kentucky Emergency Management, Kentucky Homeland Security, and a number of others, because this is an all-hands-on-deck response. and everyone's contributions are appreciated and will be recognized. At approximately 5:14 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, UPS Flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu, Hawaii, an MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in a catastrophic crash here in Louisville adjacent to our airport. UPS will be releasing more facts as available. The National Transportation Safety Board will be in charge of the investigation and will be on the scene shortly. They will be the primary source of the investigation as it continues in the days and in the weeks ahead. I can confirm that there was no specifically hazardous cargo on board of the plane that would create an environmental issue for those around the site, but the impact and where it impacted could create those types of situations. So please, if there is a shelter in place, follow it. Other agencies involved that are at the scene or available: the Kentucky National Guard, Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, the Louisville Fire Department, the Lexington Fire Department, the Bardstown Fire Department, the Shepherdsville Fire Department, Louisville Emergency Management, the Fern Creek Fire Department, Pleasure Ridge Park Fire Department, Fairdale Fire Department, Anchorage Middletown Fire Department, Jeffersontown Fire Department, Airport Police Department, Louisville Metro Police, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, St. Matthews Police Department, Shively Police Department, KSP, Louisville Metro EMS, MSD, Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Emergency Management. Again, we have virtually every single fire, police, and emergency response group that is responding right now to what you're seeing. At this time, we've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. So I believe that number is going to get larger. We have at least 11 injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger. There is a victim family reunification center being set up at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy. That is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Victim services personnel will be on site and on location for anyone who needs information. The United Way is also offering shelter to anybody that's been impacted. You can call them at 502-376-6617. Updates on the operation of the Louisville International Airport will be shared after we're completed here around 8:15 via press conference with Louisville Emergency Management. Right now, we believe that the main area hit consisted of 2 businesses, though we know there were more businesses impacted. The first is Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. We are seeking more information, but it looks like they were hit pretty directly. The second is Grade A Auto Parts. Grade A has been in contact. They've accounted for all of their employees but 2, but they do not know how many other individuals, customers, or others could have been on site at the time. Because of the nature of these facilities, it may be some time before we can account for everyone or know that no one else was on the grounds. They're going to provide us with descriptions of the 2 missing employees soon. Again, there's no direct information about non-employees who were there at the time. The radius for the shelter in place has been adjusted. It is now anything north of the airport to the Ohio River. That includes, without limitation, South Louisville, Old Louisville, and downtown. LG&E had some equipment that has been damaged, but they're reporting no major outages at the time. They may, for safety purposes, have to have some outages. Please understand that if that's done, that's to protect you and the people working on it. I've been in direct contact with the CEO of Ford Motor Company. I can tell you that the Ford plant there was not hit, though it has lost power or did lose power for a period of time, but with the number of employees working there, that's a blessing. I've also been in touch with the head of security for the convention center, and everyone is sheltering in place that is there. They have stopped people coming in for the upcoming events for people's safety, and I know they'll be sending out additional information. Anybody who has seen the images in the video know how violent this crash is. And there are a lot of families that are going to be waiting and wondering for a period of time. We're going to try to get them that information as fast as we can, but if this is a family you know, please give them your support. Please give them your prayers. Please give them your love and be with them, because the toughest moments, and I can say it from personal experience, are when you're wondering whether that person that you know and you care about has survived something like this. We do not, at the moment, have the status of the crew. Watching that video, I think we're all very, very worried about them. I'm going to turn it over now to Julie Carr with the mayor's office. Let me say I've talked to the mayor 6 times since this has happened. He was out of town, which was completely scheduled. He is moving heaven and earth to be back, and he will be back. And from somebody who has been out of town when some of these things happened, let me tell you, he is completely and fully on top of it, in communication, and his crew behind me is responding as well as I've seen any group do. And trust me, I've sadly seen a lot of disasters, whether like this or through weather. So I'll turn it over to Julie Carr.
I'm Deputy Mayor Julie Carr. First and foremost, Mayor Greenberg has been in constant contact with those on the ground, emergency operations, Governor Beshear, and our federal partners. And he would like me to express that he and Rachel have the victims of today's crash in their hearts and prayers. He is asking the entire city of Louisville to join them in praying for the victims, their families, and our first responders, who bravely rushed to the scene to save people and are still actively working to put the fire out. Our hearts are with those affected by this tragic incident. The mayor's office is working closely with first responders, federal authorities, and emergency management teams to respond and secure the area. The mayor is traveling and is expected to be back in Louisville before 9 p.m. He will be here to update our city as more information becomes available. I'm now going to ask Jody Myman, Executive Director of Emergency Services, to give more of an update.
All right, we're going to hear from Jody in a second. I also have a statement from Representative Morgan McGarvey, who is in Washington, D.C. He says, tonight our community was rocked by a devastating plane crash at the Louisville airport. Representative McGarvey says, my heart breaks for the pilots, crew, and their families, and he's praying for everyone impacted. He's grateful for the bravery of our first responders as they continue their work throughout the night to respond quickly and heroically to this horrific incident. We still do not have complete details on how this tragedy occurred, but I've spoken with the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board and will continue to stay in contact with state, local, and federal authorities to get answers and do what we can to help all those affected. And I know your emergency management director is going to say the same thing, but the thing I left out is do not go to the crash site. You will put people in danger. You will put yourself in danger. There may be people that still need to be rescued. Do not be the reason that the first responders cannot get to them. There are still dangerous things that are flammable, that are potentially explosive at the site. Chief O'Neill was filling me in on that. All of his people and everybody else there are currently safe, but they are trained. The general public is not. So do not go to the site. Director?
Thank you, Governor. So we provided and are assisting currently with on-scene coordination between all the agencies. And initially, obviously everybody can see how big this site actually is. You're not only dealing with the aircraft itself, but you're dealing with several businesses that were affected. Some of those businesses have some issues and some hazards on them that we have to address as well. So establishing that incident management team and that initial unified command between all the agencies that you see standing behind me, as well as the ones that are on site. The Okolona Fire Department was the initial local fire department that was dispatched, and then the city of Louisville was dispatched very recently after that, after multiple calls started coming into our 911 center. But there's 3 phases of this response. It's life safety, it's incident stabilization, and it's property conservation. And we're still in the life safety step in that process. And what I mean by that is we're still going door to door in the area to make sure that every business, every facility, and there's a couple private residences. Everybody's accounted for, and everybody has evacuated that immediate area. Our shelter in place, we initially did that at a 5-mile radius because the wind was doing some things and pushing the smoke in different areas, and as hot as the fire was, it was kind of creating its own atmosphere and doing really what it wanted to do. So we're working to narrow that. You heard the governor already say that we've narrowed it a little bit, and we hope in the next couple of hours to narrow that as a little bit more. We started to provide initial air monitoring, very close and immediate on site. We continue that air monitoring now. We've got the 41st CST that's on site that's providing that, and they're also providing us some plume modeling that will give us the opportunity, again, a little bit later in the shortcoming to be able to narrow that as well. Like the governor said, stay away from the area. You know, there's a lot of emergency response agencies there, not only from Jefferson County, but our surrounding counties. I can't thank the response enough. You know, but again, we're still in that life safety phase. Instant stabilization, they're doing that at the same time. Like I said, it's a very large area that's been affected by this, and they have to narrow that down and start to go into that area to make sure that they can identify all the future hazards that can present themselves during this emergency. The area that we've got isolated as far as traffic has been done by Louisville Metro Police and our Sheriff's Office. Again, so, you know, take a look at those, and please stay out of that. Please stay out of that area so it helps with our life safety and our incident stabilization. We'll continue this as long as we can. They have been able to make some headway on the fire to start to get in there. There were several explosions initially from the site itself, just by some of the hazards that were created by the facilities that it impacted. Like I said, we'll be on site. We'll provide more information as we get it through the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Humphrey, Chief of Police, Louisville Metro Police. I will reiterate what the governor and Director Myman said. Please avoid the area and allow first responders to do the work to rescue, recover, and stabilize that scene. I will also say that in the meantime, before we can have a more formal update, please direct all of your attention to the social media of Louisville Emergency Management for any real-time updates. We will have a Family Reunification Center set up at the Louisville Metro Police Academy at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. There we'll have our Victim Services Unit that will be able to help any families get in contact with anyone they need. Again, please stay away from the area. Allow those first responders to do their job to make sure that that scene is as safe as possible. This will be an ongoing active scene for the next several days. We don't know how long it's going to take to render that scene safe for the investigation to take place. The NTSB will be the lead in the investigation, so as of right now, we will not be able to answer any questions related to the cause of this crash until the NTSB is able to give us more information. And with that, I will turn it over to the Senator.
Good evening, Chief Brian O'Neill, Louisville Fire Department. I want to reiterate, this happened in Okolona, and so I want to make sure we give credit to the fact that the Okolona Fire Department first on the scene, took command of the scene, and so we are there in support to help them and we've got units from the rest of the Jefferson County Fire Departments there, as well as surrounding counties. Obviously, the Airport Fire Department is a huge factor in this as well. We've also received assistance from some of the industry around here that has firefighting foam. That is absolutely necessary. As you heard, this was a UPS plane that was taking off, getting ready to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. So we're talking about over 250,000 gallons of jet fuel that was on that plane. So we're talking about a very, very dangerous situation. The area that's affected on Grade Lane at Melton, and it's about a city block wide. You've got fuel recycling storage and some bulk fuel storage that's right there. You also have the auto parts area. There's a lot of issues that are going on with being able to surround and try to contain this fire. When I left the scene about 40 minutes ago, crews there were doing an amazing job. Again, all credit to the firefighters on the scene. They are doing incredible work, and they are containing this fire. Basically, you have to surround it. Where I was with some of our crews was on the north and west side, and you've got Okolona and other people that were leading the charge on that south side to try to just bring it in and bring it in and bring it in. But as I said, we're dealing with not only the initial fuel spill, but all the additional that was on site there. So it's going to be a little while. I've got to reiterate, I know you're going to be tired of hearing this, but you're going to keep hearing it. Try to be patient. Listen to emergency management for any updates. I know you might be eager to try to call, to try to find out what's going on. I promise you, people are busy, people are working, they're doing everything they can to keep you safe. I want to address really quick the rest of the city. We have called in one of our off shifts. We have 3 different platoons of firefighters, so we've got off shift firefighters to staff to back up. So rest assured, the entire city is still protected and still covered with plenty of fire safety, even though we have so many units that are down there south of the airport. So if there's any need for any other emergencies, you are covered, you are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I am State Senator Keturah Herron, and I represent the 35th Senate District. And on behalf of the Kentucky Senate General Assembly, I want to acknowledge how jarring it is for the residents of Louisville and the surrounding areas to watch this tragedy hit so close to home, to happen in a place where many of us frequent on a regular basis, that many of us watch our family members and loved ones pass through on a regular basis. And to have to process this information and to know that there's been loss of lives, it's very hurtful. And my thoughts and prayers go out to the families that we know have been impacted, to the surrounding neighborhoods and communities. And I just want to urge our residents, as it's already been said, to be patient, to stay away from the scene, and to come together at this time of this tragedy. And I want to, again, thank the first responders, the ones that are still there on the scene, and we will make sure that we keep you all updated with additional information. And I will turn it over to Representative Lisa Wilner.
I'm State Representative Lisa Wilner, representing House District 35, which goes all around the airport. This is a sad and heavy occasion. I am filled with gratitude and respect for the work of our first responders, for their courage, for their training, for their teamwork, for their bringing so many different units together on such short notice. I'm grateful to our governor for getting here so fast from Frankfurt. I just, my heart is with the families, all the community members who work for UPS, the folks who work at the airport and are there every day and are already under so much strain because of the government shutdown. This is a time for us as a community to come together. Once again, I am so proud to be a Louisvillian. We are a city of compassion. We are a city of love. I just want to ask that we keep one another in our prayers and our thoughts, that we extend kindness at every opportunity, and that we really use this opportunity to look out for our neighbors and to take care of ourselves and one another.
Okay, my name is Betsy Rui, and I represent Metro Council District 21, and the airport is in the heart of my district. And first, I would like to thank all the leadership of the first responders behind us and all the first responders out there in the field. This is what you all train for. I'm sad that we have to actually use all your training, but I'm glad that you have it. And my heart goes out to everybody at UPS, because this is a UPS town. My cousin's a UPS pilot. My aide's tennis partner is a UPS pilot. The intern in my office works overnight at UPS to pay for college. We all know somebody who works at UPS, and they're all texting their friends, their family, trying to make sure everyone is safe. Sadly, some of those texts are probably going to go unanswered. My heart goes out to those families and those friends. And thank you.
I want to acknowledge we also have our FBI special agent in charge with us today. Are grateful for her participation. With that, I'll open it up to questions, but a couple of things. I'm not going to speculate about the cause. That's for the NTSB to determine, and do not want to interfere in that in any way. And the other thing I'd say is we'll get more information on the numbers of fatalities. We'll get more information on the number of injuries. Know that information is fluid. I would tell you, after the tornado in Mayfield, I was standing outside of a factory where I was sure 100 people were dead. And we ended up only losing 13, and that's a lot of people. But pray. It works. It helps. Let's pray that the number of Kentuckians or any other folks that we lost stays as low as possible. With that, if you have questions, I'll do my best. I don't believe, yeah.
So we do not know of anybody that are trapped, but the units on scene, as I said, we're trying to surround and contain that. As we move in, we are searching every building, every area, and like Director Myman mentioned, all the buildings that are outside of that immediate hazard zone are being searched as well to make sure that those are clear and safe.
If you see the live images that thankfully emergency management can get, you see these heroic firefighters moving from building to building to building as fast as they can, because if somebody's trapped, they're going to get to them. Yeah.
Yeah, so right now it's from the airport, basically from the airport or right around the outer loop area, north. If you live in Jefferson County and you're in that, I know that's a circle that's on the screen up there behind you guys, but we're thinking anybody north of that, we hope to be able to narrow that down as accurate plume modeling is taking place, and it should be done now. So we may be able to reduce that even more, that footprint even more here just in the next couple of hours. Right now, that's it. The smoke, for the most part, is going up into the atmosphere and going north. We've also been in touch with our partners from Clark County, Indiana, because some of the smoke is going towards them as well. So they're making decisions. So if you live on the other side of the river, please make sure that you're paying attention. If there is any notifications that are going out over there, make sure you're paying attention to those as well.
And there's a lot of numbers we're getting from the fire chief. I think he said 220,000 gallons. It's 220,000 pounds, which is about 38,000 gallons. So he remembered those numbers a lot better than I would without them written down. All right, anybody else? Yeah. We have not received information we can confirm on their status. From the videos that I've seen, I'm very concerned for them. But again, I'm still praying. Because I've seen people make it out of things in these last 6 years that I didn't think were possible. We'll have more information soon, and we'll also want to make sure before we confirm anyone specific is deceased that we've talked to their family, who deserve to hear that information first. Yeah, we'll get that information out. Depending on how much news there is, we may be able to get it out on social media or release directly, but we'll work with our news partners, knowing that this is information that people want and need, and please direct any questions to us. But we don't currently have another one scheduled yet. We'd want to make sure we had enough information that came in to warrant it. So the airport is going to have their press conference here right when we're done, and are going to start addressing that. What I'd say, even with somebody who's supposed to have a flight here soon, is they should only do it when it's safe. And this is a great airport that I've used a lot. I trust their leadership, and I'll look forward to hearing what they have to say. All right, thank you all very much. And again, tough day for Louisville, tough day for Kentucky, tough day for this region. We are strong people. I've seen it time and time again, flooding, tornadoes, shootings. That's the last time I drove here this fast to make sure I got here. We've always banded together. We will again. Let's make sure before anything else, we put the families of those that are lost, the families of those that we're worried about first. They deserve it. Let's make sure we pray for them and we support them with everything we have. Thank you, Kentucky.
There you have it. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear speaking here in Louisville. That news conference coming to you from Louisville Metro Hall. The next news conference about 10 minutes away from the Louisville airport. And Connie, we learned a lot of new information. Again, the governor calling this certainly a catastrophic crash, at least 3 fatalities. 2 people still missing from a couple of businesses in the area. Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts have not accounted for all their employees. They're now learning how widespread this has become as this fire, the inferno, is still underway. The firefighting effort's still happening. Again, this plane crash happened at about 5:15 tonight.
He put it down right at 5:14. That time at Louisville International, and also said that there were 11 injuries known, but likely more people than 11 that were also injured, as well as 3 fatalities. He believes that will be larger, he said.
Some of those injuries significant. And a victim reunification, by the way, is underway in South Louisville at the LMPD Police Academy. It's 2911 Taylor Boulevard. That building is located right there at the Watterson and Taylor.
Right. And we want to go on over to Jose Alonso, who has been out at the airport looking over it at the scene of the plane crash and the fire. Jose, what's been happening out there while we've been listening to this news conference?
Connie, if I'm being honest, I live next to the airport myself, and I've never heard it so quiet out here before. Things are very stagnant. The only vehicles I'm seeing come through here are Ubers and Lyfts. At least that's what I'm seeing in the front of the vehicles, the Uber and Lyft signs. But still, just take a look here at the departure part of Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. There's not as much of a heavy police presence anymore, but I'm still not seeing people go in and out of those doors. So it still seems like it's a very not active situation here. And taking a look back.
Did we lose Jose there?
We lost Jose's live remote. Now, he has been at the airport showing us the inferno. He's on a parking garage there overlooking the terminal where the firefighting effort is still underway. As you heard the Metro Police Chief Paul Humphrey say, this is going to be days from now before they are able to get any kind of normalcy back in the area. We do want to go through more of what the governor said in his news conferences. We're waiting the news conference from the airport coming out about 8:15. He said 2 businesses were impacted. Again, they are called Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts. Again, 2 employees still reported missing. They have not been accounted for from Grade A Auto Parts.
The shelter in place was also expanded. Anything north of the airport to the Ohio River, the governor noted. He said LG&E said let people know that live in the area that you could have some outages, but understand that is necessary so they can get in there and take care of everyone. So, you know, be patient. If you do have outages, that's what's going on.
220,000 pounds of fuel on board. The governor says that breaks down to about 38,000 gallons of fuel. Again, this jet, this UPS cargo jet, lifting off to Honolulu at 5:15 tonight, barely got off of the ground, as we've been seeing the horrific video that was recorded there at the airport of the left side, according to one of our aviation experts, the left side of the plane on fire as it's lifting off. He watched it very closely and said it appears the plane barely gets 175 to 200 feet off the ground before exploding there at the end of the airport. This is Fern Valley Road, Grade Lane, the southern end of the airport. UPS confirming that they had a crew of 3 on board.
And the NTSB, by the way, will be in charge of this investigation. The governor saying no hazardous cargo was on that plane, and he's telling everyone that lives around there that you must shelter in place. He says it's there please follow it. Kentucky National Guard is there, Lexington and Louisville Fire, Kentucky Emergency Management. The governor said practically every emergency response crew is here in Louisville battling this.
I've been getting messages from friends here in town. Their family members are medics. They were all called in today, so it gives you an idea of what was going on as we were on the air covering this tragedy, a catastrophic tragedy for the city of Louisville and the airport, and of course the UPS community. I think the council member Betsy Rury said it best. This is a UPS town, has been for decades, and our hearts and prayers are certainly with everybody, those family members, the crew members, the pilots, the delivery drivers here, all who call Louisville home. Jose Alonso, again, we've brought him back. We now can join him at the airport because, Jose, you have a very important viewpoint to show us, and that's the firefighting effort that we heard the police chief and Joni Myman with Louisville Metro Emergency Management describing how it was still underway.
Yeah, Doug, I mean, we want to show you that right now, back in that same location. It's definitely dimmed down tremendously. I mean, we saw that flaming orange and red for more than 2 hours, but at this point, you really just see those tarmac lights, not necessarily any more of that red or orange flame back there anymore. So it seems like things have definitely dialed down, especially here on the tarmac, not seeing any flights in and out, not Southwest, not American Airlines, no airplanes on this tarmac at all. And photojournalist Aspen Hess is going to show you here on the right that UPS hangar that you always see when you're driving on the waterside. I always see it on my way to work every single day. That hangar completely closed. I'm always used to seeing that hangar open all the time. I can see that American flag in there. I usually see a cargo jet in there as well. But at this moment, it looks like it's closed operations all around here at the Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport. And again, the only vehicles we're really seeing, we're starting to see some more regular vehicles come around, but there are mainly Lyfts and Ubers. So still an eerie feeling out here, still feeling like everything's shut down as they're assessing everything at this moment. Doug, Connie?
So, Jose, those are just most likely passengers at the airport that are getting picked up because they're not going anywhere this evening, and those Lyft drivers coming in to pick them up, I guess, and take them out. Does it appear that a lot of folks have made their way out of the airport now?
From what we can see, in regards to the top part where people are dropped off so they can take their flight out, not seeing any action up there. But in regards to the bottom floor where arrivals are at, yes, I did see some people with their luggages looking frustrated out there, but also getting picked up by those rideshare cars as well. So I think that's the situation right now. If they do show up here, they're immediately going to just have to go back home instead. Doug, Connie?
Jose, thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, part of the news conference we just heard, and again, we hopefully we're a couple of minutes away from the latest briefing, from the first briefing from the Louisville airport. They were, the Louisville Metro Emergency Services Director saying they're still in the life safety phase. So that's where we still stand here at 8:15. This crash happening at 5:15. We learned a lot more at a news conference, the enormity of it in the area that it's encompassed, including more businesses. The Louisville Fire Chief is saying that they had called in key help from all across the community, including Lexington firefighters are here in Louisville now helping with this tragedy.
And the Emergency Management Director also saying, you know, at the beginning, multiple calls coming into 911. The Fire Chief saying Okolona, because it's in Okolona, they were first out there as well as Airport Fire right on the scene, and they wanted to give credit to them for being the first out there. They are also Emergency Management saying that they're going door to door in the area to make sure that everyone is accounted for and that they are told, make sure they know shelter in place. The governor says there is a shelter in place, follow it. So very important information there.
Okay, the airport news conference is delayed until 9. They are waiting for Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg to re-arrive back in Louisville. As you heard him in a live interview with us before 6 o'clock, he was out of town on business is rushing back in, and he'll be back in at 9 o'clock. Connie, Louisville Metro Police just sent this to the newsroom, which I think is critical to pass along. They are asking us to share this message with the community, and we invite you to spread it as best you can. Please do not go to local hospitals seeking loved ones. Hospitals are not equipped to handle family reunification during this type of emergency, and that's why Metro government has created the Family Reunification Area at the LMPD Training Center. That's at the Watterson and Taylor Boulevard. This location has been established to provide a safe and organized environment for connecting families with accurate information. And at the site, they have the American Red Cross, the LMPD Victims Services Unit, assisting with information and guidance. The Red Cross providing support and resources for families, and chaplains are there right now offering emotional and spiritual support during this difficult time. And this approach ensures families receive timely, accurate updates while reducing congestion and confusion at the hospitals. By the way, they've also released a UPS Family Assistance Hotline. I want to pass that number on a couple of times here. It's 1-800-631-0604. Again, the UPS Family Assistance Hotline has now been created, 1-800-631-0604.
All right, and with that, Doug, talking about where the victims' families can go, the governor asking that we all pray for the victims' families, anyone who's waiting to get word about their loved ones, and certainly such a tragic situation, our hearts go out to anyone who is waiting to hear about their family member, and also to our emergency responders who are out here battling this right now.
No question about it. I think we watched that news conference in Couture Heron here in Louisville. I got very emotional talking about the scene of people at the airport, the people driving by the airport, and the shock and the horror that we're all witnessing here today. Let's continue our coverage with our team of reporters as we are waiting for the next news conference, which now has been moved to 9 o'clock. Isaiah Kim Martinez has been in the area there. And Isaiah, where are you now, and what can you tell us here at the latest?
Well, Doug, we're just west of the airport. You can actually see kind of a good view of where you would normally arrive. So we're talking about the terminal.
I guess like the midship of us.
Yes, so it's not just night team handling it.
Yes, exactly.
Lights in the distance, essentially emergency vehicles that we've seen for quite a while now. We know that operations are pretty much at a standstill when it comes to SDF, when it comes to flights, when it comes to TSA. So everyone's just trying to wait. Remember, there are folks who are actively flying into Louisville and out of Louisville as this was all happening, or at least planned. So right now, of course, everyone's trying to figure out as of tomorrow morning when things will open back up. But first things first, of course, is trying to reunite those families, trying to get those families affected more information, those who are worried about their loved ones. And I do want to kind of paint a picture for you. This might not really show off very well here on my phone, but if you take a look at just what I'm looking at right here. So if I want to just kind of walk you through, so if I zoom out, this is just Apple Maps here, and you see the airport, that's in blue right there. And if you actually just go just south of it and zoom up, that grade A auto parts business is just south of the airport. So you could see presumably the other business is actually just up here, the petroleum recycling facility. It would essentially be in a straight line right by Stooges Bar and Grill. So you can see exactly what the governor was talking about when he called this a violent crash, a catastrophic crash, and one where he expects these injuries and potentially fatalities, both numbers, to go up. And you can see with two businesses taking a direct hit why that may be the case. Doug, Connie.
Isaiah,
thank you so much. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, by the way, posting on X heartbreaking images out of Kentucky tonight. Certainly, the rest of the nation is seeing all this and sending prayers, hopefully, this way as well.
And we are once again joined by a former NTSB investigator, Greg Feith, is joining us again. And Greg, you were with us before we had to go to one of the news conferences, and now you've heard, you may have heard what the governor has said here, that we have at least 3 fatalities. He does believe that number will grow, 11 injuries, some significant, and he believes that number will increase as well.
Yeah, when you have that type of accident, and with the businesses, especially warehouse type businesses where you employ a lot of people, yeah, you can expect, especially given that the accident happened during a workday. It's tragic, but yeah, I would agree with the governor that those numbers could escalate.
And Greg, the governor saying no hazardous cargo on the plane. Does that surprise you at all with what you saw in the video?
Well, hazardous is a very vanilla term sometimes, because if you're carrying computers with lithium batteries, that's considered hazardous. But they probably looked at the manifest. There's nothing in there that, kind of like a train when you have a spill of, hydrochloric acid or something to that effect. There's not that level of hazardous chemicals on this airplane or hazardous materials. So that's a good thing. I know that they had a shelter in place and they wanted everyone to close their windows and any system that would suck the air in from outside. That's out of an abundance because you still have toxic fumes from post-crash fire.
Greg, give me your thoughts on this NTSB investigation, the scope of it, the size of it, how long you think it's going to take once they are in Louisville, if they aren't already here in Louisville, considering the video we see of the plane actually crashing on takeoff?
Given the size of the debris field, Doug, that it's going to take a while. Just because the enormity of the debris field, trying to ferret out aircraft parts from other maybe vehicles and things like that. I did a cargo accident years ago where the cargo airplane, it was a large 4-engine transport that crashed in an auto salvage yard with 10,000 cars. So it took us better than a month to find aircraft parts and sift them from or separate them from auto parts. So the on-scene portion could be, very lengthy. And again, a lot of it could be burned, so it'll just be picked up.
Greg, are you still with us? Okay, it appears we may have lost Greg for just a minute. Maybe we can get him back in a few minutes.
He's been very helpful here through this entire tragedy. As we've been watching this was the scene earlier as our crews were heading to the airport. Again, this smoke plume was seen all across the community because of this clear day we had today. We were getting photographs from people all over different parts, miles and miles away from Louisville, seeing it. And then we have the video of the air crash, which we had an aviation expert on earlier point out early on. As he saw that video, major fire on the left side of the jet. He said it barely got 175 to 200 feet above the ground. So let's pick up with you, Greg. I've been wanting to ask your opinion about the video. We had an aviation legal expert on earlier. As you've seen it, the actual crash happening, the major fire on the left side of the jet barely got 175 to 200 feet above the ground. His estimate, barely becoming airborne. Give me your thoughts there early on as an investigator, what you were looking for when you see that scene.
Well, first of all, from early information I have, there's a lot of parts of that engine on the runway. So whatever took place during the takeoff roll with that left engine happened while the airplane was still on the ground during the latter stages of the takeoff run. Those parts are going to be extremely important to determine the sequence of failure of that left engine. Now, the problem with wing-mounted engines is the fact that when you have a catastrophic failure where you have uncontained parts, the fuel tanks sit in the wings because there's fuel lines that go from the wing tank through the pylon into the engine. Once you have that separation, or you have parts that have breached the fuel tank, now you have a massive fireball because you have fuel that's coming out of the tanks atomizing in the slipstream as the airplane's moving, and you have this large fireball like we see in that video. So it's going to be imperative that the investigators really put together a very good timeline as to what failed, when it failed, and what the crew may or may not have known about the failure, because we've seen this type of accident before where we've had either a catastrophic engine failure or, in this case, where if you have the majority of the engine separating from the aircraft. We had an accident like this with a DC-10 years ago coming out of Chicago, where right after takeoff, the left engine actually separated from the wing. And the airplane, because of the crew's action, they couldn't control the airplane, and it crashed shortly after takeoff coming out of Chicago O'Hare.
Greg, yes, I'm sorry, keep going.
Well, I was just going to say, so it's going to be very critical that that timeline is established, which they're going to use cockpit voice recorder, flight data recorder data, any witnesses, because as we've seen with the witness videos, there's always a camera somewhere. So there's a lot of security video that'll probably be available to the investigators, given that that is UPS's hub. So they're monitoring ramps and runways all the time. So all of that's going to be very critical in putting together a very well-developed scenario as to what failed, when it failed, and then how was it handled after the failure.
If you could, in your experience with other disasters like this, when we see this explosion and then how big the fire has gotten, you've seen the video, how long would you guess, if you would even guess, to how long it would take to put this out?
I think with what the fire departments, the first responders are able to do, we typically use foam when we're fighting aircraft fires, because that is the fastest way to put the fire out. Well, not all metro or metropolitan fire departments are equipped with that amount of foam to be able to put this out. So if they're fighting all of these little fires, these structure fires, that in and of itself is a science of putting out these structures, because the aircraft itself, once those wings opened up and the fuel was spewed out and atomized, that was the ignition to all of these other structures. And if you're talking large warehouses where they have combustible materials in it, this fire could burn for a day or two, if not longer.
Yeah, the fire chief even mentioned trying to locate more foam from some of these industrial businesses that are around there.
Yes, and a lot of the, at least with airport hangars, it's required that they have foam systems within the hangar. So if there is a aircraft fire in a hangar, the system will start to dump large amounts of foam to put the fire out. Some of these businesses may or may not have a similar system depending on what they may be storing in their warehouses.
Greg, in all the years you've investigated these crashes, the one thing we're dealing with in Louisville, of course, is this huge smoke plume. Have you seen anything like that before, where entire communities are being impacted miles and miles away from the focal point of the crash?
I've seen where we've had a catastrophic, like this cargo accident I did in California. There was a large smoke plume that drifted over the Sacramento. It didn't last very long because the fire was extinguished very quickly. But when you have a large, expansive wreckage area and debris field, and you have, of course, multiple structures on fire, this smoke plume is going to reside for a while. It's kind of like a wildland fire, where as long as you got something burning, it's just going to feed that smoke plume. Hopefully, the first responders will be able to get a handle on it over the next, probably, I would expect 12 hours, maybe 24 hours for sure. But if they have the support from other mutual aid departments, they could get this hopefully extinguished pretty quickly.
You've done this for quite a while, and you know that UPS's major world port is based here. What is the reputation of the Louisville airport as far as its safety and its emergency responses?
When you have a facility like Louisville or some of the other hub airports for the major cargo haulers and even passenger carriers, one, the facility is very well manned as far as resources. Two, they understand because this is a world hub for UPS, they are carrying cargo, which is different than passenger carrying airplanes from the sense that the cargo can be combustible. There's large amounts of it. They have to have at least the physical resources and assets to be able to handle any kind of accident that would happen on the airport property itself or in the immediate surrounding area off the airport. They've always had a good reputation. I know UPS very well, and safety is number one with them, because they are a large cargo operation. And of course, the airport, they have a very good working relationship. They have to have that for events like this, because again, one of the things that everybody is concerned with, especially when you have airports that are surrounded by either housing communities or industrial areas, is the potential for an event like this. Now, are they going to learn lessons from this? Most likely they will do a complete debrief once everything calms down and they can reflect back. They will probably make changes not only at the airport but in the surrounding communities with mutual aid, I would expect, because I've been part of those kinds of discussions where we've debriefed well after the event to see what worked, what didn't work, and how things can be improved.
Greg, thank you very much. I'd like you to join us again after the next briefing. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. We're going to hear from the Louisville Airport Authority, and the mayor of Louisville will have a news conference there. We appreciate your insight. Again, as Greg was talking to us, he broke some news here for you as far as this investigation, saying that he has learned that many parts of that engine are still on the runway. We want to pick up, and we've asked him about the safety of Louisville. You know, we've been here all our lives. We know that Louisville's airport has had an incredible safety record, but our focus team investigator, Travis Breeze, has actually been looking into that, especially its modern day aviation history. Travis?
Yes, ever since we got the official flight number and then could confirm what the type of aircraft was that was involved in this, as well as we knew that the location was the SDF airport. So I started looking at National Transportation Safety Board records for all available either major, serious, or fatal accidents at the Louisville airport. I went back to 1990, and I only found two that really stood out since 1990. One was a serious injury accident at SDF in 2010. However, it was with a Piper aircraft, which is very similar to a Cessna. The report said it only had 3 seats total in that aircraft, and it didn't indicate if anyone died in that crash. There was also, in 1990, a DC-9 aircraft landed at SDF, and it began shaking on the runway from a disabled landing gear, and there were 2 minor injuries in that. So the NTSB has very detailed records. I was just looking, you know, on the injuries side of it, you know, serious, major, and I was just, you know, scrolling until I found something that had injuries. And going back to 1990, at SDF, those were the only 2 that I found.
And of course, 1990 would be the beginning, the early stages of our airport expansion to expand for UPS. Did these records go back and specifically look at different airlines like UPS or its safety record?
Well, like I said, I just went by if it was denotated that there was accidents with it. And one of them looks like it was clearly a personal, you know, personal jet or something, or a personal aircraft that was involved in one. The DC-9 in 1990, I didn't get to see if there was an airline associated with that. But I also looked at the history of the MD-11 aircraft, which I don't know if we've shown a picture of it yet. You've probably seen it flying over Louisville. It's got a engine kind of in the tail. That's kind of kind of its call sign. So I also searched the NTSB records, filtered it by the MD-11 aircraft, McDonnell Douglas, which was purchased by Boeing. And there was one incident that I thought was noteworthy. In 2002, an MD-11 took off from Charlotte, North Carolina, and when it got to cruising altitude, the pilot noticed an engine fire. So just, I'm not going to draw any conclusions just based on this brief video we've been showing about how it started, but it could have been that, the engine that was on the wing could have been involved. So in 2002 in Charlotte, there was over 200 people on an MD-11 aircraft that was going from Charlotte to Portland. When they got to cruising altitude, they noticed a engine fire and they had to return to Charlotte, and that was on an MD-11. There was also an incident involving an MD-11 hitting a de-icing vehicle on the runway in Memphis. So that's going back to 2002. Those are the only 2 incidents involving an MD-11 that I found. So it does look somewhat rare for an MD-11 to be involved in a crash. But like Greg said, the fact that I think makes this so different than anything I just looked at here is that if he's saying that there's pieces of the engine on the runway, then that just makes this so different than any type of other thing I could have seen in these records. Because if that's true, then it then goes to, when did they notice this? Was there a discussion about, can we take off? And I'm sure those are the questions.
That's right. Of course, he's a former investigator with the NTSB, which is the lead investigative agency on this. Thank you very much, Travis. And we want to join here live by Congressman Morgan McGarvey, of course, a Louisville native. And Morgan, thank you very much for joining us. In your statement, you sort of referenced that you've been in contact with federal authorities. Is there anything new you can tell us that you've been learning at this hour?
Yeah, thanks so much, Doug. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. I'm in D.C. right now, but I'm not just watching the images on your all's coverage on this. I'm getting pictures from people living in Louisville and showing from their backyards or their driveways what's going on. I've talked several times with the NTSB tonight. I think it's important to note a few things. Number one, we don't know what happened. There's going to be a lot of speculation. And look, we've all seen the horrific video. We've seen some of these things on social media and other places. We don't know what happened yet. That's important. The NTSB is sending a full team here. I've talked to them about what that means. When they send a full team, you're talking about experts in everything from the wheels to the wings, to training to pilots. It is everything that is man-manufactured and environment that happens with an airplane as it's getting ready to take off. They're also sending in resources to help, I mean, our thoughts, our prayers, we go out to everyone impacted by this, but they partner with the Red Cross, they have services available, and they help the families who impacted with everything they can. So they are mobilized, they are on it, they are headed to Louisville, they're getting here quickly, but that doesn't mean we're going to get answers quickly. They're going to do a very thorough investigation.
Morgan, Connie Leonard here. So when you say a full team, from your understanding, does that usually happen when there are fatalities involved, as in this crash?
Yeah, I think when you have a crash that's one like this, of this size, of this scope, it's going to warrant a full team. And so, they've made that call already. They're sending in that full team, and and we're still focusing. We know that already it's a tragedy, but still a lot of efforts right now ongoing with the recovery. I mean, our first responders are doing an absolutely incredible job. We don't know the details yet, other than this is tragic. It's awful, and we've got people working really hard to do the best they can.
Morgan, we hear so much about the ongoing government shutdown affecting different agencies. Do you anticipate that the shutdown would impact this investigation at all, or is it impacting the NTSB? Is it one of those agencies that's been exempt from this?
That's actually a great question, Doug, and certainly it's a question we're going to be asking as this goes on tonight, and talking with the chair, talking with the lead investigator, the board member in charge of this team. They're mobilizing a full team here tonight. And so, that is, they're doing their best. I don't know at this stage what impact it has, but we will be asking all questions in the hours and days ahead.
And can you tell us, when did you hear about what was going on here in your hometown? Tell us how you got the news and where you got that news.
Yeah, I actually got the news from friends and family who looked up in the air and saw smoke and got the text of saying, hey, something's happening in Louisville. And then, of course, not long after that, the reports started coming in, and we were in touch with it. I've talked to the governor, I've talked to the mayor, I've talked to the police chief, the fire chief. We're working with everybody here, whether it's NTSB or even in the administration, trying to mobilize as many resources together. And I mean, as awful as this is awful. And again, I mean, this is one where our prayers have to continue going out to everyone impacted by this. But it's also, this is when you see the best in people too. And you're seeing that from a lot of really great first responders and public servants.
Right.
Morgan, I remember you landing at our airport during the Old National Bank mass shooting. You came directly here to WHAS to talk to the community.
Yeah.
Your message tonight, and also, will you be coming to Louisville to try to oversee or monitor the federal investigation?
Absolutely, and we're trying to get on the first flight there. Right now, as you can imagine, flights into Louisville are a little bit chaotic.
Our airport's shut down.
Yeah, we do expect the airport to open back up, but the flights into Louisville tonight have been canceled, and the flights into Lexington, Cincinnati are really delayed. I don't know that they'll take off tonight either. Yeah, I mean, this is one where, look, it doesn't matter what title or whatever you have. I'm a lifelong Louisvillian. We love our community. We love our neighbors. We have pride in the fact that we're the UPS World Hub. When those first vaccines rolled off, right, and were delivered right here from Louisville, from UPS, that's something that's a source of pride for us. And so this is personal. I mean, my heart breaks for everybody. It's Louisville. We're 1 degree of separation from everybody. And so, the chances are, if you're Louisvillian, you're going to know somebody whose life has been changed by this. Or if you don't know them, you're going to know somebody who does. And so this is one where we got to check on our neighbors. We got to hold each other up. We got to lift each other up in prayer. We got to make sure that we're there for each other because this work is ongoing. The recovery efforts are ongoing. But even after that has started to dwindle, this is one that's I think it's going to hurt for a while.
Okay, Congressman Morgan McGarvey joining us live from Washington as he is getting ready to come back to Louisville, like a lot of our top leaders are, to keep an eye on this investigation. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And Doug, we were listening to the governor's press conference. Our Ian Hardwitt was also listening to everything the governor had to say. And so, Ian, I know you wanted to go back over some of the important things that the governor touched on tonight.
Absolutely, Connie. The most important thing the governor told us was that at least 3 people have died since this plane crash. 11 more people were injured. He said, the governor, Andy Beshear, that number is expected to rise. And he said that was a really troubling thing after Kentucky's dealt with so many tragedies over the last few years. As far as how the hospital is managing this, we were outside there earlier, photojournalist Jessica Farley and I. They went on a yellow alert. That means that they got the emergency room ready over there for a disaster situation, and that's absolutely what we're inside of right now. Again, Governor Andy Beshear saying that there were at least three people who died in the plane crash, with 11 more injured. There were 3 crew members on that UPS flight. We haven't heard any specific details on how those crew members are doing. So how do we get to the number of 14 people, where there were 2 businesses that were affected by all that jet fuel that caught on fire over there? You've got Kentucky Petroleum and Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts over there. That's what the governor told us in the press conference just within the past hour. That could explain some of why the numbers of injured and dead people are not larger than the number of crew actually on that flight. Here's what the governor had to say about those anxious families of people in that area earlier this evening.
But if this is a family you know, please give them your support. Please give them your prayers. Please give them your love and be with them, because the toughest moments, and I can say it from personal experience, are when you're wondering whether that person that you know and you care about has survived something like this. We do not, at the moment, have the status of the crew. Watching that video, I think we're all very, very worried about them.
The governor went on to say that UPS Flight 2976 did not have any hazardous cargo on board. The reason that the city had that 5-mile radius around the airport is that stay in place and make sure that you have your air conditioning turned off. That was because of those businesses that I talked about that the flames actually reached, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts over there. So there were no hazardous materials on board, but it's where that fire actually took hold that put us in that lockdown. Doug, Connie?
Thank you, Ian. And we should say that the shelter in place remains in effect.
Absolutely.
They have not lifted that. If you're just joining us, this is continuing coverage from WHAS 11. Also, we're on WHAS 11 Plus throughout the evening here. Next news conference is expected at 9 o'clock at the airport. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg coming back to the community. He was out and turning right back around to get back here.
Absolutely. Now, there were a lot of people at the airport when this happened, as well as on the highway, seeing the smoke as soon as this crash happened. And our Jose Alonso has been out at the airport. He's actually talking with someone who was inside the airport when this happened. Jose, what can you tell us?
Connie, what I could tell you is that she was actually in the airplane on the tarmac before having to go back into the airport to pick up her bag and then have her dad drive all the way from Mount Washington, come back here and pick her up specifically. And I wanted to show you, her name was Brooklyn Montague. She didn't want to go specifically on camera, but she was willing to talk to me about being on that airplane and on that tarmac for about 2 hours before she ended up seeing this. And she shared this video with me, seeing this happen, this plume of smoke pop up at her window. She can actually see those first responders moving back and forth, and that's exactly what she was seeing, the very beginning of that plume of smoke. She also shared this picture with me as well. But we're here at the arrival section of the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, where we are seeing others just like her that were on those airplanes come out and catch a ride either with rideshare or with family. But take a listen to what she had to say. Brooklyn, are you a Louisville resident?
I lived here for about 20 years and I live in Florida now.
Gotcha. Can you kind of tell me, what are you doing here at the airport right now? What's been going on with you?
I was trying to go back home to get back to work down in Orlando, Florida.
This day, did you anticipate anything like what you were seeing right now, getting the updates and everything, ever happening here at the Louisville airport?
No, everything was going great. I was the next plane to be taking off from the airport whenever the situation started happening. We kind of waited on the runway for a few minutes, and out of my window I saw a plume of smoke from what we now know of the UPS plane in front of us taking off.
Yeah, like you said, you're on the tarmac on your own plane ready to go, but then you see this plume of smoke. What's going through your head as you're looking out the window and seeing that?
I think we all were pretty confused in the moment, saying that we didn't know much at the time. We kind of just sat for a minute, and even when the pilots got on, they seemed to not have a lot of information for us either. Nothing was really known until maybe I'd say 30 minutes into it, when the news channels started rolling and the pilots kind of got back on as well, telling us what was happening around us.
Of course, this is a tragedy, but I'm used to flying out of here. Easy, no problems and stuff. Do you have any concerns of any future flights out of here?
No, I hope everyone involved is okay, and that Louisville can hopefully turn this around pretty fast, the airport.
You did tell me already, I'm going to ask again in a different way. Approximately how long did it take for you to, from the tarmac, seeing that plume of smoke, to getting your bag and now waiting for your dad to pick you up?
It's been about, from now, we were supposed to take off around 7:15. Or 6:15, excuse me. No, 5:15. I don't know anymore. So about 2 hours, 2.5 hours total for everything.
Gotcha. And just in general, how are you feeling?
A little worried, a little scared, but again, I just hope everyone involved is okay. And all my family was reaching out, so it's kind of an anxiety overload. But I'm glad to be getting out of here and going home.
Well, thank you so much for talking with us. I hope things get situated and hopefully you can make it home tomorrow.
Yeah.
I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Brooklyn, are you a Louisville resident?
I lived here for about 20 years and I live in Florida now.
Again, that was Brooklyn Montague, a longtime resident here around the Louisville, Kentucky area, now living in Florida, just trying to catch that flight, a Southwest flight, before that crash happened. Again, I showed you what was going on, what she saw from her airplane window, being on that tarmac for several hours before coming back into the airport to grab her luggage. And we actually did see her get picked up here just a few minutes ago by her father, so she's on her way out. But she did say that 65 was closed in some certain sections, so her dad was struggling to get around too, but ultimately he was able to get down here. And there's others just like her waiting with their bags out, waiting for those ride shares to come out here and help them out. You can actually see this family here on the very left packing it up at this moment. So we're going to stick around here and continue to talk to these individuals to see what experiences they endured while also going through this crazy news that we've been covering all day today. But until then, Doug, Connie, sending it back to you.
Jose, her family must have been super worried about her, especially since her plane was scheduled to take off right at the time
Right there.
that this crash happened.
That your video, her video showing you right in line, in line. And so explain, talk more about her and what those images she's able to show you there. Jose, can you, I mean, so many people are impacted this. We're getting ready to be 4 hours into this coverage coming up at 9:15 since the crash. We keep learning more and more stories about how this has expanded throughout the community.
Exactly. I mean, I'll just show it to you right here again since we have some time. Play this right here again. This is what Miss Montague was seeing outside of her window, those first responders, and then there it is, that large plume of smoke right there, right in front of her eyes and everything. And she says, you know, it's been frustrating, but at the same time, she was very understanding of this situation. Her mind and her thoughts are with all those families that are impacted just south here of that airport. And I'm sure everyone has that same mindset here. Again, we're here at the arrival section of SDF, where we're seeing these families get out of their airplane, get their luggage and back into vehicles to go to where they need to go. But it's still an eerie feeling here. I mean, I'm so used, I've flown out of here before. I'm used to seeing this busy and not really hearing the music that's playing right here in the background right now, but now we can clearly hear it. There's not much traffic going on, so this airport is currently shut down at this moment as they're still assessing everything. And I'm sure they'll give us updates, and our team's gonna be live there as well. Doug, Connie?
Jose, thank you. And this is, again, still a developing story. Nearly by minute, we're getting updates. This is an improving situation, at least for the air. Connie, Louisville Metro Emergency Management saying that the shelter in place has now been reduced to a 1 mile radius of the airport.
That's good
So
news.
again, this had stretched all the way to the Ohio River and into southern Indiana. They were telling people just a moment ago during that news conference in southern Indiana to be on alert there. But now things are improving as far as the plume of the smoke.
Yeah, and by the way, Fire Chief O'Neill was asked during the presser if he knew of anyone who was trapped. He did not, but he did talk about the search tonight. We want to listen into that if we can.
So we do not know of anybody that are trapped, but the units on scene, as I said, we're trying to surround and contain that. As we move in, we are searching every building, every area, and like Director Myman mentioned, all the buildings that are outside of that immediate hazard zone are being searched as well to make sure that those are clear and safe.
Okay, I want to also bring this out to us. The Jefferson County Public Schools have just emailed WHAS. Schools are closed tomorrow, and this is due to the necessary shelter-in-place ordered by the city following the tragic plane crash. JCPS going on to say that all schools will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, November 5th. They will operate like a snow day with no online instruction. This closure includes all extracurricular activities and athletics. And JCPS will check the air and water quality at all of our schools near the crash site. That from JCPS.
So
Schools
no
called
school
off tomorrow.
again for JCPS.
The growing scope of this tragedy here in Louisville tonight.
Yeah, and you're taking a look where we will hear from the mayor and other officials from the Louisville International Airport, Muhammad Ali. At 9 o'clock, we are expecting to have a press conference. That's going to happen then, and we'll get more detailed information. Many crews headed over there as that's getting ready to happen in just about 6 minutes, Doug.
And we are going to be taking you through some of the earlier recorded comments here coming up throughout our coverage as we wait for the 9 o'clock news conference. But I do want to go back to as well, Connie, some of the comments from the former NTSB investigator that we had here on live, who has of course covered so many tragedies. He making some news as he was talking to us, saying that he had been told that many parts of that engine were still on the runway, which you know, we've been showing you the video of the crash as it was happening, with the left side of the engine was on fire. And we also had an aviation legal expert tell us that it looked to him, as he studied the video over and over, a major fire on the left side of the jet. It doesn't appear that the jet even got off the ground 175 to 200 feet. So some of the early clues that the investigators are seeing as they watch that video.
Right, and again, just going back to some of the comments that the governor made, if folks are just joining us, he did tell us that there were 3 fatalities, but he does believe that number will be larger. Multiple people are injured. He said 11, he expects that to be more, and 2 people are unaccounted for. That's believed to be the folks at the buildings that were hit. Kentucky Petroleum Recycling was hit, and Grade A Auto Parts. All were accounted for, all employees were accounted for, except for 2 employees, Doug. Also for families that are trying to get information, there is a family reunification area also where they can get answers if they're waiting on word about their loved ones. That's at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. That's where the families can go. And UPS has also set up a family hotline.
That's right, and the number is on your screen. Take a look at the lower part of your screen, 1-800-631-0604, a unification hotline. More about what is being set up in South Louisville. It is at the LMPD training facility. That's at Taylor Boulevard and the Watterson Expressway. At that facility right now, the American Red Cross providing support and resources for families. The LMPD Victim Services Unit, which is assisting with information and guidance there. And they do have chaplains on site in South Louisville offering emotional and spiritual support, which of course is such a difficult time as we move along here. And we just got word that UPS has also stopped all its operations at the airport, which is to be expected.
At Worldport, right. And we talked about the governor's press conference a few minutes ago. He talked about what he knew at this time about the crash. I want to hear a little bit of that right now.
We've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. So I believe that number is going to get larger. We have at least 11 injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger.
Governor Andy Beshear there at the news conference at 7:30 tonight. Again, the next news conference coming up live, expected to be attended by Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, who was with us on live. He was out of town. He is now back in. I think we should also emphasize, Connie, some of what Morgan McGarvey just told us. We don't know really what happened. We've seen the incredible video, the shocking video that has been on your screens, but we don't really know the details. He has been in touch with federal authorities. Of course, being a congressman, he says the NTSB is sending a full team of experts here to investigate. The police chief, Paul Humphrey, said they expect this whole area to be closed for this investigation for a couple of days. The former NTSB investigator said he has seen crashes this big with this kind of scope where they've been on the scene at least for 30 days or more.
And he asked people, don't speculate.
We've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow.
All right, and that is, again, what we heard from the governor just a minute ago. Again, going back to the congressman talking about a full team from the NTSB will be here. A full team is wheels to wings, as he said it, training to pilots, sending in resources, and so we can find out what happened. Again, asking people not to speculate. He said this is really difficult for so many folks. This is his hometown, and everyone is affected by this. The governor asking all of us to pray for the families that are still waiting on word.
Yes, and we'll be doing that again, continuing throughout this long evening, as we've just learned that U of L has canceled classes on the U of L campus of being so close to our airport, as you know, and also Jefferson County Public Schools, no school tomorrow. They're also going to be testing the air and the water around any schools impacted near the crash site in South Louisville. Back to the former NTSB investigator we had, not only telling us that many parts of the engine are still on the runway, but he also pointed out to us that the fuel tanks in this aircraft fit actually in the wings, and this is an MD-11 where there are two engines on the wings, and then the other one is on the tail at the top of the aircraft or there in the back. He said the timeline is going to be imperative for investigators. That's what they're going to be looking for. What failed, when it failed. This is the video we're talking about. This is the video our experts have viewed, and what they're telling us is that the left side of the engine is on fire. This is the UPS jet trying to take off for Honolulu at about 5:15 today, and then it barely gets off the ground and explodes there at the end of the runway. This is the southern part of the airport at Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane. And the former NTSB investigator told us he would want to know, did a major part of the engine separate at any time, and when exactly did that happen?
He also said that we will find out what the crew knew when we find out information from the cockpit flight recorder, the data recorder, also security video from around the airport, the other businesses that are around there, and of course the airport has multiple cameras, so that will help in this investigation for the NTSB as well.
Yeah, the plane was fully loaded with grade A jet fuel, 220,000 pounds of fuel. As the governor said, that breaks out to 38,000 gallons of fuel. And that is what you have been seeing burning in the southern end of the airport there, as many times, as our former NTSB investigator said, they will use foam on these types of fires.
And the shelter in place, again, we learned that new is that it's gone down to about a mile radius from this accident, the crash. And the fire officials and emergency management did tell us that they are going door to door in the area to make sure everyone is accounted for and continues sheltering in place tonight. Also, LG&E, says that some folks might lose power. Just be patient. They're doing what they can, but they've got to get in there and do what they need to do. So there might be a loss of power.
UPS once again putting out a hotline for families, 1-800-631-0604. As we've heard it so many times, and you know this is a UPS town, a big community. You know people who work for UPS. You see them every day. You see their employees everywhere around our community. They've been a major presence here ever since airport expansion, and we expanded the runways for this company to land their big Worldport here. That was in the 90s. And they have since grown along with Louisville and have hired so many people. This stretches not only from the many pilots you see around the community, but to those who are on the streets delivering your packages. And so our hearts and prayers are out with them, as this community certainly will come together in this time of need and great tragedy at our airport. It is a catastrophic tragedy, as the governor described it tonight.
Again, Louisville's mayor out of town when this happened, he is making his way back. We will have a press conference in just a few minutes, but UPS just sent a statement over.
Here's some of what they're saying. We are terribly saddened by the accident tonight in Louisville. Again, this from UPS. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, home to our airline and thousands of UPSers, from Jim Mayer, who is based here in Louisville, the corporate communications there, going on to say, we are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of the accident and are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts. Okay.
All right, and just a minute ago, we were talking to Jose Alonso. There were a lot of folks at the airport today when this happened, waiting to go out or coming in from flights. Our Jose Alonso spoke with somebody who was there waiting on the tarmac, to go. She was supposed to depart right at 5:14 when this crash happened, actually saw the aftermath. Such a scary situation for folks that were at the airport today.
Not to mention the other flights trying to come in at about the same time, and then you have so many people on I-65. I mean, happening at about 5:15, major rush hour. And then we've been dealing with the large smoke plume, which even the former NTSB investigator we interviewed said that was rare in many of the crashes he had seen, which has been lasting with us for quite some time. But thankfully, just a few minutes ago, they knocked down the radius of that to 1 mile from the airport. At one point, it was 5 miles, and then it stretched all the way up to the Ohio River, including parts of southern Indiana.
And that passenger was saying also that they were trying to get updates from the pilots, but the pilots had no clue what was going on right away, and they were trying to get information so they could pass it along to people that were sitting in planes ready to leave.
So once again, we are moments away from another live news conference for you, as we have been on the air with you here since we went on the air with our newscast at 5 o'clock and then started seeing the reports on social media, people sending photographs, the plume of smoke immediate and then spread. We had people in far Oldham County saying they were seeing it there many miles away from Louisville.
Well, you're looking at the black smoke as emergency responders were coming in. Such a scary scene for anybody who's watching this happen. All right, let's go back over to listen to the passenger who was on the plane when this crash happened on another plane.
Everything was going great. I was the next plane to be taking off from the airport whenever the situation started happening. We kind of waited on the runway for a few minutes, and out of my window I saw a plume of smoke from what we now know of the UPS plane in front of us taking off.
Our Jose Alonso at the airport interviewing her, she was actually sitting on the tarmac waiting to go, and now everybody has left. Our airport is closed until further notice, and as we even talked to Congressman Morgan McGarvey, he's trying to get back into Louisville. Can't, as he pointed out. Things are also very busy now at Cincinnati and Lexington just because of the Louisville airport, which is a major airport, now closed for an indefinite period of time.
Also something the fire chief mentioned, he wanted everybody to know, all shift firefighters have been called in to protect the rest of the city. So if anyone is worried about a fire event elsewhere in the city, he said they have called everyone in, and so folks should not worry about that.
Connie,
the city is covered.
This just in from David MacArthur at U of L Hospital. Of course, U of L Hospital in downtown Louisville, our main trauma hospital. U of L Health has received 10 patients related to the crash at the airport. 2 are at U of L Health, U of L Hospital in the Burn Center in critical condition. 2 additional were treated with non-life-threatening injuries. 3 patients with non-life-threatening injuries treated at U of L Health's Mary and Elizabeth Hospital. 2 patients with non-life-threatening injuries treated at U of L Health South Hospital, and 1 patient with non-life-threatening injuries treated at U of L Health Jewish Hospital. No additional information is expected to be released from this evening, according to U of L Health here tonight. Again, I think here we have 2 are at U of L Health in the Burn Center in critical condition.
U of L Health is a level 1 trauma center. Very qualified folks over there for extreme cases like this, know what to do in this kind of emergency situation.
And they immediately went on alert and were waiting for patients to come.
Right.
I had people here in town who have people in the healthcare profession saying that their family members were called in. It didn't matter what hospital it was.
Jose Alonso is out at Louisville International Airport as we are getting ready for this press conference to start. Jose, what can you tell us?
Connie, yeah, we're currently inside the airport now, right next to baggage claim, and I just kind of want to show you what we're seeing. Again, it's a very, very empty building right now. I've never seen it like this in my entire time that I've flown out of SDF, but a very empty building. There's just a few individuals still here. It looks like they're either waiting for their ride or possibly for something else. But again, this is currently what we're seeing, just a very empty airport here. And we did speak with several individuals, like mentioned earlier, and we showed you earlier, Ms. Montague talking about how they were actually on planes. The lady I spoke with, several people actually, were on a Southwest plane right behind that UPS cargo jet. So they were telling me they were on the plane for quite a while before having to get down and then actually having to learn they had to get their bag and figure out their way either back to a hotel or back to their home or wherever they were staying as well. But take a listen back to that interview.
I think we all were pretty confused in the moment, saying that we didn't know much at the time. We kind of just sat for a minute, and even when the pilots got on, they seemed to not have like a lot of information for us either. Nothing was really known until maybe I'd say 30 minutes into it, when the news channels started rolling and the pilots kind of got back on as well, telling us what was happening around us.
And again, that was Ms. Montague that I was speaking with. She didn't want to be fully on camera, but was willing to share her story about having to go through this and everything. Again, she was on a Southwest plane before that UPS cargo jet ended up crashing, and she did share some images of seeing that smoke and that plume of smoke rise into the air at the very beginning stages. But again, bringing it back here to baggage claim, again, a very, very empty scene that we're seeing here. Possibly going to speak to more of these individuals here about what their journey has been like so far. But on the top of everyone's mind is they're just thinking about those individuals that were in that airplane or that have been impacted by this as well. But again, looking very calm here. Still haven't seen any planes on the tarmac, any jets in and out, any flights in or out, or anything like that. So it seems like it's going to stay like that here at SDF for quite a while. Doug,
Jose,
Connie?
have most of the employees then been sent home for the night?
As far as employees, I do see a few. I can actually have our photojournalist Aspen Hester zoom in a bit. There's still one lady there at the guest information desk. I did see a few other individuals as well, but not high in regards to staffing. So there's one lady there, there's another lady you can see walking right there as well. I've seen several people walk up to her and just ask her a few questions about, what they need to find out, whether it's their bag or, if they need help or anything. But I did learn that when it comes to those Southwest plane riders, that they actually got a voucher, and if needed to a place to stay, a voucher for a place to stay at a local hotel here, or just figuring out what their next flight's going to be, possibly tomorrow. Again, they don't know 100% if that'll be tomorrow, but from what Southwest has told them, it could possibly be tomorrow. So there's a lot of individuals here that are either from here or not from here and kind of stuck here in Louisville. But again, on the top of their minds is everyone involved in this situation. Reporting live at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, Jose Alonso with photojournalist Aspen Hester, WHAS 11, night team on your side. Doug, Connie.
Jose, thank you very much. Let's go live now to the airport, the second news conference of the evening, happening now.
Hurts for our friends and partners at UPS, and really all the first responders that are out there right now, and everybody else that is going to be impacted by this tragedy. So, I think I really, really appreciate the mutual aid response. We just practiced this probably less than a month ago. All the life-saving, the response that our partners at Mutual Aid provide is unbelievable. We actually have a ARF truck that came in from Lexington Bluegrass Airport, so we could get the airport open as well. So thanks to them as well. So this will go much better with the fact that we have great partners that are willing to respond to this. With that, I'm going to open it up turn it over to Officer Bevan to give some details.
Good evening. I'm Officer Jonathan Biven, the Public Information Officer here with the Louisville Airport. At 5:15, Louisville Airport Dispatch, an Alert 3 call regarding UPS flight number 2976, an MD-11 cargo plane that took off en route to Honolulu, Hawaii. Flight 2976 had a total number of 3 souls on board. Flight 2976 departed runway 17 right and went down 3 miles south of the airfield. I can confirm a total number of 4 fatalities and 11 injured that were transported to local hospitals at this time. These numbers can increase as the investigation continues with partnerships of local, state, and federal investigators. Here at the airport at this time, runway 1129 is open, and all departing flights have been canceled for tonight. We're asking anyone who is traveling out of SDF Airport tonight and tomorrow, they should contact their airline for flight status. We are also asking the public, if they were to find any debris in the area, to please avoid touching this debris and report the debris. As well, they can take photographs to the following website, which is louisvilleky.gov/emergency services. We are asking everyone to please follow the airport's X page at Fly Louisville for additional updates. We will not be providing any questions at this time as this investigation continues. I'm going to turn it over here.
Thank you, Jody Myman from the City of Louisville Emergency Management. Just a quick update from the one that we did earlier. We have reduced, due to a substantial amount of air monitoring in the area, we have reduced the footprint of the shelter in place to 1 mile. So that's good news, for the people that live outside of that. But we encourage people to still stay alert, to still monitor social media, and to sign up for our Lens Alert, our Louisville Emergency Notification System. We used initially with this the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, which we use, for dire emergencies such as what the city faced tonight. But as the night goes on, we will not use that outside of that 1 mile area. So we encourage people to sign up for Lens Alert. If it expands, we will issue that again. We will expand it as needed. And we're going to continue to send people downrange, even outside of that 1 mile, to make sure that they're not getting any kind of adverse readings. You may get an odor. There is an odor in the air, but right now, again, with particulate monitoring as well as air monitoring, they're not getting any adverse readings. So please make sure you sign up for our Lens Alert. Also, one of the things we did, again, set up a Family Assistance Center, 2911 Taylor Boulevard at Louisville Metro Police Training Center. And you can call the Family Assistance hotline if you have any questions or need any assistance. That number is 800-631-0604. That's 800-631-0604. Thank you.
We will have another press conference at 10:30. The mayor will be here for that one. I'm not sure we'll have a lot more information, but if we do have some updates, we'll provide it at that time. Again, 10:30, the mayor will be here. I also want to say thank you guys for getting the word out. It's really important that we get as much information out as we can about if you find debris, don't touch it, report it, and where the family area is. So thank you. We'll see you again at 10:30.
Can you take any questions?
No.
Is the pressure at 10 or 10:30? Because we're hearing from the air.
From the Louisville Airport, that live news conference there. Is he taking questions? Do we want to go back to that?
Yeah. Let's go back to it if we can. He's not taking questions.
Okay, that's the head of the Louisville Airport, or the regional authority.
Dan Mann.
Dan Mann. But we did get new information there from Jonathan Biven there of the Airport Police Authority there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Governor Andy Beshear said he did expect the number of dead to increase. It's now up to 4 fatalities and 11 injuries.
Right.
And all departing flights are canceled tonight. He's urging people to contact airline flight status. He said one of the runways is open, but again, the airport is closed as they continue to put that fire out.
Right, and he also asked that if you find debris from the crash, please don't touch it. He said take photos of it, report it, and you can do that and then send it to louky.gov/emergency services. But definitely don't touch it, but you need to report it. And you can also take photos of it.
So let's talk about the air monitoring. Jody Myman of Louisville Metro Emergency Services brought it up again. The shelter in place now down to 1 mile all around the airport in South Louisville. He said there is an odor in the air, but the air monitoring is not discovering any adverse readings at this moment. We're going to have another news conference from the mayor coming up at 10:30. But Connie, I do want to talk about our friends in southern Indiana for a bit here. The city of Jeffersonville issued a shelter in place from the Ohio River north to 10th Street and east along the Ohio River to the port of Indiana, large area in Jeffersonville. But the good news there, Clark County Emergency Management has air quality monitoring sensors deployed at several locations throughout the city of Jeffersonville, Indiana, and they report that currently there are no hazardous conditions being identified by those monitoring stations that are in place throughout the city. This is a precautionary measure only to ensure the health and safety of the residents. So that was about a couple of hours tonight, and now you have the good news from Jody Myman of Louisville that they have knocked the shelter in place down to about 1 mile.
And that's good news also because earlier this evening, when Jose Alonso, who has been out at the airport, he was talking about actually he and his photographer, they saw some ash actually coming out of the air, which you would think would be a little concerning as far as air quality is concerned. But it's good that apparently that's not going to be an issue, according to Jody Myman.
We also got a communication from our folks at ABC News who have been in touch with the NTSB, and those investigators are going to arrive here into Louisville tomorrow in full force. Again, they will start their investigation then, and they are planning to have news updates tomorrow here.
And again, we do want to mention that the new news coming out of that press conference was that there are 4 fatalities confirmed now, still 11 injured at this time. But again, in the governor's press conference, because of information he has gotten about those folks involved, he said he would anticipate more. He actually indicated fatalities, which may be the 4th one that we just heard about, and then more injuries. He would not be surprised if that number is higher.
And this has reached the attention of the federal government, and it did right away. The U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy putting out a note on social media saying heartbreaking images coming out of Kentucky tonight. Please join me in prayer for the Louisville community and the flight crew impacted by this horrific crash.
And with that, again, we want to mention that at the Police Training Center, 2911 Taylor Boulevard, that's where families can go to get word or get help, get information. Certainly can't even imagine what that might be like tonight.
And we want to pass along more of what Congressman Morgan McGarvey sent to us. Of course, he like many of our politicians, use our airport quite often, saying tonight our community was rocked by a devastating plane crash at the Louisville airport. My heart breaks for the pilots, crew, and their families, and I'm praying for everyone impacted. I'm grateful for the bravery of our first responders as they continue their work throughout the night. Tonight to respond quickly and heroically to this horrific incident. And Morgan telling us in an interview here that he, of course, has been involved and has been talking to the NTSB throughout this evening, this tragic evening, and he has been assured that they will send a full team and that this investigation would not be impacted by the ongoing government shutdown, which is impacting many other agencies.
And he was saying he's trying to get back here as well, but no flights coming into Louisville tonight, but even Lexington, he said it was very difficult to try to get into the Lexington airport even tonight because of how busy they are, I guess, because of what's happening down here.
So if you're just joining us here, we've been on the air with you since our evening newscast. We have not taken a break as this developed during our 5 o'clock news. And our plan is to bring you that live news conference coming up from the mayor. It'll be the first one we've heard from the mayor. He was out of town. He's now getting back to Louisville tonight. And he'll be able to certainly address the community outreach and what's next as we go into the next days. It's going to be a lengthy investigation, as the police chief even said. You're going to have investigators on the scene for days. It could be several weeks. Already we know the U of L has canceled classes tomorrow. JCPS, no school tomorrow.
Right.
Just some of the widening impacts of people who are impacted in the wake of this fatal crash at the Louisville airport. Our map, we've been showing you this since the plume of smoke appeared. Right about Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane, the UPS headquarters, the Worldport main buildings are right down there where we have labeled the word plane crash.
The fire chief, again, saying that he didn't know of anyone trapped. He talked about all the agencies involved, as well as Kentucky National Guard. Lexington Fire is down here helping our Louisville firefighters. KSP, Kentucky Emergency Management. The governor said practically every emergency response crew is here that can be here. And that's good to know. Fire chief also said that there is fire service for the rest of the city. They have called all staff in to make sure that shift firefighters have been called in to protect the rest of the city. Wanted people to know.
There's the update. Again, this coming from the news conference at the airport moments ago from Jonathan Biven with the police department there, the airport authority. Now 4 dead, 2 in critical condition. We learned that earlier. Also, multiple people hurt. Shelter in place now, 1 mile radius. The family reunification area is at the LMPD Training Center. They have chaplains available and others from the American Red Cross. That's at Taylor Boulevard and the Waterston Expressway.
When this all happened, the governor put a time right at 5:14. Also, we've heard 5:15, but he said 5:14. What happened then? Multiple calls coming into 911, he said. Also, the area where that crash went down, Great Lane at Melton, 2 businesses there, because that's auto parts, industrial area that we're talking about there. And those 2 businesses, the buildings hit. Kentucky Petroleum Recycling was hit, Grade A Auto Parts, and they accounted at Grade A Auto Parts for all but 2 employees at that time. But they were going door to door to businesses, homes in the area to make sure people were accounted for.
And those in businesses right down there in the area of Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane. And they pointed out that at Grade A Auto Parts, they have 2 missing employees that they have not accounted for. The governor was hoping to learn something soon. We have not heard word on that.
Right.
We certainly will pass that along once we do.
Right, and hopefully those folks are accounted for again. And I don't think it is a bad thing to mention this again, that the governor asked that we all pray for the victims' families, those folks who are waiting for word on their loved ones. And this is not only the crash, but people that may have been in those buildings. There may have been customers at some of those buildings. We don't know. And officials are still trying to find that information out, they said. So again, thinking of those folks, and they're in our thoughts and prayers for sure.
We have 2 representatives from Honolulu issuing a statement here tonight. We extend our deepest condolences and sincere aloha to the families and loved ones of those who lost their lives and to those who were injured in the tragic crash of UPS Flight 2976. It is our understanding that the plane was heading to Honolulu. As the chair and vice chair of the House Committee on Transportation, we remain committed to working closely with the Federal Aviation Administration and our state partners to ensure the continued safety of air transportation and uphold the highest standards of airline regulations. So more people weighing into this as the news is certainly spreading all across the world.
That McDonnell Douglas MD-11 flight, cargo plane, headed to Honolulu International. It was going to be a 9-hour flight. That's why there was so much fuel on board that plane. And we don't know why it was headed that way. Our Reed Yaden, who's a pilot, also thought that might be business related, but we don't know for sure. but that was just some thinking for the UPS cargo flight.
So as we continue to get information in about the shelter in place, let's go to our chief meteorologist, Mallory Schnell, who has been tracking the wind conditions. And Mallory, when this first began, the plume was going a different direction and then it shifted. Where do we stand here tonight?
Right, yeah, so we were having some of that plume drift a little bit more to the east, and in fact, I'll bring that up on radar here. I have the radar out to when the crash occurred during the 5 o'clock hour, and when you have a strong enough smoke plume, you can really see that being picked up on radar. So that's what you're seeing there in the greens, in the yellows, in the oranges during that 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour. It continued to get lifted up and streamed off to the north and northeast, which is why we were seeing that shelter in place extend through the Ohio River, eventually over into southern Indiana, off to the east as well. Some folks seeing it being reported in areas like Oldham County. The good news is it's no longer being shown on radar. I've been keeping an eye on air quality. You can get that really information from a website called Air Now, and it shows air quality from several different reporting sites across the Louisville Metro, including Jefferson County and into southern Indiana. The thing is, a lot of this is at the surface, and thankfully a lot of that smoke was being pulled northward, or upward, I should say, into the atmosphere more so rather than hanging down by the surface. But really the worst that I've seen is an air quality index of 59 in southern Indiana. So pretty much right where that smoke plume was headed, and we were dealing with moderate air quality. So that is in the yellow here. Of course, that's something that we'll have to continue to monitor, but that shelter in place continuing to be kind of squeezed a little tighter and tighter, more so in that 1 mile radius. In terms of what we're seeing right now with weather conditions, obviously it's been a pretty quiet day across Kentuckiana for weather. We just had some high clouds that streamed in throughout the course of the day, a little bit of breeziness, but not nearly as gusty as yesterday or what tomorrow will bring. We're taking that live look outside. Obviously it's dark, so we cannot see any kind of smoke plume, but I do want to draw attention to the Big 4 bridge, which according to the mayor is lit up in yellow tonight for that UPS flight. Winds are coming in from the southeast around 5 miles per hour, so very light wind speeds, which is good news for the crews that are trying to fight the fire, fight the smoke plumes there at the airport. You can see wind speeds pretty much all across Kentuckiana as it stands right now. 5 miles per hour in Louisville, less than that in other spots. So lighter winds, but that will change as we carry on into tonight and tomorrow. We're going to have these winds continuing to come in from the south, so that direction of the wind, that's where it's coming from, blowing from south to north or eventually southwest to northeast tomorrow. But you can tell those wind speeds picking up throughout the overnight hours. So we'll have wind gusts up to around 20 miles per hour at 4 a.m. That will continue throughout the day on Wednesday. We could have some gusts tomorrow from the south and southwest, 30, maybe even up to 35 miles per hour. But in terms of air quality, once again, some good news on that front. A lot of good air quality in Louisville. So the air at the surface, at least, looking pretty good. But we do have that moderate air quality report in southern Indiana. Doug and Connie.
Mallory, thank you very much. And Jose Alonso's been at the airport since the beginning of this. We want to go back to him live. Jose, you've heard that the airport is now closed, incoming flights. They do have one runway open, but it's not being used tonight.
Doug, yeah, so we moved inside. We haven't seen any activity. We haven't been out there for a minute yet, but we're not the only ones that have been here for hours. We were actually speaking with individuals who were on the tarmac and saw that large plume of smoke from the very beginning, and then had to get off of their airplane, pick up their bag at baggage claim, and now waiting for car rides to wherever they need to go. But I want to show you this here. We're looking at the board, specifically this departure board. You can see several flights have been canceled, and several of them have been rescheduled for tomorrow morning. This one for Charlotte at American Airlines as early as 7 a.m. And we did speak to some other individuals who did say they had their flight rescheduled and that it was around 7 a.m. So I asked them if they're hopeful that they would be able to fly out tomorrow. They said they are hopeful, but they're also very understanding if that doesn't happen. But take a look over here. I'm going to have photojournalist Aspen Hester show you just how empty it is here at baggage claim in itself. There's no bags around. around here. There's still some individuals here for different reasons. That lovely lady right there, I got to talk to her as well, and she says she's waiting on her bag, which is unfortunately sitting outside, and because of the shelter-in-place situation, they can't grab it for her yet. And she's a Louisvillian herself, so she's just really waiting for that bag in order for her to get to her car and then head home. But again, it's still just very quiet in here, the quietest I've ever seen, as I've been to SDF several times to fly to see my own family as well. So I can understand where they're coming from. But again, at the top of everyone's mind and in their hearts is those individuals that were impacted by this crash. Doug, Connie? Again, tell me about, what are y'all doing here? What's happening?
Well, I think it's by faith that we two sat together on the plane.
On the Southwest flight.
Yeah, to here. We were just going to touch down and leave, and then all of a sudden they said we had to exit the plane, but we could keep our stuff on the plane, but just take what we wanted. And we got off. We started walking off the plane. We put something to save our seats, and as soon as we exited, I just heard some lady off to the side saying that there was an explosion, and then everybody was looking off to the left, and it was just a cloud of black smoke.
It looked like kind of a tornado because
Yes.
the sun was behind it, so it was
Yeah.
light. It wasn't as dark as it ended up being later on. It looked like dirt.
Yeah,
And
but it
then-
just kept on going, and then it just took over the whole sky. I mean, because you were just looking, and when you look up, it was just like, all of a sudden, it was just black everywhere.
We saw it all the way from downtown. It was crazy looking and everything, When you got off the plane and started getting those news alerts or started being informed that it was a UPS cargo jet that ended up exploding down
We
there.
did not find that out until we were at the bar for a while. So when we were off the plane, they instructed us, hey, leave your stuff on the plane, because we were just picking up a couple of passengers to go to Phoenix. They were like, hey, take your time because the flight's delayed leaving. Go use the restroom, grab a bite to eat. So we're sitting there, and then we got an alert on our phone saying to take shelter. And a couple of people, when we landed, said some of the debris had hit the window outside of our gate. I didn't see that. I also was oblivious to all of this.
Yeah.
So we got about 3 alerts saying to take shelter.
Apologies, I forgot that we did speak to those individuals. It was much colder out there, much warmer in here, so we're feeling a little sleepy in here, but so is everybody. I can see they're just feeling a certain way out here. But those ladies specifically were telling me they were from Virginia, one from Virginia, one from Nashville. They were going to get a connecting flight out of here. It's one of those flights where they land, stay in the plane, and then go where they need to go next. But those ladies were telling me that you heard right there, they got off the plane, were told to get some food, some drinks, and just hang out for a little bit. That's when they found out about the UPS cargo jet crash and that their flight was canceled. Thankfully, we did see them off. They went to their hotel safely in a hotel shuttle and are expecting to stay here for the night. They've never been to Louisville, but this will be their first night in Louisville, and they hope that they're able to fly out tomorrow as well. Again, there's a lot of individuals here that are very optimistic for these early flight times, like I said, as early as 7 a.m., seeing some at 7:30, at 9:43 as well, all the way up until noon, around 12:10 as well. So there's a lot of quietness happening right now here at the airport as it is, again, shut down. Doug, Connie?
The folks you talked to, those 2 women and then another passenger who was trying to get to Florida, for them, the reactions were a little bit surreal when they talked about how the smoke looked like dirt, and how the other passenger who was on the tarmac when the crash happened, talking about how she wasn't sure what was going on, the pilot wasn't sure what was going on, just kind of a stunning effect, and not really sure, how to react, I guess.
Exactly. There was a lot of mixed reactions, more of just of concern of what exactly is going on, and seeing that Plume spoke for themselves right as they're on the tarmac, right outside of the airplane windows as well. And the other lady I spoke to, there's another one that we're going to hear from later, of course. She told me that when she was in the airplane and they started seeing the smoke, that she heard an audible gasp happen and take place within the airplane. So just a lot of concern, but again, no one's mad about their flights being canceled, delayed, or anything like that. Everyone is just more so worried about the individuals that were involved in this crash. Connie, Doug.
Thank you so much. And we want to give an update to some information that we got from U of L. They said they are not going to be closed tomorrow.
Right.
JCPS is going to be closed tomorrow. U of L telling us they will be open tomorrow.
They will be open tomorrow. So there we have it. We wanted to clear that up as some of the information has been coming in throughout the evening here.
Also have another update, if it's okay. TARC saying effective immediately due to the shelter in place issued, all TARC service has been suspended for the remainder of the evening, obviously, and TARC 3 is working with current passengers with destinations outside the shelter in place to get them to their destinations. All pickups for later this evening have been suspended.
So here's the latest information as we had. Jefferson County Public Schools definitely closed tomorrow. Right. They're going to be doing air monitoring, water monitoring around the schools to make sure everything is safe before they would reopen. U of L contacting us to say that they are open tomorrow on campus. They are not closed Wednesday. So we want to make that we want to make that clear. We have a news conference coming up in about an hour from now from Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg.
Well, Ian Hardwick was covering Governor Beshear. We heard that press conference, and again, as you're seeing here on the screen, the death toll, unfortunately, has been updated from 3 to 4, 2 in critical that we see there, and 11 folks injured. Again, the governor said there may be more.
Yeah, the governor's fearful that they may be more on that, and we heard from him at the 7:30 news conference. Let's go to our Ian Hardwick with more on what the governor had to say earlier tonight as he came to Louisville from Frankfurt. Ian?
Yeah, Doug, the governor said that as far as the flight goes, there were no hazardous materials that were actually aboard that flight. Now we know that the shelter-in-place radius has shrunk from about 5 miles down to 1 mile more immediately near the airport. The most shocking thing that he said was, yes, that we might expect the numbers of the people who are dead or injured in this crash to go up. He was right. We did receive that update from the airport authority, going from 3 to 4 people dead. As far as the 11 people injured, we know 10 of them ended up in U of L Health hospitals. We received the update on some of their conditions. 2 people in critical condition, like you said. Specifically, it was mentioned that those patients are in the burn unit over at the emergency room at University of Louisville Hospital. There are 6 more who are expected to survive that are scattered throughout hospitals throughout the city. I know Mary and Elizabeth Hospital is one of them. U of L South Hospital is one of them. That leaves 2 people in U of L Health's condition where we don't know exactly how they're doing in the hospital. U of L Health told us not to expect any more updates on their condition tonight. That leaves a lot of questions for some of the people who may have loved ones impacted by this crash. Here's what the governor had to say for them earlier tonight.
But if this is a family you know, please give them your support. Please give them your prayers. Please give them your love and be with them, because the toughest moments, and I can say it from personal experience, are when you're wondering whether that person that you know and you care about has survived something like this. We do not, at the moment, have the status of the crew. Watching that video, I think we're all very, very worried about them.
Governor Andy Beshear mentioning the crew there on UPS Flight 2976. He also mentioned that there were 2 businesses that were affected by that plane crash. It could be the jet fuel spilling out from it, catching them on fire. That would be Grade A Auto Parts and Kentucky Petroleum and Recycling that were affected by that. And again, that shelter-in-place order, that was put in not because of anything that was on the actual aircraft, but because of what might have been burning after that crash, and that is still in effect within 1 mile of the airport as of now. Doug, Connie.
All right, Ian Hardwick reporting for us tonight. Ian, thank you so much for that update. And also at that press conference, Doug, that was at the airport, our Conroy Deluche was listening to all that and talking to officials after.
And we want to join Conroy now with more, bringing back some of that news conference that we heard just a minute ago, which brought out a lot of new information. Conroy?
Yeah, we had listened to the governor's briefing just about 7 o'clock and learned that 3 people had died. Well, then we got to the airport, had a briefing at 9 o'clock. The mayor was scheduled to be here. He's coming in from out of town. That's why we haven't heard from him yet. He's been on the road. He did call in earlier when he was en route back to Louisville, and we did hear that he's coming back at 10 o'clock. But earlier tonight, they went ahead and had a briefing, and we learned a grim update from Officer Biven with the Louisville airport.
I can confirm a total number of 4 fatalities and 11 injured that were transported to local hospitals at this time. These numbers can increase as the investigation continues with partnerships of local, state, and federal investigators.
So again, that soundbite coming from Officer Biven with Louisville Airport, updating officially now with 4, the death toll rising to 4 and 11 injured. And as he said, that number could increase, which was also something the governor said earlier tonight. Now, we are still standing by here at the Louisville Regional Airport Authority's administrative building, and we're expecting the mayor to appear around 10, possibly as late as 10:30, but right now he's scheduled to arrive at 10 o'clock, where we expect to learn more information. Certainly, a lot of things have developed since the initial crash call came in just before 5:20 earlier this evening, when you could see black smoke. I mean, we were driving in from old Louisville, and we could see it as soon as we hit about Oak Street, heading toward U of L's campus, where it got thicker and thicker and thicker, where we set up shop right near U of L Stadium, L&N Stadium, right there on Central Avenue, and could just see it for miles stretching north toward downtown. And while it has dissipated, and the radius, as Jody Myman with Emergency Management talked about, that the radius of the air quality that they were concerned about has shrunk down to 1 mile, and that's the radius that's also going to be getting lens alerts. So if you've been outside that 1 mile radius and wondering why you haven't got an alert, that's why they're saving it for that 1 mile radius. But if something changes and your phone is hooked up to the lens alert, you could be getting something later on tonight. But for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. Once again, standing by for the mayor to appear at 10 o'clock, and we'll certainly break in with that when he does arrive.
Conroy, I was curious, you were at the news conference, you were able to see them when they came in and maybe talk to them off to the side. I mean, did you get any sense of the enormity of this tragedy for our airport, which has an overall pretty pristine safety record?
Yeah, certainly they're shaken by what happened. This is, UPS flies jets every single day. This is not something that you would ever expect. And with the amount of traffic that this airport does, happen, for this to happen, it certainly is something that's really eye-opening and jarring, especially just 3 miles south of the airport. That's what they said from takeoff is about 3 miles where it crashed. And certainly they're thinking of those businesses that were affected and the 4 dead. There were 3 on board the plane, but we're not sure what the status of the crew is. So obviously, as you guys have been talking about all night, this is a UPS town. This is also like a small business town, very proud. And these were businesses that are affected too, and neighbors and just countless people. You can imagine the impact stretches for miles and miles and miles. I mean, this news is making international headlines. Like this is, but for us, it's a much smaller, big impact that I know, Doug and Connie, you guys have been talking about all night.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a terrible tragedy. Thank you so much for that report, Conroy, and we'll come back to Conroy when the mayor does arrive. Again, he was out of town, he called in, talked to us earlier about it, trying to make sure that we had like all the emergency services folks that could be out here, and certainly the governor helping with that as well.
And really was the first person to be able to confirm to us that this jet was taking off.
Right.
We didn't know whether this had been a plane that had been incoming to Louisville and crashed, but it was on takeoff, as the video was clearly showing, and that it was loaded with fuel, as you can imagine, for a 9-hour flight to Honolulu.
Right. Absolutely. All right. Well, our Isaiah Kim Martinez has been following this story all night as well. He is west of the airport. Isaiah, what can you tell us right now?
Oh, Connie, you can see the airport behind me. I do want to mention, you know, Conroy and you guys have been talking about how it is a UPS town. It's also a Ford town. We know that Ford's Louisville assembly plant is essentially just across the street from the Worldport facility on Grade Lane right there. And I actually was able to get on the phone with the local UAW chapter president, Todd Dunn, who of course oversees the many union workers working at both LAP and the Kentucky truck plant. And he tells me how thankful they are, not only that evacuations went well, it sounds like they were able to evacuate everybody within an hour or two, maybe less, but they're also thankful because they understand that given where their facility is, the way this plane was going, this is the way Todd Dunn described it, if it would have veered off in a different area, and he actually said if this would have been on one of the main runways in the airport, this could have potentially hit their stamping facility, part of their facility, or another part, and that could have potentially endangered lives here. Again, that's not him saying it, but naturally when you talk about planes flying in your direction, potentially that does come to mind. So the UAW workers at Ford's LAP, they are very thankful right now, and they're also, of course, heartbroken at what has happened and the fact that lives were lost here. And they talk about how they're praying for their fellow union members just across the street.
Isaiah, you've been in different parts of the South End today. You know, we were talking about the plume of smoke. Give me the latest condition that you have here. I mean, you earlier reported to us that it smelled different, which is the same term, same description I was getting from other people who were far away from the airport.
Yeah, different was the word, Doug and Connie, that I would use initially, but as we sort of waited out here, right, we would do our live shots, we would wait out hour by hour, and there were times where I did need to step into the car. It was nothing bad, but you could smell that definite smoky kind of sensation. You feel it a little bit in your throat. It is fairly dry out here. Of course, it is fall, so it's certainly not great air. I know that, of course, the air quality alerts, thankfully, are largely coming out clean at this time, but it certainly is not easy air for anybody to breathe here. And, you know, I can't help, and I got to bring this up, right? Next week, I believe next Wednesday, is the 1-year anniversary of the Givaudan explosion. So this community at large in Louisville is used to this kind of, unfortunately, this rapid response, questions about air quality, fatalities in something that obviously was tragic. Again, I'm not connecting the incidents, but within a year, we've had 2 major incidents that have taken lives, which of course is not lost on anybody. Guys.
All right, thank you very much, Isaiah. And we have been talking about the fact not really in modern history have we had any major tragedy like this at our airport.
Right.
The head of the airport authority, his name is Dan Mann, and he was at that news conference moments ago. Here's what he had to say.
My heart hurts for our friends and partners at UPS and really all the first responders that are out there right now and everybody else that is going to be impacted by this tragedy. I really appreciate the mutual aid response. We just practiced this probably less than a month ago. All the life-saving, the response that our partners at mutual aid provide is unbelievable.
Dan Mann there going on to say he was, along with his police chief there of the airport authority there, Jonathan Bivin, confirming to us now 4 fatalities. That's up from Governor Andy Beshear's news conference at 7:30. 11 injuries. These numbers are expected to grow, unfortunately, possibly through the night, according to our politicians here in town, giving us updates. All departing flights are canceled tonight. They're urging you to contact the airline for your flight status. And interesting also, they put out a alert to the community. You might find debris in your neighborhood or near the area of the South End, or maybe even a good distance from that. If you do it, do not touch it. Go ahead and take a photograph of it and send it to this website, louky.gov. That's louky.gov/emergency services.
Dan Mann was also talking about, as we just heard there, that emergency response drill that took place. And we talked to an NTSB investigator on the phone about that, and just how something like that, such a short time ago, really probably did help a lot in this situation tonight with what happened.
That NTSB investigator was also very interesting to talk to, Connie. As you know, we talked to him about the video that we have that was recorded from the airport of the plane actually crashing on takeoff, and it was the left side of the a fire on the left side of the jet. One of our aviation legal experts said that he viewed this video several times and said it appeared the jet maybe got off the ground by 175 to 200 feet when it came into the ball of fire there and crashed. This is it right here. Again, this is right about takeoff at about 5:15 tonight. This MD-11 is a 3-engine jet, 2 engines on the wings and 1 on the tail engine there. And the former NTSB investigator we interviewed said that he's going to look at several parts of this video. Specifically, he also told us some news that he had been in contact with sources telling him that many parts of the engine are still on the runway. So he's going to want to know what failed, when it failed, and did a major part of this engine just separate from the jet? And of course, why was it on fire?
Right. And of course, this big fire, because that jet, 9-hour flight carrying 220,000 pounds of fuel. The governor updated that number. And again, that's equal to 38,000 gallons. But so much fuel on that plane because of the long flight to Honolulu International. That's where the cargo plane was headed. Again, why the fire is so big and so difficult to take out.
We're going to continue our coverage here right with you. We're going to be on through, of course, the 11 o'clock news right up till 11:30 here tonight. We've got the mayor coming in at 10:30. He will be briefed, and we expect maybe to get some new information as that comes in. As far as the plume of smoke, many people have been very concerned about that, and I see that we are working on time-lapse video, so Mallory Schnell, anytime you want to join in here and show that amazing video that you have on time-lapse, we'll show it to you of this plume of smoke. But the shelter-in-place radius has now been dropped to 1 mile around the airport, as it was at one point out to 5 miles and into southern Indiana.
Yeah, and good information about that air quality that we got from Jody Myman.
What we're looking at here is a time lapse from our weather camera that is at the U of L campus. So this was the one where we were capturing it this evening. I have it through sunset there, and it restarts when I started to turn that camera. So this was beginning around 5:30. Of course, sunset this evening was at 5:40. So this time lapse is really just about an hour in the span of 30 seconds sped up there. But I mean, you can just see that plume of smoke, very, very dark, still seeing it as we continued to lose that daylight there. But as we mentioned, some good news in terms of the air quality. So we have a lot of air quality monitors across the Louisville metro area. Some of them are in Jefferson County. Some of them go up into southern Indiana as well. A lot of them actually still reading good levels, believe it or not. We really just have one that's in southern Indiana reading moderate air quality levels. So that's between 50 and 100. It's picking up on some of those fine particulates, which we can imagine a lot of times we get that if there is wildfire smoke or some kind of smoke in the air, obviously due to this crash and explosion from there. So once again, looking at moderate air quality, we're keeping a close eye on that. But in terms of wind speeds today, they've been coming in from the south, southeast, and as we mentioned, they have been fairly light. And even at this hour, we have wind speeds that are only around 5 miles per hour. So nothing all too high out there. So that's really not going to carry that smoke all too much, and really lighter winds really help out the crews that are on scene trying to keep this contained overnight. I also do have a look of that plume of smoke being caught on radar, and this often happens when there is any kind of fire or explosion, or even wildfires obviously get picked up on radar, and you can see that here on our Max HD radar being picked up during the 5 o'clock hour, spreading east northeast there at first, and then continuing to be pulled northward over into southern Indiana. So that's why we were seeing those shelter-in-place guidelines stretch farther northward and then kind of a bit more contained now, thanks to that winds are light and they're getting a better idea in terms of that smoke modeling. But as we mentioned, as we carry on into tonight, those wind speeds will pick up from the south and southwest, becoming gustier closer to sunrise, around 20 miles per hour. And then for our Wednesday, we'll be watching that closely because heading into tomorrow, it's going to be a gusty day, winds coming in from the south and southwest. Some of those wind gusts 30 to 35 miles per hour. Doug and Connie.
We'll talk about real quickly, Mallory, what this changing weather we're getting ready to have midweek is going to do. If we want to go to Mallory real quick, and then we'll join Jose again, who's been interviewing more people at the airport. How this could impact the investigation is they're going to need a large debris field and to be outside for quite a long time.
Right. I mean, you know, anytime you have gusty winds, that can really impact any kind of investigation or further firefighting protocol. Because, you know, as somebody, I've worked out west where we had a lot of wildfires and things of that nature. You want lighter winds so that fuels don't get spread. You know, we don't really know exactly what we're dealing with down there, but tomorrow it will get gusty. You know, we're not talking anything too high, but enough to kind of blow things around 30, 35 miles per hour. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We have several weather systems that will be diving through the area this week that can bring some of those particulates a little bit closer to the ground. So as I mentioned, air quality as of right now, good to moderate, but this could be an evolving situation that we just continue to keep an eye on throughout this week.
All right, Mallory, thank you so much. And our Jose Alonso has been out at Louisville International, of course, talking to folks who are still out there and covering that. The mayor is there, we understand, and we'll be hearing from him soon. But Jose, I'm sorry, you've been talking to people, so what have you heard?
You're right, that's a good update. We have heard that the mayor has landed, and that news conference could happen as he gets briefed. And Connie, you know, the thing about Jose's interviews here is he's been talking to people who are actually on other jets, other airlines, waiting to leave Louisville when this happened. Such a frightening situation for those passengers, Jose.
Yeah, Doug, exactly. It was a frightening situation. The woman you're going to hear from right here said when she was in the airplane and they saw that large plume of smoke, she actually heard an audible gasp inside that airplane. And then from there, on the tarmac for several hours, and then getting off the plane, having to pick up her bag. And this poor girl, she is actually still here at the airport waiting because her bag is outside and they haven't been able to grab it yet because of that shelter-in-place situation that we currently have going on. So she's just waiting on that, and she's a Louisvillian, so she can easily get back to her car and go back home, but she does not want to leave that bag. She told me that her flight was rescheduled for tomorrow morning. But I also want to show you here just how empty it is, just in general. I've never really seen it this empty before. We have some other individuals here at the Book and Bourbon Southern Kitchen. That's the well-known bar here once you go up the stairs here at the airport. And they're just taking their time, enjoying themselves here because they can't really go anywhere else. But this is about to close soon. I did hear the bartenders say they're doing last call there. But again, wanted to take it back to this interview, to that woman that we were able to speak with who heard that audible gasp and what she had to go through. Take a listen. Just wanted to ask, what are you doing here? What happened?
So I was at the airport. I was trying to fly to my parents in DFW, and I was just sitting at my terminal waiting, and I heard gasps, and I looked over, and there was a really big explosion outside the window, and I immediately knew with how big of an explosion it was that it wasn't good.
When you were hearing that gasp and seeing that plume of smoke for yourself, and what's going through your head?
I said a prayer for the people involved. It looks like it hit a building, and we later found out that it was a UPS plane, so thankful that there wasn't a lot of passengers on board, but it's still heartbreaking.
Exactly. In regards to flying out of here, have you flown out of Louisville before, and is there any concerns that you ever had?
Yes, I've traveled in and out of this airport quite a lot, especially this last year for me, and obviously, nothing like this has happened while I've been traveling, and it's a minor inconvenience for me in my travel day, but it's heartbreaking for some families around here.
Exactly. Learning the news right afterwards, we get back on your phone and stuff and seeing that it was a UPS cargo jet. It's a big fire. It took more than 2 hours to put out. I mean, what did you think about that?
It's really just so sad, and I'm glad that they're able to have first responders that are helping to contain and put out the fire. It's sad, but I'm glad that we're responding well.
As far as your flight now, I mean, what have you been in contact with your airline, and what are they doing for you?
Yes, so I'm flying American today, and so as soon as they closed the airport for us, I immediately tried to rebook my flight. I was able to get a flight for in the morning about 7:13, I believe. So hopefully that will still take off and I'll be able to go see my parents.
And of course, they're going through this and still assessing the situation. Do you feel hopeful that you'll be able to get on that flight tomorrow morning?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I'll be leaving at 7 in the morning. Hopefully I still get out sometime tomorrow, but it's just a waiting game at this point.
Speaking of that waiting game, are you waiting for a ride share or anything like that? What's going on?
I'm really waiting for my bag at this point. It's outside and they can't get to it because of the shelter in place because of all the smoke. So I'm waiting for my bag. So hopefully once I get that back, I'll be able to go back to my home for a couple hours, get some rest, and then come back to the airport tomorrow.
Gotcha. You're fortunate that you live here because
Yes.
others don't and they have to go through a voucher and everything else like that.
Yes, it's an inconvenience, but it's not that big of a deal for me.
Gotcha. Anything else you'd like to say?
I'm just praying for everyone, for all their families, and for our first responders that they're able to stay safe and help prevent any more casualties.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for talking with me. I really appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I hope they get that bag here soon so he can get back home.
Thank you.
And as you just heard right there, on the top of everyone's minds, everyone that we've spoken here, they're not mad or frustrated about this whole situation at all. They're more worried about the individuals that were involved in this crash. So there's a lot of heartfelt being put out there for these individuals. But again, I've never seen it this quiet before here at the airport. But there's other individuals we spoke with, some of them getting connecting flights. They're from Virginia or from Nashville. They're just supposed to land here and then take back off. But they were also on the tarmac whenever that explosion happened. So there's a lot going on here. A lot of individuals, not a lot of individuals, some individuals still out here. But after further talking with that woman that we just showed you right there, she said at this point she might just spend the night here because if that flight is going to happen at 7 a.m., she wants to make sure she doesn't miss that. So she's in a weird situation right now. I'm sure there's several others in her same boots. But they're just going to feel it out, see if they can fly out tomorrow. And of course, we'll keep you updated the best we can. We're photojournalist Aspen Hester, Jose Alonso, reporting live at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport on your side.
All right, Jose, thank you so much. And I believe, Doug, that the girl that Jose just interviewed summed it up really what we're all feeling, just an overwhelming sadness about what has happened at such a tragic event.
Yes, so the interview is coming left and right from our airport of people who had to get off the planes after what they witnessed right out their window. And we also know that the community outreach is happening for the families involved, for people to reconnect. That is in South Louisville at the LMPD Training Center at Taylor Boulevard and Watterson Expressway. The American Red Cross is on the scene there as well to help people along with a chaplain. 2911 Taylor Boulevard if anyone needs that address. And we also have some information from an aviation expert, Colonel Steve Ganyard, who knows a little bit more about accidents like this. So we want to listen to what he has to say.
Lots of things we don't know, but there are some things we do know at this point. It was a beautiful day. Weather was not a factor in this mishap. We also have some evidence that there were parts of an engine on the runway. So somewhere on that takeoff roll, one of those engines may have had a catastrophic failure that spewed parts either into the airplane or around onto the runway. There is video that does seem to show that the airplane was on fire. Part of the engine was on fire as it was rolling down the runway trying to take off. This wasn't just a small sparks coming out. This was a major fire, which may have suggested a catastrophic failure of the engine that could have thrown hot parts into either the wing tanks or into the fuselage and started a fire while the aircraft was still on takeoff roll.
Very descriptive scene, playing out the scene there, watching the video, matches exactly what our earlier experts were saying, Connie. The one expert we actually had on the air was, as he was watching that video that was recorded at the airport, pointed out the major fire on the left side of the jet, barely got off the ground, 100, maybe 175, 200 feet in the air. and then crashed there at the end of the airport.
And again, saying that he was the first person that we heard to say that he saw parts on the runway, which is pretty telling. Again, this is just some video as people were driving by and saw this smoke. We had so many people sending us videos, our crews taking videos as well, trying to figure out what was going on. Maybe they were stuck in traffic at their homes. They were seeing smoke in Kentuckiana, and everyone wanting to know what was happening when that plane crashed at 5:14 today.
As the governor told us, a catastrophic crash. We've had firefighters from all over the region, including Lexington, come to Louisville to help out. First reported 3 fatalities. That has now increased to 4. As you see on your screen there, 11 people are hurt. 2 people being treated in the burn unit at U of L Hospital, as we know. 2 businesses impact, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts down at the airport, not far from this area, which is close to the UPS Worldport buildings. Again, the governor letting us know that there were 220,000 pounds of fuel on this aircraft as it was taking off for Honolulu, Hawaii, for a 9-hour flight. That translates into 38,000 gallons of fuel.
And we have a little bit more sound about what happened or what he thinks happened during this crash from Colonel Ganyard. Again, we want to go back and listen to what he has to say now.
We don't even know that the aircraft got airborne. It appears that the nose was up, but it never really broke the ground. So got all the way to the end of that runway and was not able to get airborne. Theoretically, the airplane should have been able to get airborne on just 2 of its 3 engines, but it seems that there was such a catastrophic failure and the engine that was on fire to such a degree that it probably prevented the aircraft from ever getting airborne.
Interesting, his view there, clarifying what the other experts said. It appears he was able to determine from the video that appears the nose was up. We don't know yet if it ever got off the ground. And as Morgan McGarvey and the rest of them emphasized to us in their live interviews, we don't have the facts yet of what happened. That's going to be a lengthy investigation. The former NTSB investigator we had said he has seen some of these investigations go on for 30 days or more.
Right, and Morgan also said, Congressman McGarvey saying that a full team from the NTSB will be here. He described it as wills to wings until they find out everything about this crash. But again, a full team will be in Louisville to figure out what happened in this crash. Of course, they're going to know more from the cockpit flight recorder and the data recorders, as well as when the crew knew what was happening.
Again, this is a major tragedy for our community. We have not experienced a tragedy like this in this community. We've all seen this happen elsewhere, and we've all reacted. And Kentuckiana has always been so generous to others who have been in this situation. And now we have people who are in our town who are also trying to leave. They are going to be here for a while, and they have these images left. We have the giant UPS family, which is all of our family here in Kentuckiana, because they are everywhere and they've been with us in such a big fashion since 1990, right after airport expansion was completed, the extension of those runways, which allowed Worldport to build and then UPS to start hiring just thousands of people, helping our economy.
Right, and of course, UPS so generous to so many charities in town, such a big giver to this community, and folks are just feeling very sad for the company and what the families are going through right now.
Again, we expect to hear from Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, who is now back in Louisville. We do know that he is at the airport. We'll be joining him in just a minute. We can pass along some other information to you about other institutions in our community. JCPS closing for tomorrow because they have several schools within this zone, and they want to make sure that the air and the water in the area is safe before any of the students come and arrive. Of course, in the darkness in the morning, as in the different hours of the day, and then leaving. U of L has told us that they are having classes tomorrow, and their campus is operating as scheduled and normal.
And also TARC canceling any service tonight because of this still 1 mile radius shelter in place.
Right, and we know, Connie, because we've seen this so many times happening. We've just seen it recently with the food pantries and the food banks, of how people come out to help each other in this community. And we know that's going to be setting up here soon in the days to come.
Absolutely. I think everyone is still a little bit stunned that this happened here, and you know, and just everyone that was at the airport, everybody who has a family member who is in emergency services, who's responding to this accident tonight and will be there all night, and you know, for weeks to come probably, as they continue their investigations, you know, with the NTSB leading the charge, of course.
And these tragedies just become so instantly known to us anymore because of social media and people with their cell phones who are down there in the area recording all kinds of different views as to what happened. So the speculation begins, but then we now were able to confirm from UPS that there were 3 crew members on board. Again, at this point, as we approach 10:15 in the evening, we have 4 fatalities.
Yes, and I know we were going to look at that UPS statement that we got earlier. We'll try to put that up. They said, here it is, we are terribly saddened by the accident tonight in Louisville. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, home to our airline and thousands of UPSers. And we are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of the accident and are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts.
So we are in a moment here where I've been communicating with Mayor Craig Greenberg through text messages. He is walking into a briefing. He will be joining us here in a moment.
Yes, and again, the mayor was out of town. We talked to him earlier by phone. He gave us information on what he knew. He was trying to gather that information by talking to all his local leaders as well as the governor. He also talked to Congressman McGarvey. Just trying to find out what was going on. That has to be an odd situation when you're out of town, coming back in such a tragedy to walk into, for sure.
And the governor putting out more information that air monitoring assets have been deployed, and we are working to keep the public informed and keep folks in the area safe. We'll share more information as it is available. Now, this also from the governor just moments ago. The news out of Louisville is tough tonight, as the death toll has now reached at least 7. And with that number expected to rise, first responders are on site and working hard to extinguish the fire and continue the investigation. From Governor Andy Beshear here tonight, just moments ago.
All right, and Alex Dieterer has been out near the scene of this plane crash, and she's joining us live now with more information. Alex, who have you talked to? What do you know out there?
Well, Connie, we're here at Metro Hall, where just moments ago we heard from Governor Beshear. And when Governor Beshear spoke with us, he said that he has not driven this fast to Louisville in some time. He knew that he needed to be here with his Louisville people. And here's some information that he gave us. So right now we know that the big main area that the plane crash hit are 2 businesses that are in the surrounding area of the Louisville airport. That is the Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and also Grade A Auto Parts. And he says right now that everyone is accounted for from Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, but he is waiting to hear about 2 unaccounted for employees from the auto zone. And he did say that the UPS plane that did crash earlier today did not have any hazardous materials on the plane itself that could cause any environmental impacts. But he does say that the surrounding areas and the businesses that were hit and impacted could potentially create an environmental impact. And so we are just waiting to see. They continue to monitor the air quality facility and continue to go door to door, making sure that businesses and residents are accounted for.
Okay, Alex, thank you so much. The mayor, we understand, is now at the airport. We're going to go to that live.
Expect delays and cancellations tomorrow. We have been in contact with the NTSB. They will be arriving first thing tomorrow morning, and we anticipate an NTSB briefing sometime tomorrow morning before noon. Mayor?
Thanks, Stan. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to send my prayers to the families of the victims of this tragic crash. Send my prayers to our entire UPS family across Louisville and across the country. UPS is such an important part of our Louisville family, and we know it's a tough evening as it will be in the days ahead. And prayers to all of Louisville. Another tragedy that we're dealing with together, but we will come together stronger. We will support those who have lost loved ones and friends, and we will move forward as we have in the past. As of right now, we know there are 4 confirmed fatalities, and we believe there are additional fatalities as well, and we're working to notify next of kin before we provide other confirmations on that, as well as additional injuries, many or all of whom have been taken to U of L Health, and they've provided some information on the people that they have treated this evening. But we still have first responders who are actively searching the scene right now, so we will continue to provide more information on victims as it becomes available. There are more than 100 firefighters on the scene from across the region that are still here, that are working to make it safe for everyone in our community, as well as that are searching for additional victims. There are still some hot spots where the crash took place and road closures as well. As has already been announced, JCPS will be closed tomorrow, and this is all schools across the entire district for tomorrow. They'll be making a decision about the following day, tomorrow, once they have more information. And one thing we want to say to all folks across the entire city, if there are people who you have not heard from this evening, if you believe family or friends or loved ones may be a victim, please do not go to area hospitals. We have a family assistance center that has been set up at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy. That address is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. So if you still are waiting to hear from a loved one this evening, again, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. I've also spoken with a board member from the NTSB who will be arriving tomorrow before 10 a.m. There'll be 28 folks from NTSB coming. They're sending a large crew to do the investigation and deal with this disaster. Also, they've told me that under the Family Disaster Assistance Act will be triggered, which provides coordinated support between NTSB and the airline, which is UPS, for victims and their families. So the families should know that there will be support for them. UPS asked me to convey the same message this evening. They are going to be doing everything they can to support those that have been impacted by this horrible tragedy right now, and their thoughts, their prayers, their love is going out to all of the families of victims this evening. As the governor said earlier, there was no hazardous cargo on board. Emergency management is continuing to monitor the air quality, and this is another great opportunity to remind the entire community to please sign up for Lens Alert. That is a great way to get real-time information from our emergency management teams when unfortunate situations like this occur that may impact your safety. The current instructions are for everyone within a 1-mile radius of the site to shelter in place. We'll continue to update that as we have more information on air quality. And again, the National Transportation and Safety Board will be in charge of the investigation and will be the primary source of information about the investigation, why this may have happened and what happened. We expect that once they are on the ground tomorrow morning, we'll have another briefing with NTSB as well. And as Dan said, the airport is closed for this evening. It will be open tomorrow morning. I want to give a giant thanks before we bring up Chief Brian O'Neill from Louisville Fire Department. I also want to send a giant thanks once again to all of the first responders, to all of the firefighters and other first responders from around the Louisville area and around the entire region and state. Thank Mayor Gorton for sending in some equipment and individuals from Lexington to support as well. This is just, in times like this, it's just one of those opportunities to once again thank our first responders who are performing heroic work every day. But when you see it in such a tragic, large form, it's important to give public thanks as well. I also want to notify residents that might live nearby. If there's any debris in your yard, we hope to have we're going to have a form on our website at louisvilleky.gov. We hope to have that live in the coming minutes or an hour this evening. We ask that nobody touch any debris if there is debris from this crash on your property, but you register that online just as we do after other large incidents so that we can track that and come out. This is an incredibly difficult day for so many people, for our entire city. And once again, we'll be praying and sending our love and doing everything we can to support the families, the friends, everyone who has been impacted this. We'll be lighting the Big 4 Bridge yellow in honor of the victims of the crash. And we ask that everyone continue to keep them in your mind and your prayers this evening. Let me now introduce Chief Brian O'Neill from the Louisville Fire Department to provide some additional updates. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to make sure that I give a shout out. This was Okolona Fire Department. This was in their district. They were first on scene. They took command of this incident. They are still out there in command and handling everything. That's why I am here. Louisville Fire, as well as the rest of the county fire departments, are supporting and assisting with this incredible large-scale mass casualty incident. So I'm sure most people have seen the very dramatic photos and videos. That fire now is almost entirely contained. As I said earlier, when you have such a large-scale incident and fire that's spread over such a massive area, we have to use hundreds of personnel to surround it, contain it, and then slowly bring it in. That has happened. It is now safe enough that we are allowed to, we're able to take some of our firefighters, finish up with the spot fires, but create a formal grid to continue to search. So all of the affected area, we are now doing a formal search. This is, again, these are trained firefighters from all around the region that are handling this to search grid by grid very carefully to make sure if we can find any other victims. But also, as the mayor said, and I want to repeat this, if you see any type of debris, don't touch it. Make sure you register it because we need to make sure that when the NTSB comes in, they can recreate it. Metro Arson is on the scene right now to help secure the area, to keep that scene as safe as possible. The other thing I want to reiterate is that although we have so many resources dedicated to this large-scale incident, we have brought in off-duty personnel to staff our fire stations to make sure that the rest of the city is still safe. So if there are any other emergencies that occur throughout the city, you are still protected, you are still safe. Your firefighters are still on guard for you. Again, we watch this terrible video. We watch these horrible incidents. Just remember, please, those are real people that impacted. Let's take a moment to think about them and their families and their loved ones. And again, I have to give just a tremendous shout out to all the firefighters that are on the ground. I was on scene with them earlier today. They do amazing work. They have tremendous bravery. It's just, it's incredible to be a part of them. And they're going to need your support. This incident's going to be going on for a while, but thank you.
Thank you, Chief O'Neill. We're trying to provide you with all the information that they have. We're happy to try to answer a few questions this evening, and then we'll continue to provide any more information this evening or definitely first thing tomorrow morning.
So, Mr. Mayor, the governor is saying that now there are 7 confirmed dead. Have you heard that, and do you know how many people were on board the plane and how many of the casualties or injuries are from the ground?
There were 3 crew members on the plane. The 4 that we have confirmed dead are not on the plane. Again, we believe it will be 7 that we're aware of at this time. And as you heard from Chief O'Neill, there'll be others that are searching there. So that is consistent with what we believe. we're waiting to get final word that next of kin had been notified, but we wanted to get information out as soon as we possibly could.
Is there a certain number of missing that you have?
We don't have that information at that time. Again, if there are people that are missing, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Our understanding, though, is from the businesses whose property was impacted that they have accounted for the individuals that they're aware of in terms of their employees or people that were on their property, either accounted for them alive or as some of those 4 victims. We're not aware of any that are missing right now. That does not mean there aren't any, but right now we're not aware of any other additional individuals who are missing.
Is there any update on the nearby tank farms? Maybe a question for Chief O'Neill. We know that houses some recycled oil, and we don't know if that is still a concern currently or not.
It is contained and controlled. Yes, so there are some storage tanks there that have propane and oil. Some of those have ruptured. You might have heard there were some secondary explosions that were happening in that area. Some of that were small tanks. Some of those were actually what the relief valves. So it can sound very scary, but that's a good thing. That means the relief valve worked and it didn't actually explode. It just is releasing that pressure. So yeah, all of that right now is contained. Now that's still going to be a mess in that area because of the fuel leaks and the oil, but that's we've got it all contained, but we'll be there for a while handling that scene.
You described this as a mass casualty event. How much worse, based on preliminary evidence, do you expect this? How much worse can this be?
That's something we don't know. As the mayor spoke, we've got this area that you've got a couple of businesses. We can't be 100% sure how many people were there. There are some other homes in the area, so we went to all the places that we could check once we were on scene. But then you have such a large-scale area that was impacted by that initial crash, and you've got a fire that's covering almost an entire city block. So we're going to very, very carefully make sure we go back and check. Obviously, we hope that there were no other victims, but we're prepared to find those, and we hope that we don't find any.
Mayor, you mentioned the JCPS closing. Have you heard from private schools and colleges in the area?
My understanding, I've not heard from all of them, but my understanding is that everyone else is open at this point in time. I don't have information other than JCPS being closed right now.
Do you have any information on how this might affect UPS headquarters across the world? I mean, obviously this is the world port for UPS, so any information on that?
I defer to UPS on that. I've spoken to several senior UPS officials, executives this evening. Our conversations were all about their support for the victims and their family, their commitment to work on the investigation to get to the bottom of this. And so I don't have that answer yet. I would direct that to UPS.
Mayor, this is going to impact a lot of people. What can the people of Louisville do to help those impacted by this disaster?
This certainly will impact a lot. Obviously, the victims that we have, their families, UPS, and having a tragedy like this in your backyard impacts all of us greatly. I know the feeling that I first got when I saw the plume of smoke, then when I heard what had happened and how my heart dropped. I know that everyone in Louisville had that same exact feeling. Tonight, as we simply ask for prayers and support for those who have been directly impacted by it and their families. There may be other things that they can be helpful on in the coming days, and we'll make folks aware of that. But we've just seen over the past week the outpouring of support in our community when we ask to help others who are having challenging times. You've seen that over the past week as people came together to donate to area food banks, to donate food to individuals that are going hungry, that are losing their SNAP benefits. I'm confident that once again in this tragedy, Louisville will come together, Louisville will show up and be there to support our fellow residents who are struggling at this time.
Is there any message you have for people across Metro Louisville or Kentuckiana in terms of helping, anything they can do to help or support?
Well, one other thing I'd like to add is if you need help, again, we've talked several ways about if there's debris in your yard to fill out a form, if there's somebody still missing, go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Let me also reiterate this phone number for family assistance, 1-800-631-0604, so that any families that are impacted can get the full support that they need and that they deserve. The final thing I'll say is, just as I was mentioning to Paul's question a minute ago, is this impacts everyone differently. And if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, please ask for help. These are challenging times enough that we're already living in. When there are tragedies like this, these are very difficult to process, to absorb, and then move forward. And so if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, please reach out. There are lots of resources available, whether it's talking to a friend, a family member, another loved one, or whether you need to speak with a professional. Please do, because in times like this, it can be tough. One or two more, and then.
I'm sorry. Do you know if UPS will be speaking to us, giving any statement?
I don't have that information right now.
With the NTSB in town tomorrow, do we have any idea what, even just for neighbors who live around that area, what to expect over the coming days or even weeks potentially?
I'll let Dan answer that.
Yeah, NTSB is bringing in a full crew, 28 folks to start with. They'll hit the ground running first thing tomorrow morning, and they'll be working with all the mutual aid, all the first responders, collecting all the evidence. I expect they'll be here for several days putting all this together. And there'll be multiple briefings. The NTSB does a great job with those. So first one tomorrow morning, shortly after they arrive, and then I would expect several over the next few days. But this is going to be a long event. I think we'll be here for multiple days putting all the pieces together.
All right, guys. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to get back at it. We'll be here late and into the early morning, and we will provide you information on briefing times tomorrow morning. When we have more information, when NTSB is on the ground, we'll provide that to you and continue to put out information to the public as soon as we have it. Thank you all very much. And again, please hold all of the victims and their families in your prayers this evening. Thank you all.
Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg just arriving back in Louisville himself. They're speaking from the airport. And Connie, we learned about the number of dead increasing from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who put it out on social media just a moment ago. We want to show you what the governor said just before the mayor started speaking. The news out of Louisville is tough tonight, as the death toll has now reached at least 7, with that number expected to rise. First responders are on site and working hard to extinguish the fire and continue the investigation.
Right, and the mayor was asked about that. He said, yes, they had heard. They are trying to reach out to family members. And he did say that those that passed away, from what he has been told, were not on the plane, Doug.
The fire chief also giving information using the first time the words we had heard here in this evening, as we feared, calling it a mass casualty incident. He did say that the fire is almost entirely contained. Those were his words. They're searching the grid in the area to look for any possible additional victims. At this point, they don't believe that that's the case, but they are doing it certainly as a precaution. They're not aware of any additional missing people. We got details from the mayor that there were 3 crew members on the plane. The 4 other people who've perished in this horrible tragedy for Louisville were not on the plane, bringing the total to 7. And also Dan Mann with the airport revealing that the NTSB is sending 28 investigators here. They'll arrive tomorrow morning.
Right, and he said that he expects that briefing to happen sometime before noon for sure. And he did say the NTSB does a great job of keeping everyone updated and holding multiple briefings when they have a situation like this.
Airport reopens tomorrow, and firefighters again still trying to put out the fire, but they feel almost entirely it's contained. We feel that we're at a point in our coverage here now that we wanted to bring a calming soul here on our coverage with us. This is Greg Gitcher, longtime police chaplain. You've been with us through so many tragedies, of course, the mass shooting at Old National Bank and others. And you saw this video, you saw the first responders going there. What's your message to the community tonight, Greg, as we try to understand this mass casualty event?
Right. Well, first of all, and I hear it a lot, and it's all fantastic. Condolences, sincere condolences, goes out to the family members of the people that have been pronounced dead or are missing. As you said, I was the first chaplain at the scene of the Old National Bank, and my job was, when the family members showed up there, to comfort them and bring them over to the family center, which was at the convention center. And the worst thing about being a police chaplain, everybody thinks we do this for the police officers. Of course, we help them. 80% of it's for the victims and their families. So, when they call us, something tragic has happened, accident, homicide, suicide, whatever the case may be. Mass casualties, we had, I think, 12 shot at Old Exec. Is that correct? 12, I think, was shot at the Old Executive Bank.
Old National.
Oh, I'm sorry, Old National Bank. And, that's just really tragic. That's a thing that you'll never forget when you see some of those kind of scenes, right?
Greg, you counsel 5 departments. Talk about what counseling some of these first responders might need, folks that you work with all the time. This is a very difficult situation that they ran into tonight to help.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I was a police officer here in uniform for 6 years. Then I was a Secret Service agent for almost 22. I came back and Mayor Fisher asked me to be one of his bodyguards for another 5 years. So I have 11 years working with the police. So you do see a lot of these things. I was also on what was Joint Emergency Services Unit, which is a tactical SWAT hazmat team. So we were once again trained for, and we used to train at the airport for things that come over, whether it be Ebola virus or whatever. But as from the spirituality, when I go to the scene and there's somebody underneath the sheet, the first thing I ask for is, can we pray? It doesn't matter what denomination you are or you're not. I always ask them, would you like to get together for a prayer? And that brings some comfort to them.
And with your background here, with the tragedies you just described, this is the first time we've had a major plane crash in our community. Again, a mass casualty event. What's the best advice you can give the community based on your years of experience having to deal with this?
Well, I'd say, keep the family in your prayers. And then if you know these families and you could be there for them, I do a lot of funerals. I do baptisms, weddings, and funerals. And I tell people at the funerals, everybody wants to help you that first week or two. But then the next 3 weeks or 2 months go by and they don't hear from anybody. So try to be there to comfort these people as much as possible. There's a lot of nice food things going on and all that, but that all fades away. So be good friends and check on them once in a while and all that. To regard to your other question, as a former police officer, for almost 35 years, I've seen a lot of death, okay? And it never really bothered me seeing it until I became a chaplain. And now this is my 16th year here in the police department. And seeing all the homicides and suicides, started to get to me. And I remember one in particular, and I don't want to give out too much information because it's a family, right? But let me just say this. It was a
time at the moment.
Young person, right? It was a young person. And the officers that responded to that took it very, very hard because they had equal age. So I'm just saying, we're there to comfort whoever we can, but the police officers and the firefighters and the EMTs and paramedics, they also need to talk to somebody.
Yeah, exactly. And do you feel like the community is just kind of in a stunned moment right now? It's probably going to sink in a little bit tomorrow and the next day and the day after that.
This is the thing you see on the national news somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of stuff. So, and people don't think about UPS being an international hub, and look how much all of us fly in and out of the airports. So, we're there a lot throughout the year.
Remember, after the mass shooting, there was that amazing memorial service that we held at the Muhammad Ali Center outside the courtroom. How important was that for the community to come together on that day?
I think Louisville likes to consider themselves a big town, big city, but when something like this happens, it seems like it's a smaller town because, I went to school with his uncle, or I know her because, she goes out with my daughter or whatever. So it becomes a small town, and I think those group events, it does give people a chance to grieve. You got to grieve. And when I go to these scenes, some people grieve with, rolling around in the ground screaming or want to fight. Other people just have that 70-yard stare, and with zero reaction. So everyone grieves differently, but we need to give them that opportunity, whether it's in church or public place.
You guys mentioned the shooting at the bank, and of course, the Givaudan explosion was about a year ago. Yeah, Isaiah mentioned that. That's coming up, that anniversary, and so and the mayor mentioned when he came on another tragedy that we're dealing with. Having these tragedies so close together, how difficult is that, especially for these first responders who are dealing with it all?
Well, God bless them because they train all year long, for these events, and they hope it never happens. And I certainly was a part of that. But when it does, it kicks in and you see these firefighters running into the fire and looking, first of all, we try to rescue people. And then if it gets past that stage, then we try to recover the victims, right? So it's two different things, but God bless them. They run right in danger, without thinking about it.
And this was an enormous response because we had people, firefighters coming in from Lexington. You have said this consistently as you've joined us over the many years, is that if you're thinking that it may not be appropriate to say somebody who is hurting, forget that. Let them know you care.
Absolutely, yeah. And like I said a minute ago, just don't say, hey, let me know if there's anything I can do for you. That's an easy way out. Just say, hey, I'm going to check with you tomorrow, or I'm going to bring some food over, or can my kids take your kids to the movies, or help out like that, So, do something what you can to help them get through it, because a friend of mine, he passed away, and I check on his widow constantly. And, my other friends are like, I don't know what to say to her, But that's just it. She just appreciates so much just reaching out or sending a text. And I think that's the human nature, that people care. And, they just haven't forgotten you.
I was going to say something as small as a thank you for what you're doing for us.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. No, and, I went through the protests, as a chaplain, and, a lot of the officers didn't feel comfortable going into certain restaurants, and there's a lot of hate going their way, and that was really hard on them and their families, That was a tough time.
Greg, as we keep hearing from authorities, and it's pretty self-evident that this is going to be with us for the rest of the week. The governor has even warned that this number will rise again, as it has just moments ago, up to 7.
Yeah, and I know 12 UPS pilots from my church, at least, probably more actually. And so the first thing my staff did, once I let everybody know what was going on, is they went through the list and they checked on each one of our pilots, and apparently they're all safe. So that was a little bit of personal comfort for myself and the pastor and the other clergy members. Just to know that these are the people we see at church every weekend at Mass. So that was comforting. But I just, we just got to come together and honor these people. I think they said they're going to put the yellow lights on the bridge. Did the mayor say that?
It's already happening.
Yeah, it's already happening. I didn't notice I was coming down here. I was probably speeding.
There's the Big Fort Bridge.
Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah.
On our live camera, we can.
That's great.
We can show it. It's
community cares.
It's
right?
illuminated already at Waterfront Park.
The community cares, so and that's important, and just reaching out and like I said, you see a firefighter or police officer or EMS, or I'm a former EMT or a paramedic. I'll buy them a cup of coffee, pick up their lunch, You don't have to do anything.
There we have it. The Big Fort Bridge over the Ohio River tonight.
Beautiful.
Yellow, of course, the part of UPS's colors, best known as Big Brown in our community.
What can Brown do for you, right?
There you go. Greg Gitcher, we thank you so much for coming in. Longtime police chaplain here, former Secret Service agent. And your father was a Secret Service agent.
He's FBI.
FBI, excuse me.
Yeah, Marine and the Army, but we still fight on the same side.
Okay, he was a wonderful man, too. Well, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate you coming down here to 6 and Chestnut here at this late hour.
Anything to help out.
All right.
Connie, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much. And also, so many people are talking about this tonight, Doug, and thinking about it. Mark Pope, he opened a press conference tonight talking just about what happened here in Louisville.
First, I'll just note, I've kind of just followed a little bit this tragedy in Louisville. It just is awful. So certainly our prayers go out to everybody involved in that, and man, hopefully that we can have the best news possible and the best resolution of that, and just know that BBN is just fully engaged in that, in best wishes for everybody there.
Okay, UK playing tonight, and the coach, Mark Pope, there speaking afterwards, answering questions right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people around the country, around the world, are thinking about Louisville tonight. We want to go back out to our Alex Dieterer, who's been covering this for us live tonight. Alex, what can you tell us about things that you're learning out there?
Well, Connie, Doug, we've heard from city and state leaders today. Just moments ago, we heard an update from Mayor Craig Greenberg, who just touched down in Louisville not too long ago before he gave us an update. And what we know right now is they believe at least 7 have been confirmed who have died from this UPS cargo plane crash. They do believe that 3 of those were crew members from the plane and 4 others from surrounding areas. And we did hear from Chief Brian O'Neill with the fire department, who says the fire at the site of the crash has been almost completely out, so now crews can start search and rescue efforts in a grid form in that area. And what we did hear multiple times from Mayor Greenberg was that if you believe that your loved ones have been a victim of this tragic crash, do not go to any area hospitals. Right now, there is a victim reunification center that's set up at LMPD's Training Academy. Now that academy is in South Louisville and it's on Taylor Boulevard. So right now, if you need to make sure any of your loved ones are safe, that reunification center is open. And right now we are hearing that at least 11 others have been injured by this crash. And earlier today, Governor Beshear made an announcement today. He was here speaking to the community. And what he said was this is an all hands on deck incident. He called it a violent and a catastrophic crash. And as we continue to move into the next coming days and we learn more information, he does believe that the death toll and the number of people injured will continue to climb. So emergency responders told us today that they were out tonight going door to door around the area of this plane crash, making sure that businesses and homes are accounted for. And we do know that more than 100 firefighters, as of just 30 minutes ago, are still actively on the scene. And we have heard from multiple emergency responders today that this is going to be an active scene for days. They say that it's not going to be a secure scene and urging everyone to stay away from the site. Governor Beshear earlier tonight said that everyone needs to stay clear of the site to make sure that no one gets in the way of emergency responders' search and rescue efforts. And like I said, they will be continuing at this active site for days to come.
Alex, thank you very much. Again, as we are approaching the 11 o'clock hour, you're watching continuing coverage from WHAS 11. We've been on the air with you since this tragedy unfolded right in front of our very eyes. And you just heard Greg Gitcher saying that he had been talking to some UPS pilots. Right. I know a few. I've been texting them. Are you okay? What's the latest here? What do you know? And of course, they're all rallying around their company and the community in Louisville tonight.
Right. And so many of us know folks at UPS and love folks at UPS, but also, you know, we are thinking about the companies that plane hit, and we're talking about Kentucky Petroleum Recycling was hit, and Grade A Auto Parts. Now, employees were accounted for, all but 2 originally at Grade A Auto Parts, but we don't know what kind of situation happened exactly in that area, in that very industrial area where the plane went down. Right, as we heard from the mayor say in his news conference, 3 crew members were on board the plane and 4 other dead were not on the plane, bringing the total to 7. The fire chief says they are still sweeping the grid, searching the grid, looking for any possible victims. They are not aware of any additional missing people, but they believe this is precautionary. Again, for the first time tonight at about 15 minutes past 7, calling it a mass casualty incident. And the one good update we got from the fire chief was that the fire was almost entirely contained. Because every time we were looking at that from the airport, it was still in an inferno stage. Really, with very tall flames above the roof of the airport line where our camera was sitting. Yes, and they said they are going out grid by grid, looking for any other possible victims. They are hoping they will not find anyone. They believe everyone's accounted for, but they are going back and they are searching just to make sure. Also, Metro Arson is out there to provide security tonight as they're doing those searches. And again, the Victim Reunification Center is in the south end, is at Taylor Boulevard with the LMPD training center there.
Right near Churchill Downs.
Right near Churchill Downs. And there you have the American Red Cross and a chaplain there on site. Right, and they are asking families, do not go to the hospital, go there. You'll get more information quicker by going there. Don't go to the hospital. All right, we want to go back. As Governor Beshear held his press conference earlier, he talked about what he knew about the crash. Let's take a listen.
We've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. So I believe that number is going to get larger. We have at least 11 injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger.
Again, that was recorded at 7:30 tonight, but the governor was the first person to let us know of the extent of this growing tragedy and also warning everyone that the number of dead would grow, and that has since happened.
Right, and he also said that there was no hazardous cargo on the plane. And again, the shelter in place has been taken down to a 1 mile radius, but he said the shelter in place is there for a reason. Please go by the shelter in place right now. He also, talked about all the agencies that are here in Louisville trying to help, and that includes the National Guard, Lexington Fire here helping, Louisville Fire, KSP, the Kentucky Emergency Management. He said every crew that can respond is basically here in Louisville right now helping.
And you can see how this has changed in the last few minutes, because we had the airport news conference with Jonathan Bivin, the police chief out there.
Right.
At that time, he was reporting 4 fatalities, 11 injuries. We now know that also that is up to 7, and that 2 people are in the burn unit at U of L Hospital.
All right. Isaiah Kim Martinez has been following this story for us all evening. He is live, I believe, just west of where the crash happened. Isaiah, if you're there, what can you tell us right now?
Well, Connie, Doug, we actually moved over to the Reunification Center. We're actually standing across the street. That, of course, is one of LMPD's training academies. And we actually spoke with one of the Salvation Army local leaders. His name is Major Mark Hunter, and he talked about just what things are like inside right now. He said that they have been helping anywhere from about 20 to 30 families, trying to get them up-to-date information. You guys mentioned that has been the recommendation for anybody who wants more information, not to go directly to the hospital unless contacted otherwise, but to come here. And they've also been providing, according to Major Mark Hunter, food, water, comfort, of course, I'm sure blankets inside as well, as it's a cold night tonight. And, he talked about, he's worked in a lot of different places. He's worked in Tennessee. He's actually from North Carolina. He's been in Louisville for just over 2 years. And he says he really hasn't seen anything quite like this kind of plane crash to happen the way it did. He says he's reported to a lot of flood aftermath situations, but nothing quite like this. And we're actually going to hear from him at the top of the 11 o'clock news to hear just some of his message to the community, but they are doing their best in there, and they're basically going to be in there for the foreseeable future here. Guys.
So Isaiah, you were there outside the Victim Reunification Center there in the South End. Did you say that they're talking to about 20 to 30 families, or expect to be?
That's the current number, Doug. He said anywhere from 20 to 30, and that's just right now. We're only a few hours in. They could expect to see potentially more in the hours to come.
So they are dealing with the South End community, people who might be affected by these businesses we're talking about, neighborhoods?
Sure. I mean, it could be location, proximity. Obviously, we've talked about how UPS is such a family in this community. I think the Congressman McGarvey had said that it's hard to know somebody who doesn't know somebody who either works for UPS, works at Worldport, somewhere associated with that, even the businesses, like you mentioned, just in that area. So this is not just serving this community here around these streets, but the broader community as well.
Do you have any idea about the hours there and how long they expect to be in operation tonight?
My understanding, Doug, is that they are not closing, that they are basically operating with as much up-to-date information from some of the other officials. They're working with the Red Cross as well inside. So, we just saw some folks come in and out over the last just 30 minutes or so. We see one police officer inside who's been there for a bit. So our understanding is they're not going to close doors to people. I mean, this is a pressing moment, and they're here to meet that moment.
Isaiah, thank you very much. And joining us here on the set as he's been listening to all this, is Greg Gitchard, local police chaplain. Greg, how important is it to have this community center in place in South Louisville?
Well, I mentioned earlier, I was part of that during the bank shooting, and that's where I would bring family members that came to Louisville Slugger Park because they heard what happened, and they should show up, and the kids and everything, and then I would escort them, take them over to the convention center, and that's where the Red Cross and some different organizations were set up to give them a privacy and no media type of thing, And so it's very important, because then they're with other families too. You know what I'm saying? So they're not facing this alone. They have a little community support from some other victims' families, and I think that's very important. Myself and some of the other chaplains were there, and like I said, some pastors, and we're all there just to be with them as much as we could. And some of them did go to the hospital, and then when they didn't find their loved one as checked in at the hospital, then they would come over to us. The other thing I was thinking, Doug, when you were talking, is the UPS Pilots Association has been very generous to Kids Cancer Alliance, my favorite charity, and they would bring kids up into their flight simulator, so they'd actually fly the plane and the kids would take off. But I remember them saying that we're surrounded by neighborhoods, so we always have to have in the back of our mind, if something happens, how can we protect the neighbors? I just wonder if that was part of this situation today, where they did what they did so they wouldn't crash into a neighborhood full of houses. So I don't know. I'm just speculating because I was sat there and watched them do that training.
Greg, back to your experience with the family notification centers. How urgent is that atmosphere for the families and for the people that are trying to help them? Is it just very difficult?
Very tense. Very tense. And then you're sitting there, and then all of a sudden somebody gets the word from the doctor or from somebody. And then, like I said, they react as people react differently. And that's very hard to hear. Worst thing about being a chaplain, in my opinion, is going up and giving a death notification to somebody that's not expecting it, knocking on the door in the middle of the night, stuff like that. So this is very similar. It's one of the hardest things I think I've had to do in the last 16 years is give a death notification. But you try to be there for them.
Right.
And we've got a week playing out where we have 28 NTSB investigators coming. First news conference expected to tomorrow, but the news conference is revealing new information all week that definitely is going to be tragic.
No question about it. Yeah, it's going to be hard on everyone, and I hope those people that have churches or go to church can find some comfort there as well. If not, these community events are going to be very helpful, in my opinion.
All right, Greg Isher is going to continue with us here.
Sure.
Longtime police chaplain, as WHAS 11 News at 11 o'clock is coming along. We're going to bring you the latest information on this aircraft tragedy involving a UPS cargo jet that happened at about 5:15 tonight.
We've been on the air ever since. Such a tragic situation. Again, we all know folks in the UPS family. We certainly are concerned for those businesses that were hit by the plane as well, and anyone around that area. And also for our first responders who are having to go into this terrible situation tonight.
Again, we've got a full team of reporters going to bring you the latest information as we begin right now with WHAS 11 News, the night team at 11 o'clock. Tonight at 11 o'clock with different views of how this tragedy played out, starting at about 5:15, the UPS jet trying to take off from the airport, its left side, the engine on fire. Connie, these are people driving along the interstate. And here's another view from along the sidewalks there. That smoke plume coming up and originally moving directly nearly to the east.
Absolutely. It was a UPS cargo plane that crashed that was headed to Honolulu. A 9-hour flight was what they were preparing for, and why so much fuel was on board, and why we have such a huge fire and smoke and such a big situation tonight. Unfortunately, a deadly situation with 7 dead that we heard from the governor in a tweet just a few minutes ago on X, I believe.
Shelter in place was issued immediately for a large area around the airport. Then it was expanded to the Ohio River and to southern Indiana. That has now been knocked back to about 1 mile around the airport at this hour, as the Louisville fire chief says that they are still fighting that fire out at the airport. That aircraft had 38,000 gallons of fuel on board. Again, as Connie said, it was heading for a 9-hour flight with 3 crew members on board. We now know 4 other lives have been lost that were not on the plane. Tonight, as we stand here with you, 7 lives lost, 11 people hurt. 2 are in the burn unit at U of L Hospital.
Right, and we know that the governor said at least 11 were injured, but expects those numbers to go up. There were 2 people unaccounted for at the 2 businesses at Grade Lane at Melton. Also, because of what is happening, we do want to again mention that JCPS schools, all Jefferson County Public Schools, will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, November 5th. That closure will be treated like a snow day and no online instruction will be held. All extracurricular activities and athletics are also canceled. JCPS officials said they will check the water and air quality at schools near the crash site before reopening.
Now, this is a drone picture near Taylorsville Road as we are bringing you team coverage right here tonight at 11. We'll be joined by our reporters who have been on this story from the beginning. Isaiah Kim Martinez, Conroy Deluche. Jose Alonso has been at the airport interviewing people who are actually on planes, getting off the planes as they saw the crash happen. And Alex Dieterer. Well, let's begin with Conroy Deluche, who's at the site of the latest news conference we just heard from the mayor and the fire chief giving a lot of new information there, Conroy.
Inside the Airport Authority's administrative building, it's a lot quieter than it was just 30 minutes ago when we saw Mayor Greenberg for the first time because he was out of town when this crash happened. And hard to believe it's been less than 6 hours since this crash happened, and you can feel the ripple effects going through the city. As we were driving out to the crash, I mean, think about how big this impact was. The crash actually happened 3 miles south of the airport, and within 20 minutes, by the time that we were in Old Louisville on our way through U of L's campus to try and get as close as we could, the black smoke was already blowing past us when we were on Central Avenue going over the Denny Crum overpass. And of course, to find out later that now we're up to 7 dead and many others injured, including 2 in the burn unit at U of L. And there is debris all over the place in the south part of Louisville near the crash site, maybe even further away right now. That's still not being accounted for at this time because they've been working on putting the fire out for so long. But officials warning that if you do see any debris in your backyard or near your house, don't touch it. There's going to be a website up on the city's website up soon so that you can fill out that information and hopefully people can check that out. Now, we did hear from the mayor just about less than an hour ago. He says that NTSB, and that's the investigative body that comes in after plane crashes, they'll be arriving in Louisville tomorrow morning. We expect about 28 members of their investigative team, so it'll be a huge search, and they're going to be investigating a large area beyond the airport about what happened because, again, that crash happened about 3 miles south of the airfield after taking off, and we can expect them in town for several days. Of course, this also involves UPS, and UPS has a massive presence here in Louisville, and the ripple effects, they've said, go well beyond this site of this crash. Let's hear what the mayor had to say earlier tonight.
There were 3 crew members on the plane. The 4 that we have confirmed dead are not on the plane. Again, we believe it will be 7 that we're aware of at this time. And as you heard from Chief O'Neill, there'll be others that are searching there. So that is consistent with what we believe. We're waiting to get final word that next of kin have been notified, but we wanted to get information out as soon as we possibly could.
So the mayor also talked about how the Big 4 bridge will be lit in yellow in memory of the lives lost and also those who are going to be experiencing a lot over the next few days, few months, few years. This impact is going to last here a long time. But once again, let's get back to the news of the matter. NTSB members will be in town tomorrow before 10 a.m. We expect another briefing at some point. That's the next time that we expect any substantial update. And as daylight comes, Doug and Connie, there's going to be a lot to see.
Conroy, thank you. We want to go to the video that was recorded right at the airport again, right there. As this was the plane trying to take off at about 5:15. We've had 3 different aviation experts look at this video, them telling us consistently major fire on the left side of the jet. One said it didn't even appear that the nose got off the ground. Another said it looked like it might have lifted off just a little bit. But this is a plane that has 3 engines, 2 on the wings, 1 on the tail of the jet. Another investigator, former NTSB investigator, telling us that he had learned that there were many parts of that engine still on the runway. The fuel tanks fit in the wings of this aircraft, and he pointed out to us the timeline is going to be very important. The big questions being raised over the next several days: when did it fail? What exactly failed? And did a majority of the engine separate from this aircraft as it was trying to take off in Louisville, just leading to a total catastrophic failure? Those were three different opinions that we had here on the air with us tonight. Another one looked at it and said it appears the nose was up, but they could not tell again if it ever was able to get off the ground. And again, as we have the confirmed here tonight, at least from the governor, at least 7 people are dead. 4 people were not on the UPS jet.
Right. And we talked to Congressman Morgan McGarvey earlier by phone, and he wanted to, again, say to folks, please do not speculate about what happened. That's why the NTSB is here. They have 28 team members that will be here and giving frequent updates for us throughout the day, starting tomorrow.
Congressman McGarvey pointing out that he's very, has been talking with the NTSB and the federal investigators to make sure they get a major presence here, and that is happening. Here's more of what's being said tonight about this. We are terribly saddened by the accident tonight in Louisville. This is from Jim Mayer, who is based here in Louisville with UPS. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, home to our airline and thousands of UPSers. We are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of the accident and are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts. Again, this is a major disaster at our airport. UPS expanded greatly here in 1990, and our airport has had an excellent safety record, and we've never seen anything like this in our community to this point.
Absolutely. Many people that were out at the airport today when this happened, several folks were actually on the tarmac. Our Jose Alonso talked with some of those folks who saw the aftermath as soon as this crash happened. Jose, what can you tell us out there now at the airport tonight?
Connie, Doug, yeah, we heard from a lot of individuals we got to interview here. One of them saying they heard an audible gasp inside their airplane while it was on the tarmac, and then saw that big plume of smoke right afterwards. Like I said, we spoke to several individuals, all of different backgrounds with a different story. But I want to show you here at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport just what we're seeing, these arrivals and departure signs. You'll see several of them saying that the flights have been canceled or have been rescheduled to tomorrow morning, some as early as 7 a.m. And over here on this side in the waiting lobby, we are at the departure level. There are several individuals that are currently waiting, some of them even just sleeping off the night, as I'm sure they were either rebooked for tomorrow morning and they want to make sure they do not miss that flight. But again, all of these people have different backgrounds, different stories. Some of them that were just supposed to touch down in Louisville and then take back off, or some of them flying out of Louisville to go visit family. But take a listen to what they had to say.
I think it's by faith that we two sat together on the plane.
On the Southwest flight.
Yeah, to here. We were just going to touch down and leave, and then all of a sudden they said we had to exit the plane. We started walking off the plane. We put something to save our seats, and as soon as we exited, I just heard some lady off to the side saying that there was an explosion, and then everybody was looking off to the left, and it was just a cloud of black smoke.
It looked like kind of a tornado because
Yes.
the sun was behind it, so it was
Yeah.
light. It wasn't as dark as it ended up being later on.
And then it just took over the whole sky. I mean, because you were just looking, and when you look up, it was just like, all of a sudden, it was just black everywhere.
And you heard from those individuals right there. We also heard from others. Like I said, another woman saying that she heard an audible gasp while she was in the airplane and then saw the smoke right afterwards. Everyone really in shock, that everyone's heart and mind being in the right place. None of them have complained about this cancellation, their flight cancellations or anything like that. All of their hearts are in the place of thinking of those 7 individuals who have lost their lives and the several others who have also been injured in this major crash. But we've been here for several hours. We saw those big orange-red flames for several hours, burn for more than 2 hours, at least from the north side that we could see of the airport looking down south. But then again, things started to turn down. As the sun went down, we couldn't see that plume of smoke as much anymore. But after about that 2.5 hours, we started to see that fire die down as well, again, coming from the north side of the airport. Connie, Doug.
All right, Jose Alonso reporting for us. He's been out at the airport all night long. We certainly appreciate it. And we have some new video of the crash into the newsroom.
Right, this just coming in, and we do want to let you know that some of this is very powerful. Here's what we have. This camera coming from Kentucky Truck Parts and Service. You see the stamp there in the upper right part of your screen. As in the area of the airport, there it is again.
Wow.
The actual crash tonight. The fire chief in his briefing said that the fire was nearly an entire city block long when they got there, and this is the first time we've seen exactly what happened as the plane came down from this different angle, showing the extent of the explosion and fire. Again, the plane was full of jet fuel.
Wow. That is incredibly powerful and incredibly sad. And certainly we are thinking of the victims. I know our Alex Dieterer has been covering the story for us tonight as we look at that video. Alex, what can you tell us where you are?
Well, Connie, Doug, just watching and hearing that video is devastating, and it just speaks to the gravity of where we are as a city and as a state right now. We've been here in downtown Louisville for about an hour now, and it's just very quiet. As Conroy mentioned earlier at the airport, it's just been a quiet night, which again speaks to the gravity. We heard from Governor Andy Beshear earlier today, who made his way to Louisville, and what he told us is that he has never sped as fast from Frankfurt to Louisville as he did today, besides the Old National Bank mass shooting. And he says that this is just where he needs to be to make sure that his city and his state are prayed for and people are accounted for. Now, this is a UPS city. We've heard from multiple leaders today that you're remiss if you don't know someone or somewhere who has worked at UPS or has been impacted by UPS. And so that just speaks to the devastation that we've seen here today. And again, we heard from multiple city and state leaders today. Why don't you take a look?
A catastrophic crash here in Louisville adjacent to our airport.
A UPS cargo plane going from Louisville to Hawaii crashed as it tried to take off. 3 crew members were on board the plane.
Because the toughest moments, and I can say it from personal experience, are when you're wondering whether that person that you know and you care about has survived something like this.
Governor Andy Beshear arrived in Louisville just hours after the crash. Every available agency within Jefferson County and surrounding counties rushed to the scene near the Louisville airport. A plume of smoke seen covering the city's sky. Emergency responders say the main area hit were 2 businesses, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts.
There were several explosions initially from the site itself, just by some of the hazards that were created by the facilities that it impacted.
Governor Beshear confirming no hazardous materials on the plane could create an environment impact, but the surrounding businesses could, leading to multiple shelter-in-place orders, urging people to avoid contact with the smoke.
The wind was doing some things and pushing the smoke in different areas, and as hot as the fire was, it was kind of creating its own atmosphere and doing really what it wanted to do.
Emergency responders say the scene will be active for days, not knowing how long it will take to secure the site.
Do not go to the crash site. You will put people in danger. You will put yourself in danger. There may be people that still need to be rescued. Do not be the reason that the first responders cannot get to them. There are still dangerous things that are flammable that are potentially explosive at the site.
Our city and state leaders keeping all victims and their families in their prayers.
Because this is a UPS town. We all know somebody who works at UPS, and they're all texting their friends, their family, trying to make sure everyone is safe. Sadly, some of those texts are probably going to go unanswered.
We've always banded together. We will again.
And just as you heard Governor Beshear say, there were 3 crew members on that plane. And we did just hear from Mayor Craig Greenberg not too long ago, who said that the death toll has now risen to about 7. And they do believe that the 3 crew members have lost their lives, as well as 4 others who were not on that airplane. And I do want to reiterate that right now there is a victim reunification center. It's at LMPD's training academy. That's in the south end, and that's right off of Taylor Boulevard. Connie, Doug.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for that report. We appreciate it. And certainly just the mention of some of the texts weren't answered. That's just chilling tonight to think about that. Family members reaching out and not hearing back.
I know it's been some of the stories we've been hearing tonight, and that's why we want to show you this live right now. This is the Big Fort Bridge in downtown Louisville, of course, over the Ohio River. The lights have been turned yellow, part of the colors of UPS in our community. And WHS 11's Isaiah Kim Martinez is right there where we want to pick up at the Victim Reunification Center. That is in the south end. Isaiah, I know the mayor left the news conference and is coming to that area. We hope to be hearing from him in a little bit.
Doug, we do. He actually just stepped in the last 5 minutes along with his security detail. Mayor Craig Greenberg again visiting this reunification center that was set up shortly not long ago. And I actually had a chance to speak with the head of the local Salvation Army, the response here in Louisville. His name is Major Mark Hunter. He's worked here for just over 2 years. And he talks about in his history just a lot of different incidents that he's had to respond to, and a lot of families that he's talked to in pain and some in mourning. And he's never quite seen something like this. I did ask him how folks in the community can help.
The best way to help is to help the agencies who are coming out, those that are feeding or emotional and spiritual care. Just support those agencies because they know what they're doing and they don't need others getting in the way. And so the best thing is to get behind an agency that you can trust. Our prayers are going out to those families. Our hearts are heavy for them.
And Hunter told me so far tonight he's heard or he's interacted with and seen about 20 to 30 families inside the reunification center. Many, of course, coming for more information. Many have been told, don't go to the hospital, come here, report people missing if that is the case here at this center. So about 20 to 30 families, they provided them with food, with water, anything they need, and they will be open for the foreseeable future in the hours to come late in the night to make sure that anybody who needs answers, who needs information can get it. We'll be here back live when the mayor comes out, hoping to get some updates from him. Doug, Connie.
All right.
Isaiah, thank you very much. And joining us, continuing coverage in our studio here is Greg Gitcher, a longtime police chaplain here in our community. And Greg, you just heard 20 to 30 families being coming to that center in the south end of Louisville. We want to talk again how important that is because that number could possibly grow this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I just would ask everyone to please take the time to shower these families with prayers. And if you know them, let them know that, or if not, however you want to talk to God, talk to them and just bring the grace and mercy because there's a lot going on in their lives right now. And, they have a lot of unexpected things that they have to do in the next week or two. So please remember them in your prayers. It's very, very important.
And sometimes just for the folks that are down there, just we're here for you.
Yep.
What can
ask
we
for
help
help.
you with?
Ask for help. Absolutely, ask for help. There's so many people that want to help. So just put word out, get on social media, whatever you do, and get help.
Louisville has such a great caring network of agencies. How important are they going to be coming in here as far as support that they're going to need from the community?
I think you're going to see a lot of people stepping up. And like you've all said, everyone knows someone that works at UPS, whether they're loading planes or they're flying planes, or working at the stores. But, you know, so we are a family, and they're, obviously UPS is a very big part of Louisville's family. So let's step up and help them any way we can. I think it's very important, very important.
Greg, I know you said you might even be involved in helping counsel first responders. If you're asked, you would be glad to.
Oh, absolutely, because I myself, I have to talk to somebody sometime with some of the things that I've seen in 40 years. And I put it off for years, but then I realized how important it was. It really is.
You've been listening to the words we've been hearing, the interviews, the people who are talking about what they're seeing. If I know how you are, I've known you for, you've come in here and helped us through so many tragedies. What kind of prayer is running through your mind tonight?
You know, I'm gonna ask God to be with these families, let them feel His presence, you know, with them, and to help them get through these days. And these moms or surviving people or whoever have to be there, you know, not to deal with this tragedy, but they might have little ones or grandchildren, and you know, so they have a lot on their plate, and then they have to go through a whole bunch of procedures, you know, when something like this happens, you know, whether it's just a single event or a mass event like this. So those people need their friends, and they need all the prayers you can give them. Absolutely.
And Greg, for the folks tuning in late tonight, catching up on bits and pieces, if they've been out, again, what can we do as a community to help?
This is their chance to step up and either provide food for them, you know, cut their grass, or come over and babysit, or whatever you can do, step up. Communities, churches are really, you know, this is a great opportunity for churches to step up and be there for them. You know, some of these, maybe with these ones with little kids, they can invite them over to, you know, their fun center, their entertainment center, or, you know, invite them to come there on, you know, just to help out any way you can. Everyone can help out some way or another. And once again, I mean, my church has over 100 ministries, so all churches have a lot of things they can offer. And so, you know, if you're not with the church, then certainly, you know, these community centers can also do as well.
Absolutely.
I had one pastor, a church I attend, Christ Church United Methodist, Eric Bryant, text here today. Our city is hurting. Our hearts are heavy as we grieve the loss of the airport. What began as an ordinary day has ended in heartbreak and sorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you know, that's why as preachers, we tell people to keep your house in order, because, right, you know, we all have expiration dates. We don't know when it's coming up. So, and then when you can be there in these people's life when they really desperately need help and may not ask for it, but please, you know, offer it.
And as you said, don't be afraid to say something.
Do not be afraid to say something. No, just like it could be a text, a phone call, voicemail, note in the mailbox.
All right.
Whatever you need.
Greg Gitcher, thank you very much. We'll be leaning on you through the week. We appreciate that.
Our chief meteorologist, Mallory Schnell, has been telling us about the smoke and wind that is coming tomorrow, also checking on air quality. Mallory, what can you tell us now about the crash?
Air quality sensors, of course, across the Louisville metro area. And thankfully, so far today and tonight, our air quality has actually stayed between good and moderate. It's been something that I've been keeping a close eye on. We've had a lot of that southerly wind, so that brought some of that smoke through downtown Louisville into southern Indiana as well. And as it stands during this 11 o'clock hour, we are looking at moderate air quality for the Louisville metro area. I'm going to step off screen so you can take a look at this time lapse that we captured from one of our weather cameras from the U of L campus of that smoke plume from around 5:30 to about 6:45 tonight as that sun was setting. Just that dark smoke plume continuing to really pull northward thanks to those winds, and a little bit of an inversion in the atmosphere, keeping that smoke slightly closer to the surface, but not too close to really impact our air quality all too much. Once again, the Big Four Bridge is lit up in gold tonight due to those victims there. In honor of them, wind speeds are coming in from the south and southeast around 5 miles per hour. So as it stands, wind speeds are light across much of Kentuckiana, but as we carry on into tomorrow, that will change. Max HD radar did capture the smoke plume here earlier this evening. If the smoke plume obviously is strong enough, large enough, it can be captured on radar, and you could see the direction that it was flowing toward the north and northeast there, and that's why we saw it all across town. In terms of traffic, traffic, we do have some closures. I-65 South ramps to Grade Lane, Fern Valley Road, and Outer Loop obviously closed until further notice, all concentrated right around the Louisville International Airport. And as I mentioned, wind speeds, this will be something that we do monitor tonight and into the day tomorrow. Those winds will be coming in from the south and southwest, picking up in speed and intensity as we carry on into the early morning hours tomorrow. Expect those wind gusts between about 25 to 30 miles per hour, which will be something that we do continue to monitor, obviously, as they try to keep everything under control and search the debris throughout the rest of the week. But light winds for now, gusty winds as we carry on into tonight and tomorrow. Doug and Connie.
Thank you, Mallory.
Of course, all evening we've been hearing from experts.
Yes.
We've been talking to them on the phone.
They have been watching this video, analyzing it, and we want to talk once again, bring you some of the interview we did earlier tonight with Steve Ganyard, an aviation expert who looked at some of the incredible video that was recorded out at the airport.
We don't even know that the aircraft got airborne. It appears that the nose was up, but it never really broke the ground. So got all the way to the end of that runway and was not able to get airborne. Theoretically, the airplane should have been able to get airborne on just 2 of its 3 engines, but it seems that there was such a catastrophic failure and the engine that was on fire to such a degree that it probably prevented the aircraft from ever getting airborne.
So again, he joins several of the aviation experts we had who early on were able to look at that very detailed video of the plane crashing at 5:15 to determine whether it even lifted off. And he doesn't even believe the nose got off there.
The others said 175 feet.
Possibly.
So, but again, he did not believe that it did. So many folks thinking about the city of Louisville tonight, UPS, and this entire community, and that includes UK basketball coach Mark Pope, who started his press conference this way. Immediately following Kentucky's season opening win over Nichols tonight in Rupp Arena, Mark Pope had this to say about the incident that took place at SDF.
First, I'll just note, I've kind of just followed a little bit this tragedy in Louisville. It just is awful. So certainly our prayers go out to everybody involved in that, and man, hopefully that we can have the best news possible and the best resolution of that, and just know that BBN is just fully engaged in that, in best wishes for everybody there.
All right, and we are taking another look at the crash as it happened at 5:14 today, according to Governor Andy Beshear.
Again, right there coming, different experts telling us they don't even believe the plane lifted off. The ball of fire, the UPS jet on the way to Honolulu, Hawaii, 3 crew members on board. Full of jet fuel.
We know 7 people are dead, multiple people injured, at least 11. The governor and the mayor said they believe those numbers may increase. Victim conditions unknown at this time. SDF shut down for the evening and asked folks, if you have a flight tomorrow, you need to check with your airline to make sure it is going.
Again, 20 to 30 families at the victim reunification area that is in South Louisville. The National Transportation Safety Board will lead this investigation. They are sending 28 investigators to Louisville, and they believe they'll have a news conference sometime before noon tomorrow. We, of course, will be carrying that for you here on WHAS 11 News and WHAS 11 Plus as they will begin their early investigation of this. The police chief earlier tonight, Paul Humphrey, saying that this area, expect closures in this area for quite some time.
And that UPS family number that you need to call, 1-800-631-0604. If you need help, that is the number.
Well, Connie, as we come to nearly a close of our coverage here, I'm struck by this community as always that we all have family members we know. My brother's worked for them for nearly 40 years, and I'm sure many of you have family members in this community who work for UPS. It covers this community so generously. Now, the details of what happened are going to come out slowly.
Sure.
But at this point, I think it's a major human disaster for this community, unlike we have ever seen. You know, we always step up in the worst of times, and that's what we're going to see play out over the next several days to come.
I think so, and certainly just to see the heroic efforts of our first responders who rushed in to help. And certainly our thoughts are with them. They'll be working long hours as this recovery effort continues.
And the latest from authorities, as they gave us a late news conference, that the airport is going to open again tomorrow. There were many people who were on aircraft that we've been interviewing who actually witnessed this scene from right outside their windows here in Louisville.
Certainly something that'll be hard to get over for this community. We are thinking of the victims, and as Governor Beshear said, we are asking for prayers, sending that way to anybody who was involved in this accident.
And that's it for our 11 o'clock news. More coverage in the morning from our team on Good Morning Kentuckiana.